गोविंद चरणन की माथे लगी है धूल, गोविंद चरणन की, गोविंद चरणन की। पतित पावन मधो तीरथ तेरा, माधो तीरथ तेरा, जन सेवे मुन जन जिन गायो, धन सेवे मुन जन जिन गायो, हर प्रभु मेरा, हर प्रभु मेरा, हर प्रभु मेरा, हर प्रभु मेरा, गोविंद चरणन की, गोविंद चरणन की। मेरे माथे लगी ले धूल, गोविंद चरणन की, गोविंद चरणन की। तेरे माथे लगी ले धूल, गोविंद चरणन की, गोविंद चरणन की। दीन का दयाल माधो, दीन का दयाल माधो, दीन का दयाल माधो, गर्भ परा हरि, गर्भ परा हरि, गर्भ परा हरि, गर्भ परा हरि, चरण शरण नम बाल बिहारी, चरण शरण नम बाल बिहारी, चरण शरण नम बाल बिहारी, गोविंद चरणन की, गोविंद चरणन की। मेरे माथे लगी है धूल, गोविंद चरणन की, गोविंद चरणन की। मेरे माथे लगी है धूल, गोविंद चरणन की, गोविंद चरणन की। सुर नर मुन जन तिन होते दूर, सुर नर मुन जन तिन होते दूर, मेरे माथे लगी ले धूल, गोविंद चरणन की, गोविंद चरणन की। मेरे माथे लगी ले धूल, गोविंद चरणन की, 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 गोविंद चरणन की।
हरि विठ्ठल 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 विठ्ठल
The year is coming to an end and we will be hosting the last broadcast of 2024. We've prepared a 9-hour program in which we will be recapping the year. It was actually a very busy year. We had so many events happening here in SPN. Guruji also attended a lot of events such as the Ayodhya temple inauguration. And it's crazy because we were talking about it in a meeting that we had yesterday and we realized that so many things happened this year and it seems like they happened 3 years ago. But no, it was this year. And well, for those of you who are new and don't know who Guruji is when I talk about him, it is Paramahamsa Vishwananda. He's our guru, founder of Bhakti Marga. And we are right now in Shree Peetha Nilaya, which is the headquarters of Bhakti Marga International. And it's a very special event because it is not only live streamed, it's also happening in the dining hall right inside. We have a setup with couches where we will be having kirtan interviews, and I am very excited to tell you that we have a new host team. We don't only have your usual host that we love, Akash and Aditya, Swami Akash and Rishi Aditya. We also have Santoshi, Sindhu Dasi, and Atita Gamana Dasi. So they will be conducting today's program. We have a very packed schedule actually. And we will be, as I said, we will have kirtan, we will have interviews, and the long-awaited yearly rewind, which is a video with all with the highlights of the events that happened this year. So yeah, welcome everybody. Those who are live and those who are inside, I hope you enjoy it. Now, I'm going to leave you with Aradhana. Enjoy. Jai Gurudev.
Jai Gurudev, everybody. Jai Gurudev, everybody here in Shree Peetha Nilaya. Jai Gurudev, everybody online. Welcome to this wonderful event together with us, the recap of what happened this year. For the ones of you who don't know me, I'm Swami Akash, and I'm here with Atita Gamanadasi.
Jai Gurudev, pleasure to be here.
As Vishnu Priya was mentioning, we will be changing, so you will have a different configuration of hosts, and we will be talking to all of you here and online, interviewing our guests and guiding you through this wonderful program that we have today together. So we have great musicians in Bhakti Marga. As you know, they had an amazing performance. They will be doing it throughout the afternoon and throughout the evening. And maybe for the ones of you who don't know, and just to recap what Vishnu Priya was saying, this event is made so that we can all watch together everything that happened, because there were a lot of things going on.
It really was a packed year. I know that we say this every year, but for sure it's true for this year as well. And I can also add on to what Vishnu Priya was already saying, that we were going back and going through the things that were happening. And I think even you, Swami Akash, you mentioned kind of in disbelief of asking, did this really happen this year? Right? It feels...
I was confused.
Yeah.
I was confused. You will see, you yourself will be confused. When you see some of the events that happened this year, you will be questioning how old you are. So the schedule of today, we will be showing it on the screen. It is very packed, as we normally like to do. There are many things going on. As we said, we divided the year in multiple segments. And we will be having everything that you see on the screen. Guests coming here and talking to us. We have the first year recap, then some guests that will talk about it, and then the second one, third, and fourth. And then at the end, at one point, we will also show a play, a theater play, a very nice one. And at the end, we will go to the temple to do some kirtan all together and to sing the name of God until midnight. We invited Guruji here. We invited Paramahamsa Vishwananda. There's a chair here ready for him. For now, there's only a picture, but he might actually come down if he decides. Last year, he surprised us all. And that's something that we will talk about later on.
Yeah, and actually last year, doing this recap of the year, he came here and he announced also the world prayer, and it was kind of a very big start to beginning of the year. It was one of his ways of also spreading his mission even more wide. And we will see later on, we will also speak about the darshans that he had, the temples, the ashrams that he visited, of really how many places Guruji visited, how many people's lives he touched and changed.
Yeah, he always says he's going to do less, and then he manages always to do more. It's incredible. And so we know that in his constant effort to meet all of us, we all met him in different ways. Some people had to come here to Germany to meet him. Others, Guruji was traveling to their place to meet him. We created Bhakti Marga, he founded Bhakti Marga, he found all of us, put us together, and is constantly guiding our efforts so that we can support the mission, support each other, and help spread as much as we can. But Guruji is the main engine of everything. And one of the greatest ways that he has for all of us, it's darshan. And so we prepared a beautiful video that we will look at together. We will watch it together that talks about the darshan.
If there is a moment when Guruji's divinity is more clear to us than others, then it's during darshan. Because in this moment, he gives us an experience.
Having known him for such a long period of time, I have the privilege of watching my own internal transformation and watching his continuous selflessness.
It was very nice to see him in the eyes because he transmits so much love.
So many gurus in this world, so many people coming and going. How am I to believe? I've always read about grace, about living the grace of a guru. It was always in the mind, in the intellect. What I thought was grace was in fact a thought, until I got to know about Swami Vishwananda.
Darshan means divine sight, to see and be seen by the divine. It means to have a glimpse of, or an encounter with, something or someone sacred. To experience darshan with an enlightened soul is a rare, exceptional, and deeply personal occurrence.
You see, in darshan you come, the eyes reveal everything. The most deepest of yourself is revealed. What is the longing of your soul? From my perspective, I see the Atma. But something is happening also inside of the person there. What is happening at that moment? Tuning with the Master. Tuning with the divine within yourself. That is darshana.
There's an inter-soul connection that's there. It's something that I think words will never bring to the front what gravitas it really has, but it's something you really need to experience. There's so much of love within it.
He sees all your karma, everything. When he looks at you, because he sees the real you, and then he has the ability to take some karma onto himself.
It was a very powerful experience for me. I found that I had very incredible realizations.
The compassion in his eyes just opened up my heart.
I never expected to see people who can actually just love you for being the person you are and allowing you to see life differently.
I was approaching him maybe 7 meters. I felt my heart that was beating so fast. I didn't understand why.
I was feeling a sense of compassion, I was feeling a deep sense of love, of care. It took time for me to think, to understand what's happening. Up till now, I cannot find words for that.
Even for that little while, when he lightens our burden, we experience our own divinity in that moment. That's what he's doing. And he does it regardless of, he never asked anybody their name, who are they, what religion they follow. what they feel, what they think, nothing. And I just thought, please, Lord, I would like to love like this one day.
I look at what is that soul want in front of me. That inner beauty, what I see. There is no old or young in that beauty. But when you learn to look at the inner beauty, you will see how wonderful it is, how perfect God created everybody. It's the most beautiful thing. And each one of you have that. There is no judgment. That you have to see in yourself.
Wow.
Yeah, a very heartwarming video.
Our video team is really wonderful. They make awesome videos. They were really great.
It's really beautiful to see. And Guruji's message, and of course, the experiences of people. And now we will go and watch another video from Anuprabha. She will tell us a bit more about the statistics.
Yeah, she's normally here, but she's traveling. She can't be here, so she recorded a video.
Yeah. So she will join us through the video.
Virtually.
Yeah.
Jai Gurudev. My name is Anuprabha and I'm responsible for external events in Bhakti Marga. That means wherever Guruji goes, other than SPN, my role is to support the countries in organizing. And I'm really sorry that I cannot be here with you tonight. That's why I just dropped some numbers and some figures to make you aware how tirelessly Guruji is working, and I'm having the privilege to oversee all these numbers. So Guruji this year, he went to 33 countries and gave darshan in person in other countries to over 34,000 people. And 1/3 was newcomers. So that's an amazing number. And one country was the first time, it was Ireland, very sweet. And then 2 things I want to mention. That is, he went on a tour through Japan and gave 5 darshans in Japan. And that was amazing. The Japanese people, they have been waiting so long for a few years for Guruji to come back. And they were enjoying it so much, and Guruji also enjoyed having been to Japan. Second is that he went on a tour through Italy. And also in Italy was very special. He gave 3 darshans. In the north, in the middle, in the Ashram, and in the south, in Sicily. And the sweet thing is that Guruji, on his way through Italy, he visited each and every sangha, and the sanghas prepared for him. They prepared the food, they prepared everything, and then he gave satsang in the sanghas. And isn't that a sweet thing, that Guruji is always there for his devotees? Always feel so touched when I realize how he is taking care for the devotees, and that's the message I wanted just to give, to make you aware how diligently and how tirelessly Guruji is working actually for us. Jai Gurudev, and have a very, very nice evening and enjoy.
Thank you, Anuprabha. So many countries. I didn't even know when she said the number. I was impressed, even though I've seen him, and we realize how much he does when we look at these videos and we hear these numbers. But it's just in 1 year. That was just 1 year, and this what happened this year. And we have to think that his mission has been going on for a very long time. We're talking about more than 20 years going on, meeting people, and doing everything that he keeps doing for everyone. Is crazy.
If you think about it, whenever you kind of think about Guruji, chances are that he is always at a different place.
Yeah.
Right? Whenever you think, oh, where is he now? Where is he traveling? Where is he giving darshans, opening temples, ashrams? He's probably always somewhere else.
Yes, and in all these traveling throughout the years, he established communities and foundations and Bhakti Marga spread around the world. And so we have here Dakshish with us.
Jai Gurudev.
Jai Gurudev. Dakshish is been in the mission for 20
years.
20 years. Wow, congratulations. And you take care, together with others, but mainly you with the coordination of Bhakti Marga International, right?
Yes, that's right. So Bhakti Marga International, you might remember from some previous speeches we already had a year ago or 2 years ago. We have a presence having some devotees or followers in over 70 countries, but we are present legally, meaning that we have a legal entity like a charity or a foundation or a company already in around 40 countries. It's a lot.
It's a lot, yeah. And maybe you can tell us, because you know the numbers and also the activities better than most of us here, like what happened this year?
There are many areas that we could talk about. One of them.
Yeah.
Was better, yeah. So there are many areas. One of the areas is the teachers. You all know, because many of you are teachers as well, that we have a lot of teachers and we organize many teacher courses. So only this year, in 2024, we had several courses, and the numbers are really absolutely crazy and sometimes unbelievable because knowledge teachers. We have 93 new knowledge teachers. And I hope you are making notes. And you were making notes also when Anuprabha was giving the numbers. There might be a quiz maybe in the end later.
Yeah. Interactive, also online. Huh?
It's nice to remember those numbers, because then when you compare those numbers and you see really how they relate to each other, then it makes us really thinking. Atma Kriya, we already had 2 Atma Kriya teacher courses here in Shree Peetha Nilaya with 59 new Atma Kriya teachers. And now there is one course going on in South America with 16 participants. Ritual courses, 95 participants. Sangha facilitators, we already had a course here in Shree Peetha Nilaya, and now we have a course in China. For the first time ever, we have Sangha facilitators training going on, not here in Shree Peetha Nilaya, but in China. We will speak about it later. I think we will even try to connect directly with the participants of the course later tonight, so you will see all the people. We already have 2 new Swaminis initiated this year. We have 5 rishis and rishikas initiated also this year. But there are also other numbers, like the temples, because when Guruji travels, he also inaugurates temples. And only this year, he inaugurated a temple in Czech Republic, Tram Rukmini Vitala temple, another temple in USA, actually 2 temples in USA, because you might remember from 2023, the big inauguration of the Elmira Ashram in temple, but Guruji this year inaugurated another temple in Elmira, a temple which is dedicated to the Divine Mother, and there are 3 beautiful deities in this temple, Kali Ma, Lakshmi Ma, and Durga Ma. It's really absolutely amazing. Whoever has a chance to go and see, I recommend you do this. And we have one more temple in Los Angeles, in the USA, Nitya Mahima temple, Nitya Mahima Pandurenga Mandir, actually, this is the full name, with Vitala and Rukmini. And we have 3 temples in Japan. Anuprabha already mentioned about Guruji traveling to Japan, and when he was in Japan, he inaugurated 3 temples in Nagano, in Nagasaki, and in Osaka. We have currently 17 ashrams in 15 countries. Actually, we have 18 ashrams. I have the numbers here from 2 days ago, but 2 hours ago exactly, I've had good news about the new ashram coming up. I will tell you, actually, a temple may be more than an ashram, but nevertheless, the ashrams that were open this year are the Bhumi Puja that Guruji did already in Mauritius, and the ashram is under construction. In Switzerland, the ashram is also under renovation, and hopefully it will be inaugurated and officially opened in 2025. In Austria, you already probably heard about it. It's a big, very close to Slovenia. So also the Slovenian sangha is benefiting from this ashram in Austria. One in Portugal, and the ashram which is under construction in Pandharpur. And the one, actually the temple that I've learned about 2 hours ago is from Holland. I can see Kanakadas standing there. He's from Holland, the Netherlands, in other words. They've just finalized a transaction, so there will be a beautiful temple and little ashram in the Netherlands in 2025.
Wow.
And one more area which normally we don't see, because this all happens behind the scenes, we don't realize how much work is going on over there, is the translations. I don't know if any of you know how many translators we have at the moment, working almost daily sometimes, 315 people, translating all the materials, all the speeches of Guruji, all the satsangs, all the videos and so on. We have 137 qualified interpreters, so people who are translating live. So when Guruji is giving speeches, satsang, they translate live. Not only Guruji, but also Swamis, Rishis, teachers. They are supporting continuously this. And we have 67 people working on the subtitles of different videos on YouTube and so on. It's really a big number, and this is a huge seva which normally we don't see, because this all happens somewhere at home, behind the scenes. But it's really huge effort that we are making in order to make Guruji's teachings and everything that Guruji is giving us to everyone, regardless what kind of languages you might speak. And how this translates to devotees, and this is interesting. When I look 5 years ago, 2020, quickly, we had 2,400 devotees. Currently, in the end of 2024, we have 4,136. So we almost doubled. From last year to 2024, we've grown by 10%. So we have like almost 400 new devotees initiated only in 2024.
That's very good.
But you remember the number of newcomers from Anuprabha? Who remembers? Only the physical darshans when Guruji was traveling, 10,000 people. And so the potential is still there. And now we have also followers. Currently we have 12,000 followers. So the initiated devotees and people who we consider as followers, so people who are really engaged and who are not initiated yet, but hopefully one day they will. We are talking about 16,000 people plus 10,000 newcomers, plus also newcomers and so on. So we are already talking about tens of thousands of people who are continuously coming to Guruji. Are we happy with this?
That's good. And we can also do better, right? Dakshish, we can go on.
Exactly, that's what I mean. You are cheering, but do you think that Guruji is happy with this? Exactly, he would like to have it in millions, I guess. Why? Because when you look at the numbers of the teachers, we currently have well over 1,000 teachers in all the countries. Because I was giving you only the numbers of the teachers that were trained and initiated, and they started doing their seva this year. But throughout all the years, we already have a lot of all kinds of teachers. So when you just compare this, about 1,000 teachers, just let's round it up, to this big number of 20-something thousand people, you will see that every 10th or every 11th of you sitting here and in front of your TV sets at home or computers, wherever you watch this, actually you are a teacher. So the teacher can, on average, 10, 11, 12 people to teach. This can be done in one day. And then what? So Guruji is making us ready. He's making this organization ready for big growth, for really a lot of people. And if I am to give any wish or to have any wish for the new year, maybe we start the list of wishes.
Let me officially ask you in the program, what is your wish?
I wish that all the teachers, starting from 2025, will start teaching weekly, have courses weekly.
You gave them some hours to prepare. It's good.
Yes.
They can.
And another wish, because this is also needed, that the country organizations, the BMCCs, all the other CCs, all the country teams, they give them all the necessary support. And they really help them to prepare, to organize, to find people who will come to those courses.
Nice. Thank you.
Thank you, Dakshish.
Thank you, Dax, for all of this, all the effort. Thanking everybody. We're improving. We know we're doing great in some areas. We also do mistakes. So we are going on, and let's take this strong start of the program with Dakshish pushing us to bring more people, to meet more people, because at the end we all want them to have what we received.
And at the end, it's also Guruji's wish, of course.
And Guruji is always getting new people, he always meeting new people, he always has new ideas, like when he came here last year.
Exactly. So we already mentioned it. Last year, that's how the year started. He announced this prayer for the world, so that every month he really asks for all of us to take that half an hour out of our day and pray. So to do that selfless act, to pray for everybody on this world, anybody who is in need. And so we also now have a short video about, actually, of Guruji announcing this prayer.
For the coming year, I want to do something with all of you. Once a month, I want to dedicate half an hour. I want all of you, actually. I don't want anything else. I want all of you to dedicate half an hour in a month to pray together with me, with everybody, whatever you're doing during this time, wherever you are in the world. But during this time, let us come together and pray together. Maybe we chant Shri Vitthal Giridhare Parabrahmane Namaha all together during this time, but we focus upon praying for others.
That's when he surprised all of us. He came here and me and Aditi were just sitting here. We didn't know what to do, but with Guruji, you don't actually have to know what to do. He does everything most of the time. So he just sat down and announced to everyone, this, pray for the world, and it's awesome. I have some friends of mine who don't follow Bhakti Marga, who don't follow what we do, but they tune in once a month to pray with all of us and with Guruji.
And now, so a year has already passed, and we have with us here Rishi Pankaj, who is also your
Gurudev.
You are actually there always, every time, right? That Guruji is doing this prayer from wherever he is, or most of the times you're there with him.
Yes, so most of the time it's somehow similar to online darshans, right? So most of the time, me and Govind, we're behind the camera. We're filming Guruji, streaming Guruji, and then everybody else takes care in the control room to publish. So it's not only us, but it's a big team behind the whole production.
Yeah, we didn't tell you we were going to ask this question, but how much are you scared to press the wrong button when you're sitting there? You have to tell us. What's the panic level?
I think the panic button went down because also with the online darshans, I remember the very first time in Mauritius, if some people remember when he started to do these online events during COVID.
A long time ago.
The stress was unbelievable. Because it's not just recording, it's actually live. So anything that happens, people can see, people can hear, there's always problems. So for some reason, it almost doesn't matter how much you test, you practice beforehand, you make sure everything works. For some reason, many times when Guruji arrives, things stop working.
They just don't work anymore.
The audio doesn't work, somehow the internet drops, something always happens, so he keeps it very interesting every time. But actually, the impressive thing this year was actually that Guruji was on time for every single one of them. And whenever he was late, it was mostly because there were technical issues.
So it was our fault when it was late.
Our fault, 100%.
Wow.
But yeah, Guruji was on time for every one of them, and he was there to be on time for each one of the prayers, which was really nice.
Which in a way also shows how much he really values prayer, how much he really puts that importance on it. I remember seeing him always be there on time, right? To be honest, we all kind of always have this expectation that he's going to be a bit late, right? Be it darshan, be it satsang, you think you have that buffer zone. And seeing him every time coming there on time, it also showed it to me, okay, this is actually be there, really be there on time.
Yeah.
And maybe if you could, Rishi Pankaj, summarize, why do you think that Guruji emphasizes prayer so much?
Well, we know many of the reasons. He keeps talking about it, right? I think even a few days ago, he spoke about the importance of the intention when we do prayer, right? And he spoke how important it is that we have the right intention when we do our prayers, that we come together. That's another thing that he wants to pronounce with this, the world prayer, that we come together, not only in our sanghas, but with everybody in the world. And I think especially after COVID, this was even more important, that everybody comes together. He has been opening all of these temples and ashrams for what? That we come together in prayers. And temples and ashrams are there for one reason, mainly, to come together and pray in the Lord's name. And I think this is only one of those things to have this world prayer that Guruji is giving importance to, that he's doing it personally, shows how much importance he's giving to it, right? And that's what I think one of the main things that he wants to bring across, that we come together more and more. Guruji is stressing so much to meet in the sanghas. He's saying it so many times that we should meet in our sanghas, in our temples, to come together, to pray together. And this is how we can grow the strongest on the spiritual path. Not only internally, but also be able to spread it to others, to give it to others.
Thank you. It's true. And we would love to keep you and every other guest who comes forever to just have these conversations, but with the schedule is very tight, so even though the people in the technical room might disagree, the last question is just in a sentence, like, what is your feeling when you're there and Guruji, you're in the room with him and he's praying for the world, with the world? Like, what? Again, I didn't tell you I was going to ask this question, but what do you feel like? What is the, I don't know.
Well, apart from the stress of streaming and recording, many times it's like the silence that is in the room is like giving you goosebumps. I can almost feel it now. Like when he's sitting there, when he's doing his prayer, when you're doing the japam with him, it's like you feel this inner silence and it's this calmness and this peace that he gives. And it's such a beautiful moment that brings you to live in the moment, right? That we're doing this prayer together with him. It's so powerful. And also, when Guruji asked everybody to send the names of people, right? He's saying that we should pray for others. We should need to forget about ourselves, about our needs and things we're so important. He's saying pray for others. And if we just look at some of the numbers, the people that have sent names, in this 1 year, we've prayed for more than 180,000 people.
Wow.
In this 1 year. So,
wow.
Please keep sending the names, because Guruji has decided that he wants to continue for the next year, the world prayer.
Arrivo! That's good news. Yeah. Wow. Okay.
I think this is a good segment to end.
Yes.
Because we will announce the dates soon, but he's already agreed that we will continue for this year.
Awesome.
So.
Nice. Man, we'll be very happy to pray together with Guruji, all of us. I guess we're all happy about it. Thank you, Pankaj. Thank you, Rishi. It was nice. Now we just, for the people, maybe the ones that just tuned in and you don't know what's going on, we are recapping the entire year and we divided it in sections. This is what is going to happen today. The schedule, as you can see it, is going on the screen. We have many guests. We have many bhajans. We have musical things. We have the theater play that is going to be played. So there's a lot going on, that, as you can see in the schedule. And now we will go and watch the first section of it.
Indeed, we're already at the first segment that the video team very masterfully put together.
And so maybe before, just as a reminder for everybody, we have just heard right now how much Guruji does, how much Paramahamsa Vishwananda is doing in the world, is doing for all of us, how much effort there is worldwide for the mission and to spread his love and the connection with themselves so that people can find who they are and the best version of themselves. And you're always welcome to offer your help to all of us. There's a link in the description. You can offer your help in many different ways and in whatever ways that you have. So please, if you want to participate in the effort of Bhakti Marga to spread the love of God and the love of Guruji to the people, you can help us all. So in this, let's go and watch the first recap.
Jai Gurudev.
Jai Gurudev.
It's incredible that was only the first part of the day, a year, no?
Yeah. And first of all, even Rishi Aditya, welcome. Yeah.
Thank you.
If you haven't noticed, yeah.
Swami Akash was a bit tired, so now he can rest a little bit.
He'll come back.
Yeah, he will come back, don't worry. So, Aditya, what do we have now?
Now we will go into, as we saw in the video as well, Guruji visited South Africa, and we have on Zoom, we have Swami Parantapa. We have him on Zoom, Swami Parantapa.
Swami, do you hear us?
I hear you, yes.
Swamiji, Jai Gurudev, nice to see you. I hope you can see the whole room. It's have 500 people looking at you right now. Swami, thank you for coming today, and soon, Happy New Year.
Yeah.
Could you please tell us, we saw a little bit in the video before, how Guruji spent a few, like the beginning of the year, 2024, in South Africa. Can you share a little bit, how was the story of Guruji in South Africa? I heard that maybe it was one of the first places he gave darshan. Is that real? Is that correct?
In January, yes, it was one of the first places that he ever gave darshan. I think before, as a public event, before he would give darshans, but they were more like in people's homes for a smaller number of people. But South Africa was one of the first places that he gave like public darshan. And that's when I first met him in 2002. So I was watching this video that you guys showed just now, and I was watching several videos earlier in the week as well. And what I see, or what I would like to say, is I was part of many of those videos, and so these moments have been curated by Guruji, not only for me, but for each person that was there, and for everybody then who has the chance to watch them afterwards. So when we see it, and when we see the kind of feeling, like watching the video just before this and now this one, and the feeling that remains with us is one of incredible awe at the actions that this one individual, Paramahamsa Sri Swami Vishwananda, is making. And it's almost the shock of seeing how much is happening and in what a short space of time it's happening, and how driven Guruji is to give us the possibility to see ourselves, to really see ourselves, and to see how it is that we can grant service. So when he was in South Africa, a few interesting things happened. We had one of our biggest darshans in Johannesburg. There were 2 darshans one day after the other. And in each one, between 1,800 and 2,000 people were there. And then there was one darshan in Stanger, which is usual. And again, about the same number of people came for darshan. And then something unusually was invited by honorary prince of the Zulu nation to the event that you saw just there. So it was an event celebrating the connection and diversity between the indigenous Zulus of KwaZulu-Natal, as well as the connection and relationship that they have, the ongoing connection and relationship with both Sanatana Dharma and the Indian community. So Guruji was there, and one of the queen mothers were there as well. So the previous Zulu king had several spouses, and so one of them graced the event, and it sat next to Guruji on the stage. And so culturally, this was a really big deal. It was a really big deal from their part to receive somebody like Guruji and give him. Several honors were bestowed upon him, and the key of the city was given to him for Richards Bay. And so to see that other people are also seeing, other people are seeing the value of this person, and other people are acknowledging the work that he's doing to remind us what is possible for us. So very interesting to see the connection, and you saw him dancing with the shield, and you saw him together with the warriors in the Zulu nation are called impis. So he was dancing with them, and just the general interaction, and then the Queen Mother receiving him so warmly, and even giving him a name. So the name she gave to Guruji is Tandanani, which means love one another. So this is so in keeping with everything that he's doing, that he's remembering continuously to love. And in this, he reminds us to love.
Swami.
So, yeah.
Yeah, but was this encounter between the two different cultures was because of the friendship that Guruji has with the Zulu prince, or was more an attempt from them to get closer to Sanatana Dharma?
I think it's a mixture of both. So because you can't predict what's going to happen or what's going to be said or what Guruji is going to say. So it is on the behalf of this, he's an honorary prince. He's not born a prince. So he was basically taken under the shelter of King Goodwill Zwelithini from the time he was a young boy. And so is recognized as an important figure in the Zulu community and has done several interesting and wonderful things for Sanatana Dharma as he's connected to the Divine Life Society. So when meeting Guruji, he really wanted to share. He wanted to share Guruji's presence. And so that was what that event was about creating a bridge between, because generally the cultures don't intermix. They don't understand. They also don't understand one another, or nor do they want to understand each other. So this was a really interesting exercise for me. So for people to see the heart of Zululand, essentially, and to see the way that they do things and how they see and how they respect, how important respect is. And to see and to acknowledge others is really, it was really interesting. It was really interesting to be there and to see that happening.
Well,
and so
thank
the continued relationship is going to be interesting to see as the temple project also in Stanga takes shape. It's going to be interesting to see the interface between the two.
Thank you, Swami Parantapa. I would love to stay the whole day talking to you, but we need to move forward with the schedule that we have. Thank you very much for coming, and I wish you a lovely 2025 as a good starting. And thank you for coming today with us.
For all of you too, Jai Gurudev, and thank you for having me.
Jai Gurudev, Swami.
Yeah. Now we have the video, a short video of when Guruji visited the Ram temple this year. And we will also have Swami Chidananda and Rishi Pankaj joining us again.
Jai Gurudev, everybody. That was an experience to have darshan of Radha Lala. It's really amazing. You can see how wonderful. And still, there's so many people there. I don't think anywhere in the world they had so many people try to have darshan of their deity like this. And blessing, actually, such a blessing to everybody to be here. You know, a blessing to all of you also. Jai Gurudev.
Jai
Jai
Gurudev.
Gurudev. Welcome,
Gurudev.
Swami Chidananda and Rishi Pankaj. Thank you for again joining us. Everything good?
All is good.
Nice. So, we saw this short video of Guruji. That was the moment when he was walking out of the temple, right? Could you maybe share a bit about the experience of being there and how Guruji was also...
Well, so this clip that you just saw was kind of amazing because we just literally left the temple of Sri Ram. We just left outside after receiving darshan. And then I quickly asked Guruji, do you want to give a message for the devotees? And he had just turned around. I was walking backwards and filming him. So it was really nice to get the Guruji in that mood right after receiving darshan.
His eyes are shining.
Yeah, but what you didn't see before was after the initial integration pujas and celebrations, After Narendra Modi left, everybody started storming towards the temple to receive darshan of Ram Lala. And so the amazing thing is there's so many celebrities and special people that were invited. But as soon as the temple opened and people were receiving darshan, there was no structure anymore. After Modi left, everybody started storming in the temple to get the darshan of Shri Ram. And the nice thing was that it doesn't matter in front of Ram who you are. He is there for everyone. He's there to bring everyone together. And he invited everyone. It was so crowded, so cramped in there. You had no space to breathe almost. It was intense until you got in front of him. But in front of him, like, everybody's the same. It doesn't matter which status you have, where you come from. In front of him, everybody's the same. And I think this also shares what Guruji was spreading now with the world prayer, to have everybody unite, to come together. In all the sanghas, doesn't matter where we come from, that everybody comes together on a unified platform of sharing this love that Guruji shares.
Swami, can you share a little bit about the context of this temple, how it came to be?
Well, for the last 500 years, there's been a lot of conflict as to who essentially has the rights to build this temple. So there was a lot of back and forth. And then the Supreme Court ruled in the favor of the Ram temple being established on that site. And so that's what, that was the reason for the inauguration. And that's why it was so big. Because it only happens well, it's never happened before, but we waited 500 years for that. And so to be there for that opportunity was really beautiful. And as what Rishi was saying, what was really interesting is when we were waiting in line to have darshan of Ram.
There you are.
Oh, yeah, it's a nice picture. When we were waiting, so we were waiting in line, and as you can see, it's super crowded. And the thing was that there was some issues logistically, and they would not open the doors. So we had to literally wait there for almost 1.5, 2 hours. So you can imagine, you have the sadhus, right? Long dreads, almost naked, like wearing like nothing. And then you have like the Bollywood stars. And they're like right next to each other. And so I could see the pure fear of these people as they were sitting next to the sadhus. Because the sadhus, they're not messing around, right? If you're going for Ram, they're gonna push you. They're gonna kick you out of the way.
They know what is important.
Yeah, and all of the Bollywood stars are all like, oh my God, what's happening? And so like slowly, as the doors were closed, every single one of them started to leave. And then it happened, it was just the sadhus. And then the temple opened and everybody got darshan. And so Ram made everybody work for it a little bit before they entered. And as we were leaving, we left the temple premise. And the thing was, there's only 2,000 tickets that were given. But there was 500,000 people that had come to Ayodhya that were not allowed to have darshan of Ram. So they were just literally waiting outside. And they were all like 500,000 people, imagine. And as we were walking out, Guruji looked at me and said, you know, Ram right now is not so present in that temple. But tomorrow when they enter, Ram will come alive.
The devotees.
And so for me, there was such a beautiful moment where, yes, we worship the deities, but if there's no love, there's no Shakti, it's just a stone. Right? What makes the deities come alive is the love of the people. And so it was so beautiful to see all of these people that were not rich, that were not Bollywood stars, but made the trip and were waiting so eagerly to come in. And I think that's what, brought Ram there.
And by the way, you were part of the big miracle, because actually Guruji decided to go to the Ram Mandir, like 10 days before?
Yeah, about 2 weeks before that, yeah.
2 weeks, okay, a long time. And people were waiting for maybe 1 full year to have the possibility to get 1 ticket to go inside. But what happened, Rishi?
Yeah, so the funny thing is there's so many stars and VIPs that are trying to get in and have their security staff. So many of them were denied, and they could go alone, but they were not allowed to have anybody with them, security staff, family, friends, whatever. And then Guruji comes along and he has, for whatever miraculous way, he ends up having 11 tickets. 11 tickets. And so he made it possible for some of us to come with him. But it's just incredible to see his Leela, right? Like, to get tickets to get in there, you had to be like months and months and months in advance, and super lucky to be able to go in there. But with Guruji's grace, we were allowed to be there, and he had 11 people with him. Because in the beginning he said he was invited, but alone. And he's like, no, I don't want to go if I cannot take anybody with me. So then at the end, he ended up having quite a few tickets to allow us to witness this moment with him.
Many Ram devotees, no?
Coincidence.
Okay, thank you very much for coming. Thank you for sharing this inspiring moment in Ayodhya. And
Jai Shri Ram.
Jai Shri Ram. Yeah. So, I guess you can hear us in America. Jai Gurudev, Swami Tulsidas, are you there?
I see everybody. Happy New
Jai
Year.
Gurudev, Swami. We cannot see you yet. Just give us 1 second. There you are. Oh, Swami Sridhar, Jai Gurudev.
Jai Gurudev.
I'm not
Happy
sure you
New
can
Year,
look
everyone.
at us, but there is many people looking at you.
I can see you.
Nice. I'm sorry for you. And so, how are you doing?
Amazing, amazing. It's so wonderful just to be with everybody right now and also watch the recap of the beginning of the year, which to me felt like 10 years wrapped into one. And it's beautiful to see Elmira Temple, Paranithya Narasimha Temple, and Guruji's visit there, as well as to see some beautiful memories from his visit to Southern California and to the Paranithya, or sorry, the Pandaringa Temple here.
Swami Sridhar, how was to receive to Guruji at their place in California, right?
Yes, yes. It's in Long Beach, California. We're about a half hour south of Los Angeles. And it's actually my childhood home that I grew up in. Guruji came on the weekend of Super Bowl Sunday here in America, which
What does
I
it mean?
found
For a
Super Bowl
non-American, what does
Sunday-
it mean?
Super Bowl Sunday is the biggest day for American football of the year. It's like the grand final match that so many of Americans are tuned into. It's like a national holiday. And it's on a Sunday. It was on February 11th this year. And what was remarkable about it is we had an event at this small home in a suburban neighborhood in Long Beach. And we had over 500 people come for the day of the darshan, and 300 or so come for the inauguration, which was on Saturday. And when they came, there was cars in front of all the houses because people were gathering everywhere for Super Bowl Sunday. So the event was not an anomaly. It didn't stand out. I think everybody just accepted that today is a day that America parties. Only we were partying in a completely different realm, right? So I thought that was so amazing how Guruji planned the inauguration event on Super Bowl Sunday. And also on a side note, the day we inaugurated this temple was literally 11 years to the day when Guruji found me and met me. And that I also found remarkable. How do you plan that?
A nice anniversary.
Yes, yes.
It's beautiful to see us how he plans everything. Like we even heard now with Rishi Pankaj and Swami Chida sharing, he got one ticket, right? And it would be nearly impossible to get more, but if he wills it, he will make it happen. And so it's beautiful to hear. And a question for Swami Tulsidas. Could you tell us a bit about the developments now in the Elmira Ashram?
Yeah, so since the Narasimha inauguration in August, we have this amazing Ma temple now. So here is, right, yes, here we got Kali, Swamini Janani took care of her for like 12 years, but she lives here now. Back here we have Lakshmi, who Swamini Lakshmi took care of for many years. And then now we also have Durga. So we now have a second temple here in the ashram. We also have purchased the big building across the street, which was the school. We're now renovating it to hold, hopefully, 150 or more guests in the future. We'll have a big auditorium for Guruji's classes and all this kind of cool stuff. So I think many of you have heard about the cool program that Guruji will do. If you haven't heard, stay tuned. It's going to be amazing. So that'll be over there in the big building across the street. And yeah, we're just working hard, making everything possible for Guruji's visit later this year.
So he's
Or
going
next
there
year.
soon.
Still next
soon
year.
in 1 year.
2025, yeah.
When is he going, Swami?
August. He'll be arriving August 1st, and then he'll be here for, give or take, about 6 weeks.
So you all know. And
Yes, you all know now.
We have another Swami actually that stayed, thank God. Swami Chidananda. Also from America, from the United States. So you are the country maybe with more Swamis in the whole Bhakti Marga mission.
No idea.
Yeah, maybe. Could you tell us, we want to ask you, because after you left from Shree Peetha Nilaya, what about like 3 years ago, 4 years ago, you travel a lot. And you were all around different countries, but also in the US. How it is to bring the mission forward like this, going and openly speaking about Guruji, preaching, helping people in different parts of the society, in different circumstances. What can you share for all of us from your experience?
Well, I think just recently I was invited on this boat trip where we went across the Atlantic Ocean. And it was like a lot of very rich and influential people were on that boat. And so, of course, they invited certain people to speak about different things, meditation or philosophy or medicine or many different avenues. And so somehow I received an invitation to come and speak there. And so I had planned this talk with these people, very, very rich people, very much in the mind. And I was about to give the talk, and I'm on the boat, and I get a call from Guruji. Right? Or Guruji, there was a FaceTime, right? And so he's like, "Oh, what you doing?" I'm like, "Oh, I'm on this boat." And he looked up, and he's like, "Oh, a story came to me." And he's like, a long time ago, Tukaram had a disciple. And he would always go to Tukaram and say, I think we should present you to the world like this. I think you should do this or do that. And Tukaram would just say, no, I'm just going to chant the name of God. Right? That's all I'm going to do. Just chant the name of God. And the disciple got super angry at him and left him. And 10 years went by. And the disciple was sitting around, and all of a sudden he saw 1,000 people coming across, and they were all chanting Tukaram's name. And so the man runs to the crowd and says, "How do you know my guru? How do you know Tukaram?" And they said, "Who doesn't know Tukaram? All of India knows Tukaram." And the disciple's like, "Oh, I'm such an idiot. I wanted to try and convince my guru to teach in this way, and I lost 10 years with him. And if I just preached the name of God, I could be with him and reach so many people." He says this to me, it's like, okay, bye. Right? So now I'm like, okay, what do I do with that? So I had like this whole story planned about the mind and the philosophy, and I'm just like, you know what, screw it. There's only one thing I'm going to speak about, and that's Ram. So I just walked into the group. All the people are there. I'm like, you have no idea what I'm going to speak about, but I'm going to tell you a story about a person that I find inspiration in, and his name is Ram. I tell the whole story, and it's 4 parts, right? So after the first part, the time goes, and all the guys, they're like, don't stop. Who is this Ram? Who's Hanuman? You have to tell us more. And so they kept coming and coming, and even to this day, I get messages from these people saying, when can we hear more about Ram? When can I hear more about Ram? And so the whole point of the story is that even though we might think that Guruji can be traditional, or it might seem like what we're doing is super niche, actually every soul resonates with the message of Guruji. Because every soul resonates with love. And so if we're able to really genuinely bring it across in a way that's meaningful for us, then there's no issues. Everybody will resonate. We should not think that somehow this is very unique or people won't like it. Most people will resonate if you bring it across in the right way. So that's my experience.
Thank you, Swami. For the other side of the sea, of the ocean, can you share, please, your wishes for 2025? Swami Sridhar, Swami Tulsidas.
To love the Lord more. But what else is there to wish for, man? I don't know. Just to serve them better, serve Guruji better. What kind of question is that?
We're trying our best here, Swami Tulsidas.
Yeah, I'd have to say the same. Just to focus on the devotion to Guruji, to the sangha, to the temple here, to the connection between the two coasts of the USA, and to trust Guruji more and more and more, to just go deeper into his teachings and his message and his love, and to let go more and more and stay positive as much as possible.
Beautiful. Thank you very much for the well wishes. Thank you all the Swamis.
Thank you for being here, and yeah, we see you again, I guess, later on. Jai Gurudev.
Happy New Year, everyone.
Happy New Year.
And now we will go to a music break. We have Vikshar and Amayatma Das.
You didn't ask me for my well wishes.
That was awesome.
Beautiful.
That was awesome. Thank you, Vikshar. Thank you, Amiyatmadas.
Yes. Okay, we're on. Thank you very much. Very beautiful performance. Thank you all. Now we are already at the second quarter. We already went through the first quarter of events. And so we have now the second rewind video waiting for us.
Jai Gurudev.
Jai Gurudev. I'm Santoshi.
I'm Sindhu Dasi.
So we will now continue the hosting. And next up, we have the India trips of 2024.
Yes, we have Rishika Abhirami and Radha Dulari Dasi joining us from Vrindavan. So hopefully they'll be connecting in soon.
Jai Gurudev.
Jai Gurudev. Welcome both. Nice to see you. We are really curious how Vrindavan is on New Year's Eve. We're not sure it's such a thing over there.
Yeah, we have many people in the temple right now. They are starting kirtan in 25 minutes.
Very nice.
And have kirtan and enter New Year's arati.
Beautiful, lovely. So we wanted to chat to you both about Holi in Vrindavan. And so we're just curious to hear from you. Why is it that Guruji always celebrates Holi in Vrindavana, and what the significance is of spending Holi in Vrindavana? And also why you would invite anyone or recommend anyone to come and spend that time in Vrindavan with Guruji?
So I would say that firstly, Vrindavan is the place where this Leela was originally performed by Radha and Krishna. And Guruji always says that when we immerse ourselves and drench ourselves with the colors of the Lord, we lose our ego, selfish identity, and we actually take identity of the Lord. We even look like Him because, when you mix all of these colors together, you actually become dark blue. I remember experiencing it myself, and you don't get rid of it also easily. So it stays for some time. And of course, doing it in the land of the saints, meeting the saints of Raj, who inside of themselves relieve this Leela spiritually, being with their spirits in actual spiritual realm of Kalokdham, Vrindavana, and being in touch of this land, it makes this experience more special.
Can you also tell us again when it is happening this year, the Holi pilgrimage?
This year, the trip will start on the 12th of March and end on 19th of March. And Holi itself is celebrated around 13th, 14th of March.
And also I was wondering what, if I may ask, which seva do you both do during these events?
Some of you want to start?
Okay, so we have a mix of sevas. So I do media mostly, but then also I'm helping with guiding everybody through the streets of Vrindavan because it's not easy. It's very easy to get lost. Even the first year of living here, I had no idea where I was going. So, and also encourage people not to get scared of what is going on the streets of Vrindavan. Yeah, just to be a helping hand to make sure that everyone feels safe and everything, because it can be overwhelming. Yeah. And mostly what I do, you see, actually, quite some years back, Guruji gave me a dash to organize the trips in India with him and also without him. So there is the whole program that we run over the year, organizing the trips to different places of India and even Nepal. And that is to, of course, to deepen experience of India for different people, for devotees, followers, also newcomers. And this is something very special. I feel that Guruji has given to us to do himself. That was his initiative. And for some trips, he comes himself, Holi, let's say, Karnataka trip this year, this passing year that we had, and many others that for sure you're familiar with. But also the other trips that we do for people to really experience India. And he trained me and whoever is participating in the organizing it actually very personally. And you know how his training is. he trained us to do something really special and exclusive and how he wants things to be. So this is my job. My job is to coordinate that and to my seva, not job, but a job in the seva sense of this word, to coordinate and to also bring all the departments to work together on the event, let's say, of Holi, and also pre-plan to go to all the places, to meet with the saints, to find the secret places that nobody, let's say, no European eye seen before. And that what makes the actual event afterwards very special. Even now for the coming Holi, there are some places that I'm preparing for Guruji and people to see. The Guruji have not been there. And the pilgrims from Bhakti Marga will go there for the first time as well. And it's going to be very special in this way.
Thank you. Can you share a little bit about any personal moments or transformative experiences that you've had with Guruji in India?
Yeah, I would like to share one from the last trip in Kerala. So actually this last trip to Kerala was so transformative that we even did a satsang specifically, especially about this trip with Swami Parantapa. And there is a recording of that if whoever is interested, we can share. One of the highlights was that it was the first time that Guruji has been with a big group of Western participants, European participants mostly, well, mixed group, in the Guruvayur temple and also in the Padmanabha Swami temple, which normally don't allow any person, any foreigner, any person from other country than India to enter the temple. So we managed to organize that. And again, this is due to Guruji's guidance and the training that he gave to me, that I learned that he always, whenever he visits the temples, actually he likes it, and he told it to me, he likes that it's organized on the level of the temple authorities so that, number one, everybody can enter. Number two, they can be received and guided around the temple and also given special darshan of the deity. So this is what we're always trying to do. And this time when, actually some years back, he tried already visit Guruvayur temple with a group of his foreigner devotees from all over the world. And he could enter, of course, but they could not enter the temple. And so he refused to go also. So this time when we were there, it was such a special moment for me to see him, surrounded by 100 or more, 110 we were, the devotees from all over the world, mostly white, being in the middle of Guruvayur temple, and he looked so happy. And then when we were, after the darshan in Padmanabha Swami, we were coming out. It was already in the end of the trip. So it was the second main temple, which was very hard to get entrance to. So when we were coming out, I felt like fulfillment. I felt the satisfaction of what was achieved, what was done. And I knew, although Guruji never looked at me at this moment, didn't say anything at this moment, I could feel that the feeling was given by him. This feeling of, yes, like you fulfilled what I would want you to do. And that the transformation in that, what I understood in this moment was that if you really give yourself to him to guide you, if you really open yourself up for his energy to work through you, and you tune yourself with his guidance and what he would like to do, then he can make really miracles through you, because it was very difficult. It was almost impossible to get access to Guruvayur, and same to Padmanabha Swami, especially for such a huge group. I won't tell the secret how we did it, but people who participated, they know what we did. So anyway, the bottom line is that actually, I think Guruji achieved so many goals in between of doing even one event. And for us as a big group of Bhakti Marga with Guruji, be to such a big temple inside, it's revolutionary for the Hindu community of this surrounding areas, but also in the end for the whole Hindu community that we've done it. And of course, impact is big.
It's amazing. Thanks for sharing. It's truly a historical moment for us.
And you can see the grace of Guruji to be able to experience things that normally would not be possible unless he would be there as well. We wanted to also quickly talk about your social media projects and how you're expanding so much through these videos, Radha Dulari Dasi.
Yeah, you know, Guruji, he always says that we should read at least one verse per day of the Bhagavad Gita, and we loved your latest video, Radha Dulari Dasi. So we're going to show her video. We hope you'll enjoy.
Self-realization. Come.
You can say you can do so. In case you didn't hear, everyone really enjoyed and was laughing so much. So thank you, and please keep going because it's so beautiful to see what is possible.
Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you, Shika. Thank you, Radha Dulari Dasi, and Happy New Year.
Jai Gurudev. So next up, we would quickly like to talk about the Japan tour and the Bali trip with Swamini Priyavashini and Yamuna Sri.
Welcome both, Jai Gurudev.
Jai Gurudev.
So Guruji had his recent trip to Japan this year, and he seems to show a liking to Japanese culture and people. Can you share a little bit about the time there and why that is?
Yeah, I think what he likes about the Japanese is that they are very disciplined, and when they are focused on the right thing, like now to do everything what he says, and they are doing this, and this is also what he's reminding us actually every day in the satsangs, that we should spend more and more time with God and make him like priority. And I think when I see the Japanese devotees, they are very much doing this. They're waking up at 4 in the morning and they do their sadhana sometimes till 8. And my mother also every day she's doing, I think, almost 4 hours sadhana, and before she goes to sleep again, some hours. I think this is actually in line what Guruji wants from us.
And how is your mother Swamini doing, and how is the mission also growing there?
So Guruji came last time. So he was this year in April. He was there for 12 days, and the time before he was like 6 years, I think 6 years not there. So my mother actually didn't saw him for 4 years. So meanwhile, there was like 3 new temples. So Guruji inaugurated 3 new temples and did four darshans. And I remember first time he came in 2015, and my mother and me were almost alone there because there was no devotees and so on. And I remembered only 90 people registered back then, and we were a bit stressed about that. Like, Guruji's coming to Japan, and there's only 90 people waiting for him. And we even asked him.
Could you hold the mic a little bit closer?
So, and we even told him, like.
Sorry, can you take the other mic? That we just received the message that the mic wasn't working.
Okay, so better?
Yes.
So when he came 2015, we told him beforehand, like only 90 people will come. And then he said, don't worry, the next time there will be double, and then the next time double. So this year he came the fourth time, and it was like more than 1,000 people coming. Yeah. So.
Incredible. And it was this really beautiful moment seeing that video of Swamini and Guruji reuniting at the airport. It's very, very heartwarming. And so what kind of events did he do in Japan?
So there was three new temples. So one was in the north of Japan, one more in the middle, and one in the south. So the temple for my mother is in the south. So he inaugurated those temples, and then he did 4 darshans, and satsangs, and Atma Kriya 2 initiations, and so on. Yeah.
Beautiful. And as a Swamini now, what are your plans? Are you planning to move to Japan as well?
Yes, I will. So it was actually interesting that I'm today sitting with Yamuna Shri, because in 2015 we were together, the first time when Guruji was there, and there he told me actually that one day when my mother will be not so active anymore, that I will have to go to Japan and continue what she's doing. I think back then I was somehow having difficulties to believe it, but now, next year, beginning of March, I will move there.
Wow. Big news. And Yamuna, tell us about the pilgrimage in Bali. What is so special about Bali?
Well, first I want to say 10 years ago she was shocked when Gurudev said that she will go to Bali one day. So I remember very well this little moment, and now I see her and I'm so happy and proud of the development. And I'm also very happy about the development in all the countries and also in the pilgrimages. So Bali was the second time. The first time was private, a couple of years ago. And that time what was special are definitely the people, so kind, so humble, so sweet. And then to visit the temples where you saw in the movie with the water ceremony, especially the Prabhus, they had the pleasure to be with Gurudev. We heard it only from far away. So thanks, we have the VP team, so we could see it later. And mostly we were touched how everything was working out, because he came from Japan via Hong Kong. And, Swamiji has his own plan when he arrives, and then you say you have a plan, so on 9 o'clock we start. And then maybe he's coming on 11 o'clock, or maybe 10:30, whatever. And so we were prepared, and then we had 6 mini vans, and we wanted just on 10 o'clock start. And then Gurudev jumped into the van. And I was totally surprised. He was never so punctual. And then the next day it happened again. And on the third day he realized he is not in Japan anymore. So that I wanted to add on, because the punctuality and the correct timing in Japan is unique. And you can't transfer it to other countries. So in Bali, then there was much more the, let's say, normal flow. And one day where he was really, really late, and the 5 minibuses were waiting in the Garuda statue, and I took all my, let's say, courage, and went to him and asked him and said, the people are waiting already 2.5 hours. Then he said, what is this, Yamuna? Some were waiting 4,000 years for me. So, and I think this is what we have to remember all the time, how lucky we are.
Thank you for sharing. It's truly like this, and it really connects to the next question that we had on how it actually is for you to organize in the background all of these pilgrimages that happen.
Well, it's a good question. I break it down to one word: challenging. I've learned a lot from beginning on, 2005 more in the background, from 2009 on official, later on with, of course, a lot of help, also Priya Vashini and others. And I made some note that I don't forget to say it, because I think this is very important. To be in the present moment and to be in the flow. This is what I had to learn, and I'm in that. I'm still not finished. So as much I try to organize, of course it has to be organized. You have to have the hotels, the flights, the schedule, but then you have to be very flexible and to always be with the people and try also for them the best, or you have a certain appointment in a temple or in a restaurant, and then you have to let it go and trust. So the most important what I had learned was to trust the Guru, that he always knows better. And when I can add one thing on, because for me it was very important in Bali to see on the third day, his auntie was passing away shortly before, and then he met Krishna and Yashodhari in a temple while he had just a break and coming later to us. And I think everyone who saw online or was there was so touched, because I think this was one of the biggest darshan we ever got from him.
We're going to ask you to take the mic. Thank you.
Because he was in such a state of love and compassion, and we know him. He is mostly always there, but here he showed it to us. He showed us the full energy of Yashodhari and Krishna, and he was so touched that he was crying. And that moment I will never forget in my life. I mean, this is unique, what happened. And of course, I'm looking forward now to Bali 2025. We will have the Guru Gita commentary there. So 14 full days plus 2 days where also there is a darshan, which was also unique this year and will be unique next year again. So I can only say, try to come.
Thank you both so much. Thank you, Swamini. Thank you, Yamuna, for joining us. And we wish you a happy end of the year. So next up, we are going to be talking about Peru. And we will be joined now by Swamini Prabhavati, who is in South America at the moment. So just tuning her in. Jai Gurudev, Swamini.
Jai Gurudev.
Jai Gurudev, everybody.
Hi, lovely to see you. Swamini is in the middle of an Atma Kriya yoga teacher training, and she's breaking up her time to be live with us. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
So we just had, since you're also there right now, could you share with us how the mission is going in South America? And yeah, just shortly.
Sure. I take care of the Spanish-speaking countries here. So mainly we have 3 bigger ones, Argentina, Peru, and Colombia. That's where more things are going on. The place where we have more devotees and small little ashram is in Argentina. In Peru, we have 2 little temples, one in Lima and one in Tacna, and a future temple in Cusco. And in Colombia, we don't have any temple yet, but we are looking for a place, and we have less devotees and followers than in the other 2 countries. And this year, precisely, we have begun to have more people asking from Central America also. And also this year I visited a new country, Venezuela, because Guruji asked me to go there. And next year there will be more countries in the list in South America.
Already sounds like so much. And do you know how many groups of people are following Guruji in South America, estimated?
Number of people, it's difficult to say. Also, it depends how we understand the thing of following him, but for sure, many hundreds. Because since the coronavirus time, many people had darshan online from South America, and people who are following, I think, now with social media and everything, could be more than 1,000 for sure. But really close to us, maybe not so many yet.
Guruji visited in 2019 Peru, is that correct?
Yeah, June 2019.
19. Can you share a couple of insights about that time?
Yeah, it was a lovely time. It was the first time he was here, and before we began with the tour here, he told me he wanted to spend time with the devotees. So that's what we did really, and he spent a lot of time with devotees. As always, he changed plans many times. It was super funny, and everything went well, because he's always in charge of everything. And he was especially happy, let's say, with Peru, with the people here, and actually exactly after he was here, he said he wanted to do a pilgrimage here.
We actually have a promotional video to show everybody
about the upcoming virtual pilgrimage in Peru, which is super exciting. It's amazing, Swamini. We're really excited to come to your side of the world. Machu Picchu is one of the 7 wonders, and it's this super sacred place, right? Where there's this Andean energy, and Lake Titicaca, for example, is in the Andean tradition where the sun god was born, and it's very, very spiritually powerful. Can you tell us a little bit about how one can participate and anything along those lines?
Yeah, we are actually super, super, super blessed because I don't know if Guruji is going to do this pilgrimage again, and the grace that we have that we can participate online, that devotees, okay, I'm going to be there, but anyway, this virtual pilgrimage for many people who couldn't come to Peru is a super great opportunity. And also, as always, the people who participate online will have the pilgrimage for 1 year. And it's really special. I think many people from many countries may not know many things in Peru, but they have heard about Machu Picchu or Titicaca Lake, and it's really very special opportunity to be there with Guruji, because it could be special to go there alone, but with Guruji is something different, definitely.
It's going to be also Guruji's first time also at those places, if I understood correctly?
In this life, yes, as far as I know. And he has said, because I remember he asked me, I think it was in June 2019, why all the people want to go there, no? Referring to Machu Picchu, for example, as if he didn't know.
Beautiful. Thank you for coming and joining us. Have a beautiful rest of the evening and Happy New Year in advance.
Happy New Year, everybody. Much love from Lima.
Gurudev. And now we have a song coming up next.
Golden light pours out from your heart. You feel your love and tears flow like a river. Your eyes shine like stars and you show us the way to Narayana. Jaya Jaya Narayana.
Merciful Mother, you're always giving your love. 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 You're always giving your love. You're always giving your love. You're always giving love. You're always giving love.
Big applause for Elunata. Thank you. Jai Gurudev. So beautiful. Yeah. Amazing. So now we have the rewind video, part 3 of the night. So let's go into it, and then we will have Rishi Aradhaka with us. Jai Gurudev. Amazing. That was awesome. Thank you, the video team that is putting together all of these videos that we can actually see what happened during the year. It doesn't happen to you that each part of the video is like a full story. You were in each of them. I only know one person that was in all of those parts of all of those videos, that is Rishi Radhaka. Nice to have you again here. We saw you in every single photogram. So Rishi, thank you for coming. I guess everybody knows Rishi Radhaka. You're maybe the most famous person in Bhakti Marga after Guruji, because millions of people watch the kirtan sessions of Bhakti Marga. And always when I walk down and I go to the Saints Museum and I pass by the music room and I hear people playing inside, I wonder myself, what do these people do actually? And please share us, Radhaka, what is happening with the Bhakti Marga world in the music side?
Actually, it's a funny thing that I have listened my whole life, because my parents, they're musicians from formation. They lived doing music themselves. And then in school, they always ask me, like, what do your parents do? I say, they do music. No, nice, they do music, but what do they do for life? No, they do music, no, but what they do for work?
How do you gain your living? Yeah?
So we do a lot of things. Bhakti Marga music, we, of course, have a big part of the music videos that come out, and all the events in Bhakti Marga have live music. We have the teaching part of it and the country's coordination part of it. So it requires a lot of documents, a lot of meetings, a lot of personal talks to the countries, to the music CCs, and to the projects of each country, or sometimes of each region of each country. So my personal seva, I'm overseeing the countries, overseeing the music CCs, giving them support, approving the music teachers, helping them organize workshops, and then overseeing the events, and then Just Love Festival, and of course the Kirtan session, and also music albums from the musical side of it, because there is also the audio side of it, the marketing side of it, but from the musical side of it, so I'm coordinating that thing. So that's enough things to do.
Looks like a lot, thank you. And what is in this 2024, what could you say that was the highlight from the music side?
Many things happened this year. We saw in the second half of this year, Guruji has been very outspoken and pushy about all the devotees listening, doing bhajans and singing bhajans and kirtans.
It happened during the Prabhu darshan, like
Prabhu
2 days ago.
darshan, he said again, in Baku, in Azerbaijan, he said it. In Italy now he said it, Italians know. So he's been saying that, he always said it, but he increased a little bit the pressure. And if you want to know how Guruji expects all of the devotees to be, you should know 5 bhajans or kirtans by heart that you can sing at any moment from the top of your head. Simple things. Govinda Radhe, Govinda Radhe, Govinda. Simple things. Have it in the top of your head every time, 4 or 5 kirtans and bhajans that you can just sing like this. This is going to make Guruji very happy.
It can actually happen.
It is very easy. You just have to love it. If you love it, it's super easy. And it's less work than you think.
Yeah, actually, last year during the Prabhu's darshan, Guruji was pushing the Prabhus a little bit to clap and sing with him. And then you can see how he raised the bar. This year, he actually started giving the mics out, and the Prabhus need to give the mic one another and sing one part of a bhajan. Yeah. How was that experience for you?
Oh, I was super happy. It was so nice. Yeah. Among the Prabhus, every Prabhu darshan, we have this brotherhood feeling. It's like we are a gang of 400 people, support each another. So the Prabhus have a very nice brotherhood energy, So when some people, they are insecure, but everybody supports. Doesn't matter if it's good, if it's a little bit out of tune, a bit out of melody. Everybody supports, and then it works. And that's a beautiful message for all the devotees. It's not about you being perfect. It's about you trying and having the support of the devotees. If you try your best and the devotees around support you, everything can be achieved.
And thinking now, or talking about the Shaslo Festival, that is the biggest music festival that we have. Mm-hmm. What can you say about 2024? And 2025, we will speak later about that. There is more people coming, but for sure you can share which artists are coming. And
just a short thing before. about the Bhakti Marga music, what we achieved this year, we started releasing all the kirtan videos, which is the Bhakti Marga product that's most seen. So we released all the videos, what was a hard work from the internal team, from the audio team like Bhavesh, Kabir, Kanaka, Das, everybody here in SPN worked very hard, some people from outside SPN, to put everything also on Spotify, Apple Music. And only on Spotify this year we have far more than 2 million streams. And this year we created a new account. Before it was Bhakti Marga, and then we've been asked to change to Bhakti Marga Music. So we created a new account on Spotify and everywhere. And on this new account, in 1 year, we reached far more than 2 million streams with new albums and everything. So it's a very nice step.
Well, we could see all the pictures. Maybe you can speak about that. The pictures we just saw.
It was Kirtan session with Metli Thakur, which is going viral. It's like 3-4 million views in a couple of months. We have also Nandini Shankar in 1 month, like almost 200,000, and it's people in India talking about it a lot. Metli came 2 years ago. And then this year, we were talking to her. She unfortunately has already other concerts that she cannot cancel, but we got 2 Indian artists already confirmed for next year. Very famous Indian artists, actually. Vinay Varanasi and Bharat Balvali, a Marathi singer and a South Indian storyteller and Carnatic singer. And Guruji likes them very, very much. Guruji always listens to them. So you can already check them online. So you are ready to sing along next year. Bharat Balvali and Vinay Varanasi. They are verbally confirmed. Tickets are not yet booked, but everything
can change.
Everything can change.
I think we are used to that. Yeah. Parvati Baul also was.
Parvati Baul, of course, came. She's now like a Guruji's sister. They even exchanged the Rakhi, like from Raksha Bandhan. So they are brother and sister now, Guruji and Parvati Baul. And it's very sweet, their relationship. And every time she comes here, or Guruji goes there, it's very nice to see them together, how they like each other and how they respect each other's mission and support each other's mission. And yeah, these 2 years we had, Parvati was very special. We had Pratish from Abhangari Post. In the beginning of this year, there's one video that Bhakti Marga Music did together with Abhangari Post from Pratish. The Pundalika Varade Hari Vittala. There's one big music streamer in India called Hungama. And in that music streamer, that video that we did in collaboration with them was the collaboration video of the year. We won a prize in India. But more important than that is like, I was some weeks ago with Kanakadas in Latvia and Lithuania. And we were sitting in devotees' house and ashrams. And Kanakadas was like looking at the devotees the whole day, watching Guruji's kirtan sessions, kirtans on a YouTube channel. And he looked at us and said, wow, this is really one of the most important things we do. No? I say, yes. Every time you travel, all the devotees, they are just constantly listening to Guruji singing and to the devotees singing. And this becomes such an important part of our lives. And sometimes we are doing this seva from Shree Peetha Nilaya, and we don't have the reference of how big it is outside this place, how much the devotees are actually listening to it and making it part of their lives. Sometimes we don't have the perspective. Sometimes you work for 10 hours in one video. When the video is released, you don't want to listen to that anymore. You're like, no, I'm out of it. So it's very beautiful to see.
Also, like, things takes time, no? I think we have this, at least in my case, I'm not so patient sometimes, and all of this work that was happening in Bhakti Marga over the years, like Guruji's work, intense work, trying to infuse this love for kirtan, then now it starts to crystallize, starts to manifest actually the results, but it's the work of the last 20 years.
Yeah.
And the effort you are doing now, and maybe this will impact in the future years. Not
in music and kirtan, of course, something can go viral suddenly, but you cannot count with it. The internet is its own animal. So the only thing that works is to be constant and don't let anxiety and expectation destroy your motivation. You just have to be constant and do the best you can, constant, doing the best you can, and then it just takes the time it takes, and something very good is built up. And this thing that is built up, I'm pretty sure we are talking about many, many, many years. I believe hundreds of years.
Richard, about GLF for this 2024, what is your takeaway?
I mean, we definitely manage to organize it better every time. And there's something very special that has been happening, is that Bhakti Marga has been more and more discovered by the Indian communities. And that's something that makes Guruji very happy. You know? Guruji is clearly somebody who wants to unite Sanatana Dharma in Hinduism. We are Vaishnavas, but we welcome everybody who loves God. And we want to be together with everybody that loves God, that loves Sanatana Dharma. And that we see more and more Sanatanis from the whole world coming here, apart from all the devotees. Our 2,000-3,000 devotees, they come. But to have all these other people coming to Shree Peetha Nilaya, to Just Love Festival, and feeling home, like finding their culture and even going deeper in their culture. Like sometimes people come to us and say like, oh, like my grandmother was talking about Bhagavad Gita, but you guys really know a lot about Bhagavad Gita. It's so nice. I want to learn too, you know? And that's something very special about JLF for me. And of course, this is, Just Love Festival is, for me, is the main celebration of Bhakti Marga about our existence. You know? You have Krishna Janmashtami, where we celebrate Krishna. Ram Navami, we celebrate Rama. But in Just Love Festival, we celebrate that we exist, that Bhakti Marga exists, that devotees exist, that we are together, that we can spend time together singing the name of God. You know, that's personally for me the vibe of Just Love Festival.
Haribo, Just Love. Thank you, Richard Adaka. Thank you for coming again. Beautiful. Look, in a way, also I see how all the arms of Bhakti Marga are advancing, you know. But it's true that if you go around and you mention Bhakti Marga, people immediately connect it or with kirtan or with satsang. Yeah. So, Jai Gurudev, thank you, Guruji, for bringing you to the mission. And now we will have a video about Guru Gita, and after that we have a very special segment with the Swamis of Bhakti Marga.
Knows one thing, what you are receiving right now, it is for the future. Those who will be born, let's say in 3-4 generations from now, they will be born with that knowledge. That is a contribution which you have made the Sadguruju. And that is the seva actually, indirectly, without even you realize it, what you have done. You think it just happened in one day like that? There's a long time plan. You come to the Sadguru's feet, you listen, but when you go, it's not the same person which go. One person come, a different person go. The hope I have. Transformation have to happen. Change have to happen. Something have to die inside of you for a new one to awake. The Sadguru, out of his grace, out of his love, compassion, he incarnate externally, and yet he's the one which reside inside of your soul. Can we understand such a being? The form of the Sadguru is not just like any other human. He chose to keep that form to anchor and to establish the kingdom of love in this world. The soul longs for only one thing, to seek the Sadguru, to find him, not external, but to find him in each moment of our life. But for that to happen, we have to make a certain commitment to our spiritual path. Are we really ready for that commitment? Are we really ready for that determination? Life after life, you have been reminded to come out from this same scheme which you have created. Sadhguru come and said, hey, enough is enough. How many times you're not tired enough? If you turn towards your Atma, you will see that your Atma doesn't rejoice. Again and again, the Sadhguru keep rescuing the Bhakta. And again, the Bhakta keep trying to drown oneself back into the dirty pond of the world. Just like an elephant in the presence of the Sadhguru, everything is accelerated. He come, pressure gun, start washing, removing all the dirt which you have accumulated. all this negativity are being cleansed away. But you have to be patient. You have to let the Sadguru do its work. You don't see that you have this poison inside of you. The Sadguru first have to take that poison out. And when the Sadguru start to remove that poison from you, when the poison come to the surface, whose fault it is? It is always the fault of the Sadguru. You turn against him, you walk away, you think ill of him, you talk bad about him because you don't see what the Sadguru have done for you. But the Sadguru keep coming. In spite of all the tribulation, he said the perfect example, one should learn from the positivity, the faith, the trust, the joy which the Sadguru have at all time. And above all, that determination and his self-sacrifice. The self-sacrifice, not for his sake, for the sake of others. It's true, to handle the Sadguru is not an easy thing. The Sadguru is the one who can challenge you in every single ways you can ever imagine. I'm talking about it with experience right now. If challenges is not given to you, you will never change. Nobody grow as fast as when one goes through challenges. Many times he also is the one that create obstacles so that he can see how the bhaktas can deal with them and with which attitude they deal with that. For the Sadguru, it is not the result which he is interested in, It is the process, how do you get there? How you handle it? What have you understand through the countless teaching of the Sadguru? To what limit the Sadguru can test the devotee? The greater the test, the greater is the blessing. You see the test as something terrible. Ask yourself this question: how much that person must trust me? How much that person must love me? How much do you trust him? Why do you think the Sadguru wastes his time to come here? Sacrificing himself, knowing that sooner or later he will get kicked. But still, the Sadguru don't stop loving, don't stop giving. Those who are fully surrendered, that bhaktas knows that their life may look full of hardship, but the Sadguru will never let them down or alone. He knows that the hardship are just a reason to remember the Guru more and more and grow one's faith in him. This deep faith can move mountain. It can attract the grace and love of the Sadguru and make him run to his bhakta. We could tie ourselves to his lotus feet in eternal service, and yet his love cannot be repaid. It can only be surrendered to and love in return. Courage is important, strength, resilience. One have to be patient. Love have to be there. Trust have to be there. Because very often we just like to take the responsibility and dump it upon the Guru. We don't want to assume our responsibility. Guruji will do it. Yes or no? But Guruji said also, try your best. He will do the rest. But you don't even try the best. You just want him to do it from the beginning itself. Your responsibility, you have to assume. Does one listen deeply to the satsang of the Sadguru? Does one try to study deeply about the spiritual path revealed by the Sadguru? Does one put the word of the Sadguru deep inside one's heart? Most of the time, no. When Sadguru said, don't worry, why should I not worry? How should I not worry? Why did he not give me a mantra? And you have heard countless of experience from the devotee in darshan when they talk. I said, not to worry. I can act only when you stop worrying. When you are worried, I can't do anything. But you love your worry. You love your logic. You love your reasoning. You can't be simple. If you are simple, you will just listen to what the Guru is saying and just do it. Remind yourself of the graces and blessing of the Sadguru. Be grateful about it. At least when you wake up in the morning, try to have the thought of the Sadguru inside of your mind. Just a thought. And if you can't that, at night, at least before going to bed, You can do that now. The time to transform yourself is now. The time to change the mind and transform it is only when the Sadguru is with you. Learn to love unconditionally now. That entire potency of transformation resides in that present moment. And the key to all of this is the Sadguru. When you transform, that will also help generation to come. So indirectly, he's appointing also all of you to carry his love onward. But for that, you have to be ready. You have to reflect your Sadguru. One day when the Sadguru is not here, you will be the one which will carry that mission. The devotee don't understand. They think that, yes, we have time. When you have to become from a follower to a disciple is when the Sadguru is in the body itself. That is why it is very important, no matter what, hold strongly upon your sadhana. Hold strongly upon the divine name of Shri Hari Shivitthal Giridhari Parabrahmane Namaha. Because the positive energy and love automatically flow from the heart of the bhakta to the world. You become a movable temple. You become emissaries of the Sadguru. Wherever you go, you radiate that love and grace of the Sadguru. Before you live this reality, you have to taste the nectar of true love. You have to taste that bliss. Because it is that bliss which is the visa for Vaikuntha. Without tasting that bliss, the gate of Vaikuntha will not open up. But even if it is not open, the Sadguru will open the window of Vaikuntha for you. And he will give his hand to pull you inside by the window. So be ready to climb even by the window. The Sadguru is not just the bridge to reach Bhagavan. The Sadguru is the bridge, the companion, and the destination, all three in one. The Sadguru is the most merciful. Don't be fooled by the exterior of his strictness and sternness. The Sadguru's sternness hide actually his greatest love. Can you sit at the corner there? You keep standing and walking around. Even yesterday, it was love. Not to disturb all of you. So glory be to the Guru, who is strict. At the same time, loving, so that the devotee is not disturbed.
Haribol! Glory to the Guru, who is strict and loving at the same time. And with that, we welcome all, not all, almost 6 appointed Swamis of Bhakti Marga. Welcome all of you. Jai Gurudev, Swami Akash, Swami Revati, Swami Niruddha, Swami Kuru, Swami Keshavananda, and Swami Anashuya. Thank you for being here. As every year is one of my favorite times of the evening, because you can ask whatever you want and you can have many diverse answers. And I think this is the beauty of Guruji, that put so different people together, and he wants them to work together to bring this mission forward. So the first question I have today is, where do you think was the focus of Guruji in 2024?
Jai Gurudev. To me, it was about moving forward. Like you even mentioned it now. It was about moving forward. It was about raising the standards. It was about how we can take things to the next level. So always just looking to what is the next step, be it personally, in your sadhana, in your service, in maturity, in your relationship with Guruji, in your relationship with God. There's a lot of things that are being done, that were done in 2024, that I think we will see the impact of properly in the years to come. You know, so many temples and ashrams opening. On the spiritual side of things, of course, the Sampradaya growing, Siddhanta, things like this. And I think it's really steps forward that may appear small on first inspection, but I think further down the road, it's big steps moving forward.
I would say it's clarity on every level, where basically with these talks, what Guruji gives in the Guru Gita, his tweets, he speaks clearly about the importance of the Sadguru, which he has always done, but it seems the way he has done it this year, it's just like it's going deeper and deeper. The clarity, what we are about, is becoming more and more clear in the message of Guruji to us. And also the Siddhanta makes things so crystal clear, binds everything together, and that helps us actually to go to this place of improving and perfecting on all those different levels, which I think also will show step by step for each and everybody personally and for the whole mission together.
To not waste time. That's what sticks with me. We're wasting time, and he's saying that very strongly lately. So I think we need to meditate on that.
I try not to repeat. I would say to find the right balance between continuation and keeping discipline in what we already do, and at the same time push for improving. And I think it's actually very difficult to find the right balance, because I think both are very, very important. And often we tend to quote unquote stagnate and just keep doing what we're doing and being disciplined, and then we forget to try to improve and challenge ourselves. And sometimes we try to challenge and improve ourselves, but we forget to have the continuity that it takes also. So I would say it's to find the right balance in personally and as Bhakti Marga to have both. And I think it's not only for this year, I think it's for next year also.
For myself, what I could see is that with all the tweets that Guruji's been giving over the last year, plus also the commentary that he gave with the Guru Gita, he's giving us the opportunity to get to know the Sadguru at a deeper level. And of course, he wouldn't give that unless, to a certain extent, we were more able to understand and comprehend the nature of the Sadguru. But he's bringing it across clearer and clearer, like who the Sadguru is. He's always using the stories of the saints indirectly to point to the nature of the Sadguru's mission on the earth, the capabilities of the Sadguru. And he was saying just a second ago, he knows he's the path, he's the destination, but he's also walking with us. He's the guide. So he's all three in one. And this is becoming clearer and clearer, at least for me. And I think with the philosophy that Guruji is crystallizing, specifically over the last, let's say, few years, the Academy has been working on this, but it's bringing it to a point of clarity where I think even the general public can begin to, even at a first glance, begin to understand him a little bit more, like, who is he? And it's becoming more personal, especially with the tweets that Guruji's been making.
Swami Akash, sorry, I think I didn't present you as one of the appointed Swamis, but Swami Akash is also part of them.
Yeah, you did.
And my favorite host.
You actually did. For me, this year was about understanding that I need to listen more to Guruji. I need to listen more to the Guru. I have to stop to put my mind, ideas, and myself between what he says and what I think is right or it might be better. And in that effort to listen to him and then doing what he says, to trust God. And as he told me specifically, to get out of the way. So in that sense, to trust him that there's a bigger plan, and if I do what he says, the problems are if I put myself in the middle. If I put myself, my ideas, my ego, my personalities in between, I'll stop the flow of grace to go through. And so that's what I've been working and what I want to work all next year and the years to come.
Thank you. Recently, I'm not sure I should drop this one, but I will. A few days ago, in the Christmas Eve, Guruji, I think, surprised everybody, and he said that next year it will be the last year that he will be actually close, physically close to people. And after that, he will somehow take distance. How do you take this statement from Guruji?
I think that he will be close to who he has to be close to. And he can be close in so many different ways. You know, it's one of those things that I think it's almost like if you worry about that, then you should be worried. Otherwise, just trust him the same way as if you would be close. If you would be close, you still have to trust him. You can't take him for granted. If he's far away, you trust him nonetheless that he's with you, as he said also in the Guru Gita course. I think it changes very little in terms of what we have to do and who we have to be. Now, what it may do is that it may be the kick to the system that reminds us of who we have to be. That, yes, and I think it's the oldest lesson and the oldest style of teaching this lesson, that is, if you want someone to understand the value of what they have, take it away from them. It's really simple. But again, the act of taking away, we may look at that and think, oh, that's a bit, sad or cruel. But if the purpose of taking away is that you learn to value it more, then it's loving. Because by valuing it more, you're actually more connected to it, or connected to it in a better way. So in the end, it's love, it's loving, it's what's best for us. I believe that before he said it on that lunch, that he does whatever's best for us. It's not one lunch satsang that's going to change that belief. So he's still doing what's best for us, just in a different way.
Well, we're all here because we want to grow. We want to grow spiritually. We want to grow in the love for God. But as much as we want it, he wants it 1,000,000 times more. And he actually has all the power to do so. So obviously, by making more clear how important the Sadguru is and how precious it is, there's a part which, when you hear those words, it's like, oh my God. The most important thing to be close to him is now getting more rare. At the same time, it gives appreciation. And as he always says, the connection should be something within. So we are called to make our connection more and more within with him. By being sincere, by really focusing on what it is, living the teachings, putting them into practice, serving selflessly, striving to become the better version of ourselves, being sincere with ourselves. And then when we dive deep within, then he's always there. He can't be far away. He's closer than our own breath, in essence. And that's where we have to get to. And in that sense, there's no question of real separation, even though on a mind level, it is something which gives a little tweak.
Similar to my two brothers, what they shared, I don't see him distancing himself. What seems like distancing is his way of removing distance. And it's almost like a prerequisite. Already, I think, in the last women's darshan, I think he said it himself to the Matajis who were there, that because he actually went even closer to them somehow, from what I heard, and was commenting on it and say, like, look, I'm even closer to you now than before. I think when he distances himself, seemingly he does the opposite. But he has to do it for us to change something in us, to remove a barrier that he sees. And it reminds me of Krishna removing himself from the gopis. Not that I want to compare any one of us with the gopis, but he does it to only come closer to them afterwards. And so I think whatever Guruji does is always out of love, and love always comes closer, never distances itself really. And I think that's how we have to look at it.
I would say, in a sense, the role of the Guru is to challenge and to push us to move. As human beings, we, with a human mind, we always have this tendency to dwell in comfort and comfort zones. And I think that's what he continuously does and does with this also. For me, the feeling that comes when he says that is, like they already said, it's not so much of a difference. It's for me a feeling of, I need to take responsibility, and we all need to take responsibility for his mission. It is not only his mission, it is our mission. And maybe sometimes we need to stop staring at him as a physical body and just do what he tells us to do, to inspire each other, to inspire new people to come to him, to be able to get a taste of the incredible gift that he's here to give to us and to everybody. So for me, I very much feel like it's like he's trying to eagerly, in some way, push us into, I don't know which gear it is now, second gear maybe. I think if Guruji has a lot of more gears left to go to, and I think we're struggling to get into second gear. And that's what I feel like. He's trying to push us and to push Bhakti Marga into the next gear. And it's so hard with, all those comfortable mindset loving people. And yeah, so we just, like Swami Akash actually said, sometimes all that we need to do is get out of the way and, stop trying to get in the handbrake while he's trying to push the gas pedal.
It's interesting to hear what Guruji has said, because automatically when he, let's say, pulls himself back, obviously it may feel like that there's a space created, but actually his teachings are always with us. And I think by default, if we don't have him so much available personally, people ideally will be focused onto the teachings themselves. But another thing that I found humbling over the years when I've been traveling to different countries is how devotees who live, thousands of miles away, how they have experiences. And just by listening to their experiences, how close Guruji is to them, I feel humbled by that. But yet I just live a few meters from where he lives. Like I live right next door to him, He sleeps just over there, just a few meters away. But yet, listening to their stories when they live thousands of miles away, how close Guruji is to them, and it just reaffirms that reality. On the outside, it might look that he's pulling back, but yet, in the Guru Gita also says that there is no distance between the Guru and the devotee. So he's just trying to give more of himself ultimately to us in a roundabout way, but that's the way that he has to do it. So, yeah.
Maybe just to add to what they're saying, like we have seen, and they told us in how many countries he went this year. He went to more than 30 countries. He met thousands of people. He spent, the Guru Gita that we have seen, it was 2 weeks in the tent with everybody for hours and hours and hours and hours. And next year he's going to give another Guru Gita commentary in Bali from the 24th of October to the 9th of November. So again, he's going to give other 2 weeks of his time with all of the people. And I think at that point it's just about what are your priorities and when do you decide to spend time with him on a physical level. So are you going to take the chances to be with him where you can find them, whether he comes closer to you, to your country, or you take the time to meet him where he's going. And at the same time, if he distances himself physically, it's the moment to, as they were saying, to find him inside of you, but also to learn to find him in the devotees. And so it's about growing those communities, sharing, as Aradhaka was saying, like Guruji said, make groups, sing, meet people, grow, because I think it's the experience of most of us traveling when you meet the people and you don't see Guruji physically in front of you, but when they tell you what they feel, what the dream they had with Guruji was about, the experience they have, it's like having him there. You really feel him there. So devotees, newcomers, if you keep growing the community around you, you will keep finding him. So it will just be everywhere and surrounding you, everywhere.
Thank you. And picking up on this of trying to remove ourselves from or not being on the way of his plan. And with this, I mean our personality, our desires. What do you do, or what do you recommend people to do in order to help Guruji to help us and help Guruji to help other people?
So what we recommend people to do to
stay out of his way, in the sense of our personality, desires, like the side of us that block his grace to manifest.
I mean, Swami Akash kind of said it already. Like, it's to get out of the way, but how to do that is, I think, to listen really. Like, also you mentioned that also, like, to truly listen, because I have my own experience, quite recent, of realizing that I didn't do it enough, and many of the things that were shared in the clips earlier, like, wow, it was so much of it I can resonate with, or after all these years. But at the same time, Guruji gives you, like he says also, gives hope. Like, even in the worst moments, he even said it can be the biggest blessing. And so I think we should never give up. We should always keep going. And I would close it with the listening part. Like listen to what he says deep, and hear it over and over again, because that's one advice he's giving. Because what I hear him say is, we don't get it, and I get it that we don't get it. and I understand why he's saying that to all of us, not just to me. And I think the only way to get it is to hear it again and try really go deep into what he's saying. When we hear it once, we don't get it. We need to hear it more than once, and have that willingness to let it stay with us. So that's I think what I can say, because there's no shortcut. If it was easy, we would all get there in no time. He says it to us once, we get it, done. But it's not like that. Life is much more of a detour.
Sorry to take over your hosting thing, but Swamini Ruddha, we were in Italy together, and we spent one night talking with Guruji, and he was mentioning something about the path, and then at one point he asked you and us, when was the moment when you find clarity? And maybe you shared it already in a satsang, but that's a very good advice, and it comes directly from a question from Guruji. Maybe if you can briefly share that part, it will help many of us, if not all of us, to actually understand how to get closer to that listening and to what he says rather than what we think.
Yeah, the main point in that question was, when did we become clear about the path, and how can we make sure that we don't lose that clarity, or that we lose the path and the connection? And his answer was as simple as the question. He just said, don't keep any extra door open. If you don't have all the doors open, if you don't have other options than following the path and attaining what you have to attain, if you don't have other options, then there's no question for you missing out. If you keep other options, plan B, plan C, then sooner or later the plan B and the plan C will catch up with you, because as he said in those videos, it's not going to be always flowers and roses and just beautiful and easy. And in those moments, we will tend to go to plan B, to plan C. If we don't have any plan B and C, and we know really what we want, and we are ready to go to the absolute end, then like the Bhagavad Gita says, where there's Yogiraj, the king of yoga, and where there's Arjuna, us, with the bow elevated, ready to fight, there's always victory. There's always good fortune, and you can't miss. So don't keep any doors open. Have a clear goal, and that is it, from my understanding on that question.
Thank you. And except you want to expand on that, otherwise I will ask you if you can share your wishes for 2025 for the Bhakti Marga community around the world, or for the world, or for Guruji.
I remember doing this last year.
Was a trap.
And everybody said something very similar. So, no, but basically, we have to learn to be sincere with ourselves. And if we can't be sincere with ourselves, we just, standing in front of Guruji, darshan after darshan, or, trying to emulate his teachings or trying to bring his teachings into the world. The point is that will not be very effective if we're not sincere with ourselves on a spiritual path. And if each individual can find that sincerity inside, coming to that point of clarity and knowing really why they're following this path. Not just like it's a Haribol, we can dance and have a good time, the parties are amazing, not coming for the party, but actually really coming, some people do come for the party, they love it. But the point is like, why am I really here? And we have to come back to that point, asking ourselves, why am I here? Why am I walking this path? And if we ask that question sincerely, and come up with a really sincere answer, then hopefully there will be that change that Guruji is looking for us in each and every one of us.
I think the danger, thinking back of doing this every year, is to make the same wish than the previous year, which is a bad thing, because that means the wish didn't come fulfilled in the previous year. Actually, I would go with one thing that stuck to my mind a lot from this year for next year, which Guruji said, and it's to think big, to think outside the box and to think bigger. Because I think, like I said before, to strike this balance is very difficult. And when we go on the spiritual path, it's so important to be disciplined, to do our sadhana, to do the things that we do, to do our japam and so on. But what happens often is I become content in the things that we do and the feeling that we don't need to strive for more, because we are Bhakti Marga, we're practicing everything we're supposed to do, hopefully. And that's amazing, that's beautiful. And then often I think we come into this mode of, maybe it's enough, For me, maybe the wish for next year would be to think big. Like he said yesterday, in the very beginning actually, when Guruji did the Sankalpa, he said, find a clear goal for what you want in your life. Not next year, not tomorrow, whatever, for your life. What do you want with your life? I think that's what he shows, no? Yes, it is important to be in the moment, to do our sadhana, to do our service, to do our seva and so on in the now. But it's so important not to lose sight of the goal. The goal is Sriman Narayana, Shri Hari. There is no bigger goal than that. And sometimes, especially when it comes to daily practice and daily action with our sanghas, with our seva, it is so easy to lose sight of the big goal. So I would say on every level, personally, for Bhakti Marga mission, for spreading Guruji, for everything, to think big and strive towards that supreme goal. That would be my little wish for next year. I'm probably going to make the same wish next year because...
Well, part of me would subscribe to that, but there's another part of me that tends to think too big. And so I would like to think also small. And it may sound like a paradox, but actually to take up what Swami Aniruddha just shared, because I'm glad that Swami Akash brought that up, because I think it was a really powerful moment that he shared that comes from Guruji. So it ties into listening to Guruji and listening specifically to that particular advice. I wish for us to close as many doors as possible. I don't think we will all close all doors. That would be probably thinking too big. But at least a few. And if you're lucky, you close all doors.
For next year, I think it's for general also, I would say Kriya, just awareness. Have more awareness where you stand, or better, where I stand. Strengths, weaknesses, because if you know where you are, then you can fix it or increase it. So on a personal level, I wish that everybody gets more aware, especially more Atma Kriya, which we all have to practice. So become more aware of not just what the goal is, where I want to go, but who am I? To be in touch with that, and on a level of sangha, of the whole community, like again Guruji said also in Italy, that people get more involved, that they get more, that the whole overall sangha feels more active part of this mission, proactive part with their seva. Any involvement, you want to be part of it, not just come for dancing and party, but really serve and do something. That is something which Bhakti Marga for next year and the years to come, I see that this community is really flourishing actively together, because together we can achieve much more than individually.
This is the easiest question I get every year. I always enjoy it when it comes, because it's the same answer I give every year. I've never changed it once. So if I'm not here next year, you already know my answer for next year also. My wish is for all of you to have no wishes. Jai Gurudev.
I thought you were going to say to study, but I'm more relaxed now.
Okay, I'm not there yet, so I have a wish. And I wish for all of us, and myself included, to stop being negative and looking for problems and get busy doing seva and spread what he's giving us, so that I don't have time to find negativity and problems in my life.
Arrivo. All right. Thank you, Swamis, for coming tonight. It was amazing. Like every year, I'm looking forward for the next one here or wherever Guruji put us together. Jai Gurudev. Thank you. So, just to recap what Swami Akash said, that Guruji will give another Guru Gita commentary in Bali, 24th of October to 9th of November, 2025. And you are all invited. So, Rishi Jayagopal, Rishi Mukunda,
No.
Jai Gurudev. Almost we got Rishi Jayagopal in the camera, but he was too fast.
Jai
Rishi
Gurudev.
Mukunda, welcome. Jai Gurudev, how are you doing?
I'm very good. Thank you, Jai Gurudev.
So, this segment that we are going to speak now is actually related to the part of the video we watched before, the rewind, section 3, that we saw Krishna Janmashtami.
Of course.
I think your
The
most
best moment of
expected
the year.
day.
The best moment of the year.
The best moment of the year for Rishi Mukunda.
For everyone.
I think.
The moment of Rishi Mukunda.
Okay. But I guess, is the saddest. Saddest? Is the right word?
I
Sad,
know.
it's the most sad day in the moment it's finished. Because I see Rishi Mukunda really working so hard, preparing Krishna's dressing for months. The design starts how many months before you start designing the day?
No, actually, this year we started, maybe, I think it was 4 months. For 2025, we started already. So actually, it was like probably 1 year before.
Yes, that's what 1 month, I don't believe it. So 1 year before you start already was the design and the...
Yes, well, it's year after year, it becomes more, let's say, intense, more creative. And I think we also grow a lot with this experience of preparing Janmashtami, and myself, well, a lot. And it becomes more intuitive, I would say. Is that this is
there we go. This is how it started.
Yeah, this is the last project, the last idea. This is like a mood board, just to present, to the team, to the other pujaris. This is my crazy ideas, and yeah, it's really funny. Then well, it becomes this in reality. Of course, there's a team behind. Of course, there's all the other pujaris, Sarita, which makes an amazing job.
Yeah, so much dedication. But you know, one says like so much dedication, but I think you love it. I don't. Do you feel the effort of it, or it's just?
No, it's funny to see how Guruji plants the seeds in our lives, because you know I was a designer, I was kind of involved in the fashion industry, and now I can do this for Krishna.
And what's the main difference for you to do design in this way for Bhakti Marga, for Guruji, for the deities, for the temples, traveling sometimes to teach this to the devotees compared to when you're doing cups and mugs?
Yeah, I was in the ceramics in the in the last years. It's completely different because, well, the aim is different. Like you literally don't expect anything in return. Because when I was a designer, like I expect to receive money. I expect to receive a please from the client. Oh, you are amazing. And here, designing for Krishna, we just want him to look amazing. We just want to see that Guruji is happy. And that's the goal, and it changes completely. It's a completely different situation.
I think it's also nice for all of you to know that what Mukunda is saying is even more true, because in service you can also look for praises. So to have a temple and to make all the arrangements like Krishna Janmashtami, it will, like, people will come to you and they will tell you things. So sometimes in service, on the spiritual path, you might fall in the trap to serve only when you can be praised.
Yeah, well, I think it happens to all of us time to time, but luckily for me with Janmashtami is different.
No, I know in general, and that's where I'm going.
Yeah.
I think, I don't know you overall, but I go in your room and your Krishna in your room is
He's the most beautiful Krishna in the world.
It's mind-blowing, and the way you dress him, the turban you make is so beautiful, beautiful. And there's a little amount of people who can come in your room. And for me, it's a big inspiration, because I see that you clearly don't do it just...
Look, he's there.
That's him. And that's how he's dressed in your room also. And you change him, and I see the love you put into that service. And for me, is a big source of inspiration.
Yeah, actually, once I was dressing, because usually it takes me like 3 hours to dress him. And then I was doing the turban, and I had my Spotify on like just random, like bhajans, and then Guruji comes in my room, and I was like, you're dressing Krishna. He's like, yeah. Do you know what she's saying in the bhajan? She's singing, I'm making a turban to Krishna, I'm making a turban, and I was exactly making turban to Krishna.
Divine. Well, by the way, I don't know if people know, but you can actually sponsor the deities of Shree Peetha Nilaya. The program is called Serve a Deity, and you can choose your favorite deity and
Krishna,
for example, and you can help us to serve them. The link you can find it in the description of this class. Any wishes for 2025?
Well, of course, I wish that everyone comes for Janmashtami here and USA as well. And also, just to promote a little bit, we'll be giving a seminar of dressing Rukmini Panduranga, one on March, just for Bhakti Marga Pujaris, but on May, probably we're going to make it public, open for everyone. It's a 5-day seminar. Guruji is super happy about it. Even Guruji asked if he could be a part of the seminar. And I was like, Guruji, like, you were the one who taught me how to dress deities. So, but no. But seriously, just, the best wish I could give is just, serve, your deity, serve your Ishtadev, and build the connection, even if it's dressing or singing to him or whatever way. Just build this relationship with your deities, because it's amazing. They're always with us, and they are our support. They are our best friends, our best everything. And you can make nice turbans and dresses. I'm always available if someone wants some help to dress deities. So
nice. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you,
Rishi Mukunda. Thank you for your service and how amazingly you dress the deities. And now
no praises.
No praises. Sorry. Now we have been talking about the temple and building the connection with your Ishtadev to serve your deities, and another way to grow on the spiritual path and to get more connected with yourself. One of the ways that Guruji shows us and talks about a lot is the story of the saints. And every year, thanks to the effort of Bhavani and everybody else involved, there is a lot of people, we make these plays, these theater plays where we enact the stories of different saints. And this year, the Kabir story, was it this year? It was this year. You don't remember? I don't remember. Anyway, the Kabir story was last year, was presented to Guruji. It was, displayed for him, and we played that. And so we have the recording. We're going to play it for everybody so that we can all watch it together.
The moon shines in my body, but my blind eyes cannot see it. The moon is within me, and the sun. The unstruck drum of eternity is sounded within me, but my deaf ears cannot hear it. So long as man clamours for the eye and the mine, his works are as naught. When all love of the eye and the mine is dead, then the work of the Lord is done. Work has no other aim than the getting of knowledge. When that comes, the work is put away. The flower blooms for the fruit. When the fruit comes, the flower withers. The musk is in the deer, but it seeks it not within itself. It wanders in quest of grass. Seek the true Guru.
So says Kabir. Kabir was found on a lotus in 15th century Varanasi by a childless poor Muslim couple named Niru and Nima, who were weavers. They raised this baby boy as their very own son. Little did they know that this baby would be a beacon of light shining forth to humanity, breaking delusions so that people can love God. Kabir, of course, was raised to weave. Although he was not of this world, his mother found it very difficult accepting his sainthood. And so whilst weaving, Kabir would fall in and out of consciousness due to his intoxication with the divine. And so Lord Rama was drawn by the love of Kabir. He helped him with his work and so created a beautiful scarf just to make his life easier for him. Nima, seeing this shawl, was amazed at how intricate it was. Thinking that Kabir had made it, she asked him to go to the market and urgently sell it so that they can get some money.
O wise one, do what is really important now. Realize the Supreme Lord inside of you. This jewel of human birth is difficult to attain. After wandering through millions of lives, you have been given this precious life.
And so the market people saw Kabir's shawl and were amazed at how beautiful it was. Of course, it was competition, but the customers, they also thought it was just way too expensive for them. seeing Kabir's shawl, these vain ladies also thought it was just too expensive for them. External desires make one miserable, and so we seal our fate with pain and misery. We may have everything, but it is never enough. This world can never give you satisfaction.
What did you bring into this world? And what will you take from this world? After all, life is but a 2-day affair.
And so, the Lord disguised himself as a poor Brahmin. He requested the shawl from Kabir, which he gave, of course, for free. Kabir was not attached to anything outside. He was only attached to God.
जन्नत तेरे काहे को तू घबराता है ये तो प्रभु का खेल रे जिसके लगे रे लगन भगवान में उसका दिया रे जलेगा तूफान में जिसके लगे रे लगन
Kabir's mother was infuriated and started to beat him. But Kabir did not flinch. It was the Lord who took the pain. She realized that within her heart, Kabir was special. And so began to accept him for how he was.
जलेगा तो उसका दिया रे जलेगा तो
One who is absorbed in the Lord, his lamp is lit, even in the storms. Why do you worry, as all this is just a play enacted by the Lord?
Kabir did not leave his duty as a weaver. He had got married and had 2 children. He did not identify himself as Muslim nor as a Hindu. And due to this one-pointed focus, he was constantly thinking about God whilst weaving. But one day, Kabir observed a lady grinding grain. Kabir became lost in thought and started to cry profusely. Passers-by laughed at him, but he did not care, as how could anyone be able to understand? It was then that a saint by the name of Nipat had walked by and questioned Kabir. Kabir explained that he was like this grain being crushed by the world, and he longed to be free. Nipat compassionately turned to Kabir and told him that he was above all of this, and those who surrender to the name of Ram are free. Kabir knew that without the grace of the Guru, he was like a dead body. Without the grace of the Guru, he was lifeless. And so, within the core of his heart, he knew that his Guru was Ramananda and longed for him like a fish out of water. Guru Ramananda was said to be very popular in the region of Varanasi and was considered a saint in his own right. He was a social reformer and made efforts to sustain the Bhakti movement in Varanasi, whose rivers' banks were under Islamic rule. He helped people develop a personalized relationship with Lord Rama Kabir's longing for Guru Ramananda was intense and was eagerly wanting to meet him. In his heart, he knew where he belonged. But due to Sanatana Dharma being threatened, Kabir was faced with prejudice due to being raised as a Muslim. And so he was met with resistance by Guru Ramananda's very own disciples. For how could anyone understand the level of devotion he had reached within himself, even though he had not even met Guru Ramananda yet? One night, Guru Ramananda had a dream where Lord Ram and Lakshman had appeared to him.
How can people be so cruel and call themselves devotees? This is terrible behavior. What do you think we should do? We must leave this place. I cannot stand to see my devotees treated like this. Makes me so angry. We must leave this place.
Guru Ramananda was horrified by this dream. And asked his disciples if they had driven anyone away. They hung their heads with shame and admitted that there was a Muslim by the name of Kabir, who they had pushed forcefully away from the ashram. Guru Ramananda was mortified and had deep pain in his heart. Despite giving true knowledge to his devotees, they behaved in such a bad way. And so that night, Sri Ramananda was deeply pained and kept thinking, how could he miss a true devotee of the Lord coming to his door? And so with a restless mind, he went to the riverbank to take a bath. But he didn't know that Kabir, who he had never met, would be there at the very same spot. Kabir had learnt that Ramananda takes his morning bath in a certain spot, and so purposely stretched himself across the stairs leading to the river, waiting for him to come. It was dark, and Guru Ramananda was in such deep thought of the current events that as he walked down the steps, he did not see Kabir lying there. And so he accidentally tripped over his body.
Ram!
Kabir was in deep ecstasy. He held the feet of his master and was crying profusely.
Gurudev, I've been initiated by you. You have touched my head with your paduka and transmitted my Guru mantra to me.
Kabir was unable to contain his joy and headed to the marketplace. Guru Ramananda was confused and was compelled to follow this man whom he never met.
I've been initiated! My Guru has initiated me! My Guru is Guru Ramananda!
Guru Ramananda was confused and threw a stone at Kabir's forehead.
Who are you? How can you say this? When did I initiate you?
Gurudev, my name is Kabir. You have placed your foot upon me and chanted the name of Ram.
Kabir? Kabir. But what proof do you have that I have initiated you?
The birds, the breeze, and the sky. They are my witness, Gurudev.
Guru Ramananda could feel the sincerity and love emanating from Kabir's heart. He recognized that Kabir is indeed a rare diamond. Seeing the blood dripping from his face, Guru Ramananda placed his hand on Kabir's head like a mother.
Now, everyone bear witness that my Gurudev has initiated me. I have given my soul, this body and mind, to my Guru, the Daya. My Guru has colored me so deeply and beautifully that all I see is red. Red blessed with love. Red permeated by the name of Ram.
Ram Ram Sadi Chadariya
Who are you?
You have been chanting my name all this time, and you don't know who I am?
But I have been chanting the name of Ram, and he is everywhere. He's Parabrahman. Where do you live?
I live in the hearts of my devotees.
Kabir, God and Guru stand before you. Who do you bow down to first? I bow down to my Guru, the one who gave me Ram.
It is the mercy of my true Guru that has allowed me to know the unknown. I have learned from him how to walk without feet, to see without eyes, to hear without ears, to drink without mouth, and to fly without wings.
Kabir's poems had spread like wildfire. He was illiterate and had a number of followers who began to revere him as a guru. Kabir spoke the truth. For some it was hard to digest. But nevertheless, his words forced people to shake off their delusions and to not believe in what is outside, and to go within, find that inner truth, to free themselves from the clutches of Maya.
O being, you are wasting your energies in useless things. Ultimately, you will be reduced to dust. Don't be so proud. One day, you, as dust, will be carried away with the gust of wind. You can wear gold or silver or true diamonds. You can wear the best of pearls. But be assured that you have to die and leave behind everything.
Paramahamsa Sri Swami Vishwananda
राम भजन भजियो नहीं, राम भजन भजियो नहीं, नहीं कियो हरि सुहैत। अब पछताया क्या हुए, जब चिड़िया चुग गई कैद। अरे चिड़िया चुग गई कैद, लरे अब रेत रही। अरे राम भजन भजियो नहीं है, तो सातान साच कही। गोविंदो गायो नहीं तूने, क्या कमायो बावरे। गोविंदो गायो नहीं तूने, क्या कमायो भाव रे। क्या कमायो भाव रे, गोविंदो गायो नहीं तूने। एरन की चोरी करे रे, कियो सोई को दान रे। एरन की चोरी करे रे, कियो सोई को दान रे। चरचो बारे जान करियो तू, चरचो बारे जान करियो तू। अभिनायो मान रे, गोविंदो गायो नहीं तूने, क्या कमायो भाव रे। गोविंदो गायो नहीं तूने, क्या कमायो भाव रे। क्या कमायो भाव रे, गोविंदो गायो नहीं तूने, क्या कमायो भाव रे। गोविंदो गायो नहीं तूने, क्या कमायो भाव रे। क्या कमायो भाव रे, गोविंदो गायो नहीं तूने।
You didn't chant the name of Govinda. You didn't meditate on Ram. You didn't stay close to Hari. No point repenting now. Birds have eaten your crop away. What did you earn, O foolish one? Forget all this vanity. Many have died. You will also die. The drum of death is being beaten. The world has fallen in love with a dream. Only sayings of the wise will remain. The bhakti path winds in a delicate way. On this path, there is no asking and no not asking. The ego simply disappears the moment you touch him. When I was there, Hari was not there. When Hari was there, I was not there. The joy of looking for him is so immense that you just dive in. I weave your name on the loom of my mind to clean and soften 10,000 threads, to comb the twists and knots of my thoughts. No more shall I weave a garment of pain, for you have come to me, drawn by my weaving, ceaselessly weaving your name on the loom of my mind. My heart feels like Hanuman.
When leaving this earthly plane, Kabir's body was replaced by flowers. The essence of his teachings still live on today. Just like Kabir, our mind must come to that point of surrender. If our mind is still attached to our pride and ego, then we have no chance of receiving the grace of the Sadguru. Kabir, in his humility, forgot about himself. And so all that remained in him was the true essence of bhakti.
O friend, hope for him whilst you live. Know whilst you live. Understand whilst you live. For in life deliverance abides. If your bonds be not broken whilst living, what hope of deliverance in death? It is but an empty dream that the soul shall have union with him because it has passed from the body. Bathe in the truth. Know the true Guru. Have faith in the true name. Have faith in the Satguru. When I was born, the world smiled and I cried. I leave the world, doing such great deeds that I smile and the world cries. Remember only Lord Ram and nothing else.
What a great performance. What a great performance by the choir. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And now we are already at the fourth part of our Rewind video. So we will now go and check this out, the last one. So again, another beautiful video for us, and that was actually the last one for this year. And here we have today with us, we have Swamini Triambakeshwari and Swamini Harisundari online. We have her on Zoom. So welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you. And do we have Swamini Harisundari? We don't see her yet. But yes, Jai Gurudev. Nice to see you. Jai Gurudev. Yeah. So Swamini, maybe you're already with Guruji for many years, right? So, and now you also, in this recent Navaratri, both of you became Swaminis. Could you maybe explain how it was for you, the whole journey with Guruji, and now also with this initiation, how it is for you?
I would say for me, the journey of the last 20 years was of many aspects, but the main was the transformation. I would say purification and transformation. And I think this is also how the spiritual journey should be. It's just when you're going through it, through the transformation, you forget sometimes what it is about. You forget that this is a natural process and that there is an aim. So this happened to me also that during some of, let's say, transformational processes, I forgot what it is about. I could not see the bigger picture. And of course, Guruji's mercy, Guruji's patience, Guruji's love reminded me again and again what it is about. And I would say this is the love of the Sadguru, that he always keeps our hand and lead us in a right direction, and when we forget, he reminds us.
Yeah, as you mentioned, transformation is for sure one of the key, if not the key, really aspects of our path. If we don't transform, there's not really any progress that we're doing. Yeah. And probably as well for you, Swamini Harisundari, you also experienced quite a transformation. Now in Navaratri, you were a bit, let's say, unexpectedly, or maybe for you it was expected. You were initiated as a Swamini, so that was probably also a bit of a wild journey for you.
Yeah, I think this whole year has been a wild journey. I think life with Guruji is a wild journey, but in a good sense, you know. And I'm still experiencing what it feels after the initiation, but for sure the transformation part I can relate to for the whole path, you know. Because if we don't transform, we are wasting a chance, you know. So I feel I've been given a beautiful chance now and a beautiful blessing.
And well, I was watching the live stream when you both got initiated, and it was a big shock for me, especially Swamini Harisundari. Not you, because well, it was still a shock, but not because you were already a Rishika. But for Swamini Harisundari, since we were also together in summer sangha, you're quite young, so it was a big shock. And I would like to ask you how you felt like when you found out that you were getting initiated, because was it scary? What were your feelings?
Yes, it was quite scary. To be honest, I don't have much memories from the moment because I was just in shock. It was not something expected, not for me, not for everybody else. So I don't have many memories from this celebration because I was in shock. So only now I'm able to remember the moment and to appreciate it more, and to remember to appreciate the blessing that it was. Yeah, only now, 2 months after, I guess.
And for you, Swamini Triambakeshwari, would you like to tell us, because you were already a Rishika, so do you feel any different? What is your plan as a Swamini now? Sure, there is some difference, because simply you have some more responsibilities from outside, people approach one more. So it's even more this representative role. And from inside, I think also something changed. And there is, I would say there is something more connected, more focused, and more stable inside. I could not describe it, but I feel it inside, and I feel also Guruji's presence and Guruji's guidance very clear. And you say that you are approached by people. So I would like, it's a question for both of you, because I can imagine it being a little bit, I want to say scary, but maybe not scary. Challenging, yeah, because at the end of the day, although you are a Swamini and there is a reason for it, you also, I assume, you feel like you're a person, like, right? What could you give to others? How do you handle that? Both of you.
For me, it's very natural. It's very natural. It's just the continuation of what was actually also before, now in a more formal way. But I like to be with people. I like to respond to people. And yes, actually, I'm very grateful for this blessing and for the role which Guruji is giving me.
Yeah, for me, I think the purpose of this initiation is to focus more on others and to serve others. So although it's overwhelming sometimes still for me, because it is, I think it's a great chance to not focus on myself, but to focus on others and also on the service to Guruji. Because when he told me about the 3 months to live, all I wanted to do was to serve. So I think he's giving me that chance now. So, and I don't feel such a difference in myself, but I feel a difference while being with other devotees. I feel more that he's there. So, and sometimes things unfold in a way that they didn't before. So for me, that's the biggest difference. And to be with other devotees, and being approached, it's a blessing.
Thank you, both of you, for sharing. I believe we could go on and on. I think also these questions a lot of us have, and maybe they're a bit more personal. So thank you, both of you, for sharing, for opening up. And we will now go and see the video of Guruji receiving the new Siddhanta, the Tadatmya Vedanta, during Navaratri as well.
Thank you, Myron and Swami Revati and Vishwa Parva and Rishi Sahadev and everybody who have helped upon that. It is wonderful to see how they have worked to make it easy for everybody to understand, Because very often myself, I don't understand my satsang. So, so it would be great to read it. No. You see, people mind, of course, one thing is that we can talk about. Another thing is to really dive into. And you, which is mind people, like to understand
even the most simple things, you want to understand it in a very complicated way. You know, when the Sadguru make it so simple and give it to you, you want to understand it with your mind. You know, you can't understand it and feel it in your heart. You know, and then say, no, well, I have to understand. But this is wonderful. You know, to understand your path. This is one thing that very often I have seen on the spiritual path. People go on the spiritual path, yes, but without deeper understanding. And we see those who have deeper understanding on the spiritual path, they can't be moved because they are so anchored upon, because they know what they are doing with their life. Firstly, it's not wishy-washy. Let's say, yes, I am on the spiritual path. Why are you on the spiritual path? Because I do yoga. Or I am meditating. I have heard that so many times, you know. People think that because you are sitting 15 minutes in meditation or because you are doing yoga, you are spiritual. That have nothing to do with that, you know.
Jai Gurudev. Jai Gurudev. Sorry, I didn't work the microphone. So we have here with us, it's me Aditya again, and Swami Revati, Rishi Vishaparva, Rishi Sadev, and Myron. Jai Gurudev. So you have been an active, very active part, like the ground of the making of this Siddhanta. We worked, many other people worked together with you, but the main part was done by you. You studied what Guruji was saying, you put together his ideas, you studied the other traditions, and then you came up with what is the essence of Guruji's teachings and put them and compiled them together in the Siddhanta. And so maybe, first of all, for the people at home and the people here that maybe are new and they don't know what a Siddhanta is, which one of you wants to tell us what a Siddhanta is? Swamiji.
So, Jai Gurudev, well, literally it means a perfect conclusion. But in practice, what it is a consolidation of the positions that you have when it comes to philosophy, theology, methodology. It's understanding what is your path, what is your belief, right? What is the structure of belief that you have? What is the structure of understanding that we have over the fundamental parts of reality, I would say. So that is God, us, and this world, right? What is it? What is the relationship between these? And so the purpose of a Siddhanta is to present this conclusively. So to present it conclusively, it's not just a pure Vedantic exercise, which is basically drawing from conventional scripture. You also have to draw from the tradition. You have to draw from the words of the Guru. You have to draw from our experience. You have to draw from the existing landscape, right? Because the Siddhanta has to be something practical, something relatable, something understandable. And so there's quite some levels of complexity to an effective Siddhanta, I would say. But essentially it's that, it's a conclusion. It's something that you present as a sort of manifesto of belief, right?
What we would say that is so needed?
I think Guruji said it perfectly. I think one thing is to say that it's interesting, and it is. It's compelling, it's interesting, but I think more than that, it's a gateway, it's a tool to a couple of things. First, to becoming more solid on your own path. Because Guruji said, once you know what you're doing and why you're doing it, you cannot be shaken. And I think not enough people realize the importance of that. Yeah, it's very good to build up your spirituality, your relationship with God, your heart connection, all of that is incredibly important. But if the wind blows and your house falls down, you did all of that for nothing, right? And so I think it's really important to make solid foundations. I mean, nobody talks about the foundations, but without a foundation, you get no beautiful temple. We go to the temple to worship the deities. We go to the temple to look at the beautiful pictures. We go to the temple for everything that's on top of the foundation. But without a foundation, there is no temple. And so I think that's one thing. The second thing, the second purpose, I would say, is to speak a different language. The more languages you speak, the more people you can speak with. It's true, practically speaking, and I think in the world of philosophy and religion, it's also true. When you can speak the language of the Shastra, when you can speak the language of Vedanta, you can reach different people in a different way.
Thank you. And given that you talk about the foundations, maybe one of you three can say what summarized are these foundations that we can find in the Siddhanta. What is a foundation? Summarize, what are the main points?
So yeah, normally the Siddhanta is based on the scriptures, the Shastra. But in Bhakti Marga we have a very specific, notion, yeah. Because we have Guruji. And as Guruji always say, he gave already everything. We don't need scriptures. None of us need anything like that. If we do it, it's just to, as Guruji say, understand a bit more the path and to understand better what he says. And so, yeah, the Siddhanta is based on him and his teaching. But also, because the Sadguru, Guruji, he knows reality the way it is. And so, in the same way as the sage of the Vedic time, in the same way as all the saints over the last centuries have spoken about the truth, Guruji do the same. And so in the Siddhanta, we just try to give the line of thought, maybe that Guruji has given in the last 10 years, and we explain them in a philosophical way, in the way Vedanta speak, like Swami was saying. And I guess there is a great value into that. Also because Guruji's message is very clear, but we see that all of us, we speak of it in a different way. And with the Siddhanta, we will be able to present it in a more, consistent, more common way. And this, I guess, will help a lot in the preaching in the next years, yeah. You want to add?
Moira, if you want to add, go for it.
I would say that if you have the Guruji in the early days, the movement or the devotees weren't so big, weren't so many. And so if you have that very strong connection with Guruji, that, like Ishta Nishta, we say, very strong, steadfast faith in Guruji, maybe you don't need Shastra, you don't need a Siddhanta. But as the mission grows, as we have our minds, which are differing in so many different directions, there needs to be a consistency. There also needs to be a framework, a philosophical framework, so Guruji's legacy can continue. So for generations and generations and generations, that philosophical framework is there. But most important of all, and I said this in Navarati, the Siddhanta is like a fishing net where you catch fish, right? And the fish is the gems of Guruji's satsangs. So when you learn the framework, the philosophical framework, even at a very basic level, I'm not saying you have to go crazy, but at a superficial level, you know the basics, the fundamentals, you get to throw the net on Guruji's satsangs and you catch the fish, right? And it stays deep in your mind, deep in your psyche, and you build that conviction. So that's, for me, the main point of the Siddhanta.
Sada, if you want to add something also?
Yeah, I think that point is really the essence of the Siddhanta. The purpose of the Siddhanta is really supposed to, help us not just speak about Guruji's teachings in a more unified manner, in a more consistent manner, but also to really ourselves just go a little bit deeper into what he's really saying, right? Because, there are so many types of spirituality nowadays, and in a sense, they all look very similar. You have so many movements, they all chant the name of God, they all practice some kind of yoga, but their philosophy might be very, very, very different, right? And also, when Guruji says something, it's happened to me so many times that I was listening to a satsang of Guruji, and then years later, I listened to it again, and I have a completely different understanding. And I just completely wasn't getting the point. But then after, some time, and after trying to dive a little bit deeper into this knowledge and this experience especially, it just opens up a different door of understanding.
Question, how much time it took to do the Siddhanta, and is it finished? But it's concluded, it's a...
So I guess the seed of the Siddhanta was planted in, I think it was 2022.
In the dining hall, it was here,
Right,
no?
it was in this very hall
at
just
that
over
table.
there. Maybe someone's sitting there right now, actually.
Yeah.
And Myron was having a conversation with Guruji.
Yeah.
And then
we were summoned.
Right, exactly. And then he didn't give explicitly the instruction, write to Siddhanta. But it was kind of very clear from what they were somewhat. It was kind of explicit. Right, exactly. Yeah, that's what he said. I want you to come together and work together. Yeah. And that was in 2022. And from that, it really started. We started having, with a group of people, not just us here, having Zoom sessions, Zoom calls. We would clarify the most important points, and which was sometimes a very tedious process because there were, that's interesting how, Guruji has one message, but we all understand it in our own way. And there were many discussions until eventually it was really more and more taking shape, and eventually, after these conversations, something was put on paper or digitally on paper, and then eventually it all came down to this. It's not the final publication, but it's for now. We have it in print, and we're still in the process of teaching the knowledge teachers. So that's still an ongoing process, and then we're looking to publish it sometime in the first half of 2025, I guess, is a realistic estimate for when this book will actually be available for purchase.
Yeah, thank you. And I think we're all interested to know, Swami Revati, what were the challenges in putting down something like this with so many brains thinking about what Guruji says and what he actually means?
No, I don't think the brains was the problem. That genuinely wasn't the problem. I think there were two problems. Sometimes just didn't have the spiritual level to understand, because some things are not logical. It's not something that you arrive at through reasoning. You either know it or you don't. You either know reality as it is or you speculate. And so when you don't know, you can create all sorts of nice possibilities of what it could be. But in the end, you have to go to Guruji and say, well, what actually is it? And then you have the real challenge, which is Guruji. Will he say it without any add-on? What I mean by that is, will he just give it as it is, or will he give something that is not only the truth, but it's also mixed in with some lessons for the individuals who are asking him the question, right? Because it's never so simple. And so there's always more and more to unpack in that. And then, of course, between us, I think the process, the biggest challenge was not, again, the brains. I think that was the best part of it, the helpful part. It was the egos, right? Because everybody wants to be right. When we go to Guruji, we want Guruji to agree with our version of what it is, And I think, having said that, I'm only saying these things because the question was posed. I don't actually think there were that many challenges, if truth be told. I think actually we worked well together. We got something that we're really, really happy with. Guruji, more importantly, is very happy with it. And so I don't think there actually were that many challenges. In terms of the content, in terms of philosophy, in terms of understanding Vedanta and incorporating enough Shastra and tradition to make it serve its purpose, I think actually that was smooth and easily achievable, because that's the beauty of what Guruji's done with all of us. He's given us such a rich education that I think when it comes to something like this, we were appropriately qualified to do it. Yeah? Neither under nor over, but appropriately qualified, and that's what Guruji does. When he gives you a task, he accordingly empowers you to do it. And so there's no need to overthink it and worry too much. So one or two challenges, but again, I really feel like I'm overstating them just because the question was asked. It was actually smooth.
Let's see if Myron thinks the same.
No, I agree. But I would say that the challenges were because we all have different relationships with Guruji, right? And he opens up different portals in our hearts, and we have different Ishtadevs, different relationships, different rasas, and as a result of that, we have different opinions about how the philosophy should be drawn. And it was really a massive learning curve for me to show how much your rasa, your connection with Guruji, influences how you perceive his satsangs. and what you yourself take from his satsangs. And so it was a real lesson as we're all very diverse, and even as a sangha. But I would say the difference is with this Siddhanta compared to, let's say, other traditions which also have Siddhanta is, I don't think, and I hope this is the case, we will cling on to this Siddhanta in an obsessive way, which can sometimes happen. And that's because Guruji is Guruji, and the way he emphasizes experience and diving into your heart and that connection, this Siddhanta, I hope, will supplement and nourish that rather than becoming something that overshadows that. Because sometimes when, you can have movements which cling to a Siddhanta so strongly that it becomes more divine than God himself. And I don't think, and I hope not, this will be the situation with us. I think this is, I think Krishna says, Svadhyaya Jnana Yagna, the kind of the study of scripture which engages you with Guruji more. And I hope this was what the Siddhanta will bring to the devotees.
Aditya was panicking. So I think, given that the Siddhanta talks about basically the relationship between this material world, Prakriti, the soul and God, can you make maybe either one of you or like each one of you, like just the summary for all the people who, of course, they didn't read it because it's not out, and maybe they didn't manage to watch the videos. You can find the recordings on YouTube where you explain the different parts of the Siddhanta, and on the Swami Vatikanta YouTube channel, you can find the podcast where we explain all of these things. But for all the people who are too lazy maybe to go there, or they don't want to, maybe you want to highlight the main points of this relationship between the soul, God, and this material world, so that we understand actually what we're talking about.
So essentially, we have three realities. We have Sri Hari, the Supreme Lord. We have this Maya, Shakti. Another name is Prakriti, this material creation, this material world. And then we have the individual Atmas. And ever since the beginning of Guruji's mission, he's always talked about one thing. He's talked about love. But love not for this world, but love for Sri Hari, who is the source of everything, who is the maintainer of everything, the sustainer of everything. And ultimately, we speak of this relationship between Atma and Sri Hari when it reaches its culmination as prema, or, as we call it in the Siddhanta also, tadatmya. Yeah? Because often Guruji speaks about a oneness, when the lover and beloved come so close that you almost cannot distinguish them. Suppose you take a candle and you place it in front of the sun. You cannot see the candle anymore, you just see the sun. And that's the experience of the saints, that they're so absorbed in Sri Hari, in the Supreme Lord, that they only perceive Him inside of themselves, outside of themselves, and they're always absorbed, immersed in this ultimate love, in this ultimate state of supreme surrender. Yeah? And yeah, of course, this is the philosophy, but ultimately, by taking these teachings and going deeper into Guruji's satsangs, which this Siddhanta really tries to help us do, eventually we can, through his grace, get to that experience, which is ultimately the most important thing.
Thank you. Actually, very clear and nice, the summary of Guruji's teachings and what the Siddhanta is about. And given then the video we will show soon, and the next section is about Atma Kriya Yoga. And for the ones here and at home that don't know what Atma Kriya Yoga is, you can find more about it in the link that will be put in the chat right now and in the description of the video. Where would you place Atma Kriya Yoga in the Siddhanta and how we see it? Like, what's the bridge?
Well, like Rishi Sahadev just said, the goal in the Siddhanta is tadatmya, which means oneness. And also, as he said, it's not oneness in which you disappeared, but it's oneness in which you let go of your identity, the limited identity, and take his identity, like Guruji always said. It resonates a lot with what the Swamis were saying before, that we have to go out of the way for the grace to pass through. And the Siddhanta, it's all about that, all about removing this version of ourselves that we think we are, to let his version of ourselves to shine somehow. And the Atma Kriya is about that. And also we see one chapter of the Siddhanta is on Bhakti. And Bhakti, there is many ways to talk about it, but mainly Bhakti is defined as a flow of consciousness. To always think of God. Because we saw we have 9 forms of Bhakti, we have the different limbs of Sharanagati also, but they all culminate into that one thing, which is to think of Him, which is to have the consciousness absorbed in Him. And that's what Atma Kriya does. And so in the Siddhanta, of course, the Siddhanta is just part of it. And if devotees know the Siddhanta, it will help a lot to explain Atma Kriya. Because all those practices Guruji gives, it's not like they are disconnected from the Vedic revelation. They are not different than what the saints have said over time. So it's all about getting that consciousness in Him and letting go of this identity to take His identity. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much for this amazing explanation. And we actually go to an Atma Kriya Yoga video now. Thank you everybody for coming. Happy New Year.
By background, I'm a scientist. So I believe if something is true, I should be able to reproduce those results myself. I've seen more in Atma Kriya than I ever had before in any other form of yoga spirituality. The biggest change was this ability to just really stop the mind. This literally happened overnight for me.
It's such an amazing space, amazing state to be in. And this practice can take you there, to that stillness which is actually within you.
Beneath the fabric of life lies something more profound, something more true. The desire to authentically grasp the truth is part of human nature. And along with that desire exists the method to fulfill it, the practice of yoga. Yoga is the spiritual science of connecting oneself with the divine. This practice has been nurtured from generation to generation, passed down from spiritual teachers to qualified students. Among these radiant masters is Paramahamsa Vishwananda.
The prime dharma, what it is? The prime dharma is to love. If there is no love, there is no human being. That's what the Sadguru have come to remind, no? To awaken yourself into your divine potency.
At the age of 5, Paramahamsa Vishwananda had his first encounter with Mahavatar Babaji, his spiritual guide and guru. Mahavatar Babaji is known as the immortal sage of the Himalayas who continues to hand down the ancient techniques of Kriya Yoga to rare spiritual masters. At the age of 14, Paramahamsa Vishwananda experienced his first samadhi, a state of complete absorption in the divine. Years later, with the blessing of his guru, he revealed a powerful, contemporary form of yoga to the public, known now as Atma Kriya Yoga.
Whatever we do, it is called Kriya.
but in which aspect we do it, in which mood we do it. So Atma Kriya is a technique, but it is through devotion itself infused into that. So whatever you do, it helps you to come to the awareness of, firstly, who you are. And once you get to know who you are, automatically a different understanding will be there.
Amazing that Mahavatar Babaji gave the name Atma Kriya Yoga. So Atma means soul, so our true self, our self which is not bound by the material world. Kriya means action with awareness. In yoga means the union of. So Atma Kriya Yoga means to be unified with our soul, so that everything we do, all of our thoughts, all of our words, all of our actions come from this higher state of love.
You're taught the tools, how to connect with God, how to connect with your soul. And it combined everything I'd learned about breathing techniques. But you know, you do Atma Kriya, you learn so much more. You learn about sound, you learn about intention. After 2 weeks, when I was doing my Kriya and my meditation, it was very, very deep. Deeper than it had ever been before. I could truly hear myself. I could hear my intuition. I could see things so clearly.
And that is the divine mystery. How does these limited techniques, because I sit down to do my techniques, I do them, and then I finish. So there is a limitation to the techniques, and yet they awaken an unlimited experience, and that unlimited experience is love.
Every Kriya has value, but in other practices, you normally receive maybe a blessing, but it's not the same. The difference is that you are receiving a direct transmission of descent of grace from the masters into you, into your practice.
This whole system of yoga we call Kriya Yoga was always designed to create this huge, deep transformational shift. And the techniques are basically bridges from this limited human self to something that is truly divine and beautiful.
People often underestimate the power of Atma Kriya Yoga because the exercises are very easy to learn. And so it looks simple, but that is the surface. But what is beneath the surface is so much more. It is so incredibly powerful.
Very soon, about 2 months after practice every day, I started to notice the beauty in life. I could smile towards the strangers. I'm so easily to content with myself. I think Atma Kriya is really something like change your life quickly. Of course, you have to put the discipline there. You have to practice, otherwise nothing will change. But with Atma Kriya, you can experience that happiness and even later on the love, which everybody was looking.
It was one of the most difficult things to believe it was actually possible. And later on, I can only put it to one word, which is grace.
The grace of Kriya itself is not just a technique. It is something which even the yogis long to receive. Because through that, you will attain the supremacy of love.
Well, Jai Gurudev, beautiful video. So, I was gonna introduce myself, but first, if you were watching the video, I don't think Jai Gopal with long hair is addressed enough. But yeah, I was just shocked. Sometimes I forget. Anyway, so I didn't just pop up here. In Spanish, we say like a mushroom. My name is Vishnu Priya, and I'm from Spain. And well, I was also hosting Just Love. So I was already sharing the studio with Atita. Now, I'm very excited to be with Sindhu Dasi, and we will be talking about Atma Kriya Yoga, and maybe you can tell us why it's amazing that you're here with us talking about it.
Jai Gurudev, yes, we're very happy to be joined by Arni and Hiranmayi and Daya today, speaking about Atma Kriya Yoga. I was watching this video of Swami Aniruddha this morning, and he was saying how so many of us, we make these big New Year's resolutions, and many of us, we fall short very, very quickly. And he was saying, what if the resolution were to be that we control our mind? And Guruji Paramahamsa Vishwananda, he gives us this beautiful and very simple and very profound technique of Atma Kriya Yoga that allows us to really start to have mastery over our thoughts and over our mind. And so we're very happy to be here speaking with you about Project Mantra, and Daya Hiranmayi joining us virtually. And so we just wanted to ask you, Jai Gurudev, nice to see you both. We just wanted to ask you, Hiranmayi, if you could start by sharing in brief, what is Atma Kriya Yoga?
So Atma Kriya Yoga, it's the grace of Mahavatar Babaji. It's the grace of Guruji that he's given to us now so that we can awaken divine love. We can awaken bhakti inside of us. And this bhakti is the most important. It's the highest. It gives us direct experience of the divine. And it's kind of like we've been given the most precious, incredible diamond that we ever could possibly have, because bhakti is not something that is easily given. It's not linear. It's not like you can do a certain yoga exercise and the outcome of that is bhakti. It's a gift, and it is something that really just happens through the grace of God. It cannot even be earned. You know, you can't work hard and get bhakti. But through these practices, it's infused inside of the practice itself. And so by practicing it, this love of God starts to awaken. And this selfishness, this egotism, all of these different limited qualities that we have inside of ourselves starts to really get, I suppose, overtaken by this prem, by this love, by this awakening of God, where God becomes present in our everyday life. And that's the most important thing, that it's not something that we're aiming for outside, that there's no measure of bhakti from the outside, but it's something, a feeling inside of us, a knowingness inside of us that He is here every single moment of the day, and that He is guiding us, and that it is a love relationship between Him and us that grows continuously.
Yeah, and well, I think for those of us who practice, we can all share experiences of how it has helped us. But maybe for those of them who are new in the live stream, they would like to know how it can help someone who's not spiritually inclined.
Well, the thing is, continuously we're looking on the outside to make us happy, right? So we're always looking through, what houses, what boyfriends, what relationships, what, even in terms of Guruji, whether he looks at us or doesn't look at us, whether he compliments us, whether he speaks to us. And even recently, there was so much people were phoning me recently. Oh my God, he's not going to be so available anymore, and we're not going to see him as much. And there was like full panic, because always we're looking for something on the outside to please us. But the reality is that there's always a point where that comes to an end. There's never enough of any of these things. And so there's always a point where we reach where we're not happy, because inside of us, something is not being fulfilled. And so everybody reaches that point in one's life. It's inevitable because that's how life is made, because God wants us to know that he's there. He wants us to search for him. He wants us to go inside. And so that is the point of life, that it's a journey not from the outside, but towards the inside. And that's why we're here. Without taking that journey, we will never truly be happy. We will never truly know who we are, and we'll never really truly be able to love ourselves and love God.
Yeah, it's so profound, really. I know many of us here practice Atma Kriya Yoga, and it clearly for many it's this big shift in our lives once we start really going deeper into the practice. And for me this year, I was very lucky to take the Atma Kriya Yoga teacher training. And Daya, you were my teacher in the training. And I'm wondering if you could share with us a little bit, how special is it to become a teacher? I can speak volumes of that, but we'd love to hear it from you.
Well, it's a huge blessing. It is an amazing blessing to be able to serve in this way. And it's really for people who are passionate about Atma Kriya Yoga, who really love it and practice for the love of it, which is actually how we encourage how it should be. And teacher trainings are also amazing for us trainers. I'm sure that I can speak for all of us that it's amazing being able to also to serve in this way as a trainer, because it's a way to obviously help the participants to go from being students to transitioning to becoming a teacher, which is a different thing, and being able to spread Atma Kriya Yoga. And hopefully that we help them during the training also to even experience more grace, this grace that we have through that we receive in our practice. And it's a process for them. When we have the training, it's always very rewarding. For me personally, I find it's a beautiful experience to watch how the participants evolve during the training, and how they grow in their role, how they become more and more themselves and gain confidence to become teachers. And this year we completed 2 teacher trainings at Shree Peetha Nilaya. And as you probably heard earlier, there's one taking place right now in South America with Swamini Prabhavati for South Americans exclusively. And we've 59 new teachers were initiated this year. And the next teacher training is going to be in 2027, which means that in the meantime, we can actually update the existing teachers, especially the older teachers, to the focus that we have now, which is on the 9 forms of Bhakti, which Hiran Maya was explaining about, the whole what Atma Kriya Yoga is, and in fact what we teach is actually Bhakti. It's the 9 forms of Bhakti, and it's our main focus is that, because that is what brings us to that love that Hiran was talking about. And so the teachers, so the way we teach now is a little bit different from how we first started teaching many years ago. And so we're very excited because we get to update teachers until the next training, and that's a wonderful thing. And also that it looks like we might be even offering to the existing teachers the opportunity to be updated in a very special place in Vrindavan next year. So I think that's very exciting and new that we'll be able to do that there, because that's always a very special experience being in Vrindavan. So, yeah.
Amazing.
And,
thank you. So
and
now,
it's been amazing that everybody has been teaching already. The ones who were initiated in September and in November, they're already giving courses regularly, and that is amazing. Awesome. That's exactly what we all want.
Yeah. Okay, thank you, Daya. So now here in the studio we have Aruni. Welcome.
Thank you.
So we would like to talk with you about Project Mantra online. So would you like to explain for those of them who don't know what it is?
Sure. Thank you. Jai Gurudev. Project Mantra is a 40-day guided practice that is helping people to develop a chanting practice. And it starts with 15 minutes a day, goes to 30 minutes, 45, and up to 60 minutes a day. And this used to be done by individuals, but we put it online about 2 years ago. But this year, we have created a landing page that now is in 14 languages. So it makes it available for a much greater audience. And the whole point is bringing these teachings to other people in the world. And it's a really exciting program that we can now offer to many, many more people because we have it in these additional languages.
So it is, as you said, you chant a mantra for 40 days. What mantras is it that you can chant?
You can chant Om Namo Narayanaya or Sri Vitalagiridhari Parambrahmane Namaha. And once you sign up for this program, there are a series of 14 emails. They come every couple of days. There's a number of videos. Some of them include Guruji. Some of them are hosts for Project Mantra. And every email gives you little hints and different ways to do the project to help you deepen your experience and go deeper into the mantra and deeper into the love.
Nice. So actually, when I first came to the ashram, I was 7, and it was already a thing. Project Mantra was still already a thing. And I remember it was the first thing that I did. No Atma Kriya yoga or anything. I was too young. But with this, I mean that it's very simple. It's for everyone. Especially, it's very nice for newcomers. It's a great way to have a first experience of what Bhakti Marga and Guruji is. And, well, I would like to share that I remember going to school and, of course, first it's 5 minutes, so it's a little bit, it's not that much. And I was so consistent. And one thing about me is that I forget a lot of things. I just forget things. It's not that I don't want to do things, I just forget about them. So I remember my parents would be like, Priya, did you do your Project Mantra today? I was like, yes, I did it. So I was already done through my 40 days. And we had a wedding, and I was like, okay, because I would divide my 1 hour in 15 minutes. So I just had 15 minutes left to do. So the wedding was 11:30 or something, and I still hadn't done my last 15 minutes. And so I don't remember, one of my parents, they were like, Vishapriya, it's your last day. You've done so good. You have to, you can't just give up now, you have to do it. So we were in the middle of a wedding, and I mean, I don't know how they are in other countries, but in Spain, you party until late. So I was like, okay, I hear my mom laughing. So we just quickly went to the bathroom. I was like, I'll be back, don't worry, I'm gonna be back. So I just went quickly, did my 15 minutes, and it's very fulfilling to develop that, be constant on something that's so beneficial for you. So maybe you would like to tell us your experience with it.
I learned Atma Kriya first, and so I found out about Project Mantra later. But what Project Mantra did for me was it gave me this discipline to be consistent in the practice. And I was never that keen on chanting in the beginning, so the idea of chanting for an hour was a big deal. And I actually happened to be here in the ashram when I finished my 40 days, and it was on New Year's Eve, so today, which was in 2013. And so it was an amazing experience to be here and do the hour a day chanting here in the ashram, and to meet Guruji and to have that be a part of my experience. And I was so excited about having completed the 40 days. I did another 40 days with the other mantra.
Oh, nice. No, it's amazing. And yeah, it's, you know, a wonderful suggested practice for the new year if anybody wants to take up any resolutions. So thank you so much.
I just want to say also that now we have Atma Kriya online as well. So Atma Kriya has a new landing page. It's also in 14 languages. And to participate in that, it gives you something we call a discovery session, which gives a 1-hour question and answer experience with Hiranyamai, and Daya did it last month. It's twice a month, and it's also available in multiple languages now. So tell your friends, tell your family about it, invite them to come, invite them to take part, and the easiest way to find either the pages, Project Mantra or Atma Kriya, is to just Google it and say Project Mantra Bhakti Marga or Atma Kriya Yoga Bhakti Marga, and share it with others. And it's a great way to do a service to Guruji and to share his teachings with the world. And this is how we can begin to really spread his mission. Jai Gurudev.
Jai Gurudev. Thank you, Arni.
May I just say, shout out to the translators, because they're doing a great job. It's not easy to translating. So, thank you, Aruni. Thank you, Daya and Hiranmai.
Yes, thank you both. It's lovely to see you both. Jai Gurudev. Happy New Year.
Bye. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. Jai Gurudev.
So next we have a video about the next event that's coming up.
Yeah, the upcoming virtual pilgrimage. Yeah.
The virtual pilgrimage. It's now in January, isn't it?
So it starts on the 6th of January. It's a virtual pilgrimage in Peru. And we're going to be visiting many very ancient, very powerful sacred sites of the Andean culture and the Andean traditions, the Incas specifically. And so we're going to have a little video up next about this upcoming virtual pilgrimage. And if you get the virtual pilgrimage, you'll have it live, you know, the footage for a year. So we'll see that next. Jai Gurudev.
Jai Gurudev.
Looking forward to be in Peru. Actually, I will be on site.
You'll be there.
Thank you.
You'll be there.
Yes.
One reason more to buy it.
We don't want to discourage the people. Swami Aniruddha, welcome.
Jai Gurudev. So you're going to Peru?
In spirit.
In spirit, you are not. Because you're not here for the section on virtual pilgrimage or on Peru, but because of Italy.
Sadly not.
No, sadly not. But you're here for the section on Italy. That is still a good section, and Italy is a great country.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Was that it?
You're Argentinian. So, Swamiji, Guruji went to Italy for 2 weeks, actually more, around 3 weeks.
Almost 3, yes.
3 weeks. And he, as we were saying earlier, for the ones of you who didn't hear or saw that part, he spent 3 weeks there. He gave 3 darshans in the north, in the center of Italy, and in the south. And he traveled throughout all the sanghas, and that's like as no precedent. It was the first time that anything like that happened. We traveled together, but mainly, what was your experience of all these people gathering together and these months and months of preparation for it?
Well, it's actually, last year he said he wants to make a tour to all the sanghas. And he specified, I want to go to the devotees, I want to go to the sanghas, which was something which never happened so far. And in the world, not just in Italy, never happened anywhere, that Guruji will go to the individual sanghas, and then obviously starts the whole discussion, what is a sangha, who belongs to a sangha, what we have to do, what he's going to eat, and everybody gets active. And there was, for many months, if not the whole year, that was one of the main themes for the whole sangha, which put them together. Because now the master is coming to our home. He's coming to each and everybody of us. And it just brings people together, because that is what sangha is. Sangha is the unity of devotees coming together for a higher purpose. And it was just amazing to see how much effort they put into it and how much Guruji loved it. He really loved it. He enjoyed very richly. It was beautiful to observe, even though it was tiring, but it was really beautiful to see how much he enjoyed and how the devotee enjoyed. So much to the theme of, I'm going to be further away. He seemed so close as never in that tour.
So, I mean, what did it inspire you the most in this trip? What did you saw? What did you see that inspired you the most?
In the trip, in the Italy trip, I think it is related to exactly this point, which seems to be a recurring theme. It was just mentioned again about in Atma Kriya, to find him within. Before you said, I have to ask this question, Guruji said during Christmas, I'm going to distance myself a bit. And that is actually the most important thing, what inspired me the most. To see the love of the Guru for his devotees, for his people. There was places, because obviously human relationships are never perfect. So there's, even in satsang or even in community, there's sometimes problems of relationship, or where people fight with each another. You might know that.
No. Not in Bhakti Marga. Never see.
And he was bringing them all together, because that's what the master does. And there was one place where actually two opposite groups, like the one place where he went, they had a long-term, how to say, fight or issue with somebody, with other devotees, which then separated from the group. And it was over years now, and it became a little bit boring almost, like, come on, childish. And when I asked the devotees from that place, will that other group come? They said, we invited them, but they said, no, we will not come. And I was so hurt. I thought, like, your Guru is coming to your home, and you cannot put aside your petty problems and will not come to meet him. And so Guruji asked in the plane,
will those people come? And I said, they are invited, but they said they will not come. And without any hesitation, I was angry almost about those people. Guruji, without hesitation, said, then I will go to them. And I was like, what? Like, you go to their city, you go to their place, you give hours of satsang, you give everything, and then on top, on this one day, you would even push in to go to another place to visit them because they're not able to put aside their small-mindedness. So he called them up while we were there. They came. I was in the room translating for them, and it was so beautiful. Like the love which flowed from him. He was just saying, I understand you, but just be happy. Just be happy. Now be here and be happy. You don't know how long life will last. Don't hold on to those grudges. Be happy now. You're now here. And just remember always, I love you. I love you. I love you. That was it. Like, greatest testimony of love in those moments with the people. Always in the middle of everybody. Yeah. All the time.
It was so beautiful. Yeah, I was spending hours and hours and hours a day with them. It was arriving, Abhishekam, singing, talking for more than 1 hour, sometimes 2 hours, and then maybe singing again, and then eating with them, spending time with them, and then, as you were saying, calling people that didn't come to meet them, to talk with them, and spoke with everybody. And then traveling back to then travel again, and then
in between there was sometimes people who said like, Guruji, I'm living next by, could you just visit my home? And he would fit that in and go to their home and bless their home also, have a tea there, and then move on. It was just, it was madness. Like, yeah. So much dedication, what he has put in that trip, and to experience that was something very precious, which I treasure.
And I think someone else that is online, Swamini Aparajitama, she's taking care of Italy. She's the Swamini at the ashram there. Jai Gurudev, Swamini.
Jai Gurudev, Swamini.
Jai Gurudev. Yes, we can hear you. Just, can you try talk again?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Jai Gurudev. How was your experience? I mean, you've been the country Swamini in Italy for 8 years. You've seen the development of the sanghas, the ups and downs that went there. And to see, let's say, the coronation of all the project sangha, if we can call it like this, having Guruji traveling everywhere. What was your experience and your feeling with Guruji dedicating so much time to all of them?
Yes, it was really amazing. As Swami Anuruddha was saying, it was very first time in the world that we know. Years was exactly to see how that was going up. So this event actually changed also a lot of devotee and sangha, that they work together to prepare themselves, to prepare to host Guruji in the best way. And so was many surprises in a way, because there was some issue, and Guruji stressed a lot to, I think even with his presence was to unify people, unify devotee, and to remember us, what does it mean to be devotee? It's not like we think that is to stay with friends, like usual can happen in the world, in the past of our lives, but now is something really different. And we did, I mean, in each sangha, I think in the world, we did in all these years. And so little group that then, especially after COVID, actually, they grow up more and more in some city like Milan, Turin, but also in Bali, in another city. Really was this desire to stay together, to celebrate together, to connect themselves to something different, and to focus on the Guru, on the teaching of the Guru. And then the joy was really there, because actually this sangha, they meet together, even if Guruji is not there for sure, but Guruji is there. And so it was nice to see all these during these years.
Swamini, and which projects or which adesh did Guruji give to the Italian Sangha during this trip? Do you remember any?
Yes. It was about, for example, when he was here in the ashram, in Vitalakshatra ashram, that was the last part of the tour. And we were singing in the temple, and he stressed about, he was singing, and in that moment, we were not able to follow him. So this was something that then he repeated, I think, last night in Shree Peetha Nilaya also. He wanted some people to sing. So he repeated that if we are not able to sing with our Guru, if we are not able to sing the bhajan that our Guru likes, yes, this is something, and he was really, really disappointed. And then another adesh, for sure, it was directly, but also in many times different, he showed us to be together, not to make separation, because we are not together, we are not a sangha. So again, is a reminder for each one of us that the sangha is the core, the core of Bhakti Marga. Actually, is sangha on the world, but also in each place, and to all the different problems that we can have in relationship is normal, but sangha is something else. Yes.
Thank you, Swamini. We wish you a great ending of the year and a happy new year there with the celebrations at the ashram.
Buon anno.
Buon anno. And I think in conclusion, what I wanted to add personally, being there, I have seen Guruji showing us what we have to do in the already established sanghas. So this is a message that I think, and us three, me, Swamini, Swamini, that we spoke about it, Guruji showed the sanghas, the established sanghas, people who already gather, devotees and also followers, people who follow him and they love him, how to work together and what is the purpose of gathering, to make a house for the devotees, not only for them, and as Swamini was saying, not just to be friends in the way that the world understands, but to actually make a house for everybody else to be invited and to spread his love. That was a clear message that I received, and he spoke about that unity and that love that has to be there to bind everyone together. And the other thing for me specifically, when he went to Sicily, he showed me how to behave with the people that he doesn't know yet, that we don't know, how open he is, how much he speaks to them, how he talks to them, how he takes the time, and his time is so precious and he has so many things to do, but he takes the time to talk to the people, to speak with them, to ask them how they are, what they do. He's genuinely interested. And that's something that we really have to implement to be able to bring it to others. That's my...
Yeah, absolutely. And the whole point what he made in Italy, and I think it goes for everybody, which I said also before, for the new year, the involvement of devotees, followers, sympathizers. Like, we are one big family. It is not somebody is doing the things. No, we are all together, and the essence of this path is service. Love for God is expressed through service, and we can all give our part in some way or another. And to give from one side organizationally, to give that opportunity, and on the other side for devotees, followers, friends, whatever, to proactively be present and use that opportunity. That's something which he stressed very much in Italy. And I see that, yeah, that spark, what he planted, is about to become a bigger fire, fire of love, which is definitely needed in this world, not just in Italy, but I think everywhere.
Thank you, Swamiji. Yeah, it's so true. And I think in this vibe of sangha, Guruji has been emphasizing for a long time, for many years. And we have these sangha facilitator trainings going on every year. We are helping individuals in the world to become stronger, to learn about Bhakti Marga, to learn how to speak and how to explain and how to make congregations and make communities in their places. And Guruji always plays a big part in it. Sometimes he's not there throughout the training, but then he comes and he speaks to them. And so we have a nice video where Guruji is talking to all of the people who were in the Sangha Facilitator training.
You will not create miracle, like you was just saying. You know, how you act towards your sangha is very important. How you are yourself, firstly. You know, you are not there to dictate anybody. This is one thing that you have to be very careful of. Your ego. Because your ego will make you think that you know better than anybody else. And that you have to dictate to others. Very often, what I have seen from leaders of groups, why the group fall is because of that. And you have to be very careful on that point, you know. So. But I'm happy that you took that decision now to hold something, you know, because this is important. And I hope that whatever you do, always think that you're serving Shri Hari Narayan. No, never forget about that. You don't think that you're serving yourself. If the moment you're thinking you're serving yourself, you will never be able to do your job. Then the pressure of everybody will be on you. So, always think that service is to Guru and God, nobody else. What I like the most is a sangha which is active. You know, a sangha which is doing something, you know. You can see that in France. I like it very much. The sangha are very active in France and many countries actually. I will not say only in France. You can see it. Many sangha every week they have, let's say, program, and you have to keep active. This is a very important thing. Because if sangha meet every 2 weeks, nothing can be regularly meeting is important in a sangha. That's a good question.
Nila Madhava, welcome.
Hi, Jai Gurudev.
Jai Gurudev. What is your role in relation to the sangha and why are you sitting here right now?
Because I'm Italian like you. Okay, besides of that, I work in BMIC. My seva is in BMIC, Bhakti Marga International. More specifically, I am responsible for Sangha from the international point of view. I try the best I can to support local Sanghas, trying to understand their needs. So I need to network a lot with local Sanghas on one side. And on the other side, out of this constant networking, I try together with my BMSC partners and Swamis to develop guidelines and documents that are meant to support and guide the Sanghas and give them clarity mostly. Sometimes we lack of clarity related to rituals, related to how to resolve conflicts in Sanghas, how to deal with many issues. people just from Sangha coming to Seva just when Guruji comes or just when the Swami comes, people dealing with long-time devotees that are thinking that they can act above the rules, or many kind of issues, usually related and that Sangha's experience. I try the best I can to address them and solve them together with Sangha.
Nila, first, what is a Sangha? Please share what it is a Sangha, because maybe we are just giving for granted that people know what it is or what we're speaking about.
So,
what a Sangha means.
There are millions of definitions and I need to be very short, I assume. So, to my understanding, Sangha is that place in which everything happens for the devotees to be lived in awareness. Why? Because everything that happens in Sangha is meant for them to grow spiritually. So, Sangha is a family, is the spiritual family. Sangha is our mini ashram in our city, is our Kurukshetra, is our training field where everything happens for us to grow. This is, for me, Sangha. Sangha, on another note, is a place in which we can live in the world trying to flow in this world that is, let's say, not the most positive at the moment. Sangha is that shelter in which we uplift ourselves by sharing Guruji's teachings and love.
So let's say I am watching this and I don't know where to find my Sangha. Like, how can I find my Sangha?
Pray. How you can find your Sangha? Usually one of the first point of contact for a newcomer or for somebody that seeks for their local Sangha is usually you come for an Om chanting. So the Om chanting organizer is meant to know the coordinator, the reference for a specific Sangha. So usually is through the Om chanting organizer, through the devotees that should know actually who their Sangha facilitator is.
So you're proposing for whoever is watching to randomly walk around their city until they hear somebody chanting Om. And that would be great if it happens, but do maybe a website I was thinking about. I was thinking, like, maybe you were going to answer, like, you go on, you write Bhakti Marga on Google, or you write in the chat of the live stream, you send us an email, you use the World Wide Web.
What happens in my field is that I am a more on field soldier. Let's say I deal with people, with physically more.
Makes sense.
Less with websites.
Okay. Okay, good. We need also these people. You want to welcome, there's somebody on Zoom and maybe...
That's what I heard. There's someone on Zoom. Swamini, are you there? Oh, wow, there is a Sangha there. Jai Gurudev! Hopefully you can see all the people here greeting at you. I don't know, I don't think you can see them.
Ciao, Swamini.
Yeah, you see us here. Hello, Jai Gurudev. So nice to see you all. Swaminis, how are you doing? We cannot hear you.
I should speak Chinese. Sorry.
Swamini, you need to activate your mic on Zoom.
You need to unmute you.
Or unmute you yourself. You need to activate the mic. Down you will see a mic symbol. You click on it and then you select the mic that you are using.
It's 4 a.m. in China. Just for...
Happy New Year.
Yeah.
Okay, meanwhile we solve the technical issues. We have another question for Nila Madhava.
Tell her.
So if, as you were saying, people come together as a Sangha, they connect each other, they have an Om chanting. What is the difference of an Om chanting and a Sangha then? Because it's about coming together, about singing on God. Is there any difference?
Absolutely. Om chanting is one of the
of the first experiences that a devotee can make in an uncomplicated way, even if you are not that spiritual. A non-chanting circle is something that you could resonate with. And if you are up then to learn a bit more about spirituality in general, because usually you're not really interested in Bhakti Marga, spiritual master, but more in general, then the Om chanting circle is the gateway to the local sangha, in which you can receive more.
Thank you. And maybe China? Jai Gurudev?
But can I say something about the Sangha Facilitator training in China? Because
go for it. Meanwhile they speak, if we can hear them, yeah?
The Sangha Facilitator training in China is the pilot project that we have regarding Sangha Facilitator trainings. So, to be Sangha Facilitator, there is an understanding to it behind it. And in order to have it, usually you come to SPN, and 2 times a year we organize these kind of trainings in SPN. Not everybody can afford to come here, and to make it as sustainable as possible, we are trying now to reach out to the countries. And China is the first is the pilot project for it. South America will come, Russia will come. We are already organizing Sangha Facilitator trainings there.
Swamini, we can hear you. Do you hear us? There you are. First project of Sangha Facilitator Online. Do you hear us?
How are you?
How are you doing? Please share a little bit. What time is there?
Now it's like
4:30 in the morning.
Yes.
Wow.
Actually, we all come here and stay at work.
So you are all praying together.
Yes.
And you stay awake to say hello to all the rest of the Bhakti Marga community around the world.
Yes.
Haribo. If this is not Sangha, then what it is, no?
Sweet.
Please, Swamini, share a little bit how it is there for you to actually come together. We know sometimes in China it's not so easy, but how it is for you to actually connect, to have God as the center of your reunions, of your meetings.
So actually in China, there are many sanghas in different cities, and we meet regularly, gathering regularly, and doing Bhakti Marga Sangha events, like rituals, like Om chanting, and vegetarian foods, and all of the elements in Sangha we're doing all over China. Even it's not so easy for us, but because of this environment, this atmosphere, this love feeling in the Sangha, so people love to be together. That's why we want more devotees to be Sangha facilitator and spreading Guruji's love more to more people. Yeah, inviting more people to the Sangha. So it will be developing more in China.
Nice. Thank you for sharing. And we would love to have more time to speak to all of you. You took the time to come here, but we're approaching also the end of the year, so we have to cut the program soon. And so we wish you the greatest possible training together.
How do you say Happy New Year in Chinese?
He's in silence.
Nice. Okay. Happy New Year. Thank you. Thank you for taking the time and coming. Thank you. Thank you.
More than 50, yeah?
What?
More than 50
More than
devotees
50.
gathered in.
That's impressive on that side of the world, and in the conditions they have is great. Maybe even though they don't like us to ask this, but given that you take care of the sanghas, what is your best wish for next year for all these congregations of people?
Okay, I detect a lot of lack of communication within Sangha. Not because the people is not able to communicate to each other, but because everybody thinks they know best, and if they start, the conflicts arises, the easiest thing to do is to say, okay, I serve Guruji by myself, I detach myself from the Sangha and I do my thing. And this is something that happens recurrently, and my wish is for everybody to understand the value in collaboration, in working together, because it's exactly where the conflicts are that the challenges of Guruji needs to be accepted. If you are running away from the challenges, and transformation, I assume, cannot happen. So collaborate, please.
Please. Thank you very much, Nila Madhava. Thank you all, everybody. And we have
And now that you made a lot of enemies, you may leave this couch
in peace. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Bye.
We need the mic. Thank you.
Collaborating and keeping the mic. Look at this guy. Okay, what's happening now? We have a video of Guruji talk about ashrams. We were sharing at the beginning. Again, if you just tuned in, or if you were not here around, you might have not seen all the numbers we spoke about and everything that was said at the beginning. But ashrams came to be this year in many places. And so we have a nice video of Guruji talking about the beauty of ashram and what ashrams are.
But this ashram is not to be left empty. This ashram is to be alive. These are energy points which everybody should participate in the life of these places. Because it's not done for only one kind of people. It is done for everybody. Like I said, you are an inspiration to others. An ashram is a home where you recharge yourself. When you come, you recharge and you bring that to others.
So, I'm thinking of something, but I will not share it now. I will share it later because I have the person that I want to ask that next to me, but we will not present him because we go to Portugal, who are waiting to have dinner, and because of that, we would like to have first them on the set. Jai Gurudev, Bhakti Marga, Portugal, from the Ashram. I mean, I think maybe there are more Portuguese here in Shree Peetha Nilaya. How are you doing?
Good. And you?
Very fine, very fine. Please share, how is it going for you? What are you expecting for this new year in Bhakti Marga, Portugal? You have a new ashram. We were just watching the video of Guruji speaking about the importance of the ashrams and how they are not for ourselves, but for Loka Sangraha, for the people.
Jai Gurudev, everyone. So what we want for the ashram, I think I can speak about for everyone here, is to serve, is something that Guruji is asking us, is to serve people, not just for devotees or followers, to open our ashram for everyone, where this could be the place for everyone, could stay, could feel in a safe place. And we will have a darshan here. We hope we keep the... Como é que se diz o... we keep the... No. Conseguirmos ser os campeões. We keep the record. We keep the record here in the darshan. And of course we are having a lot of seva, whatever, but we are doing constructions and we have the challenges, and Guruji told us that we should focus on temple, and it's something that next year or since tomorrow we start working on that in the temple.
Beautiful. And Bhaktidazi, when this year Guruji came there for the first time, right? You had Guruji there, you did an event there. How was it? What was the feeling? How many people were there? Was that madness?
You know us, Swami Akash. We are savage. We came here because we are having a party down there. We could not stay there, otherwise it will be crazy. So we are here. It was really nice because we were working in the ashram during, I don't know how many months, yes, 4 months, preparing everything for Guruji. To receive Guruji, his house, to prepare an event here. And it was amazing, the feeling, everyone together. We were having around 50 people every weekend working, 60 people working Saturday, Sunday, during the week to prepare everything for Guruji. And the event, it was really, really nice because we had the darshan in Lisbon. And the day after, we prepared an event here, satsang and kirtan, and we were, I think it was really emotional for us because Portugal is waiting for an ashram so many years, and it was the first event here with Guruji. We have around 400 people, I don't know. Around 600 people here, 600 people here. And I think the feeling, it was really nice because we prepared the thing, everything with a lot of love, and we gave our best to receive Guruji. And the feeling, it was the first time that we received Guruji in his place. So I think it was something that we will never forget that we were part of it.
Nice. Thank you. Thank you for sharing. She said yes. Amazing. Thank you for sharing. And we would like to have more time, but we cannot. And before you tell us happy birthday in Portuguese, can you tell for... Oh, what did I say? Happy birthday, not happy birthday. Happy New Year in Portuguese. Maybe you can tell for all the Portuguese people watching where the ashram is so that they might come.
Is Cadaval. Is Cadaval Cercal, like around 40 minutes from Lisbon.
Happy New Year in Portuguese for all the people watching.
Bom ano.
Feliz ano.
Feliz ano novo.
Muito obrigado, Jai Gurudev. Okay, thank you very much, Portugal. They were holding the desire for dinner to be with us, so much appreciated. So here we have a good and old friend. Sharat, how are you doing?
Jai Gurudev, old friend.
Young and old. We met in 2019 on a train when we were traveling in India, and I think it was your first trip with Guruji, no? Also.
Yeah. First time speaking to him, first time trip with Guruji.
Yeah, it was kind of the same for me. It felt like that. And now you became Brahmachari after a few years, and now you are the BMCC of Switzerland, and now Switzerland has a very nice project that is actually an ashram. You just bought a property. Can you share more about this project?
Well, Switzerland has been waiting for this time for many, many years. Like, there were many projects, but it never happened. One was too small, another was in a not correct place, so to speak. Another was too big, another was too small. And now, just recently, 1 year ago, we purchased the object, which is not too big, not too small, in a good place. Actually, it's the place where Guruji came when...
This one was just bought, right?
That's the one. It's the place where Guruji came for the first time in Switzerland. First time in Europe and first time in Switzerland. It's not the place, but very nearby. Neighborhood, neighboring village. Right, and you see, the ashram, it's a calendar photo for Switzerland. So what do I mean calendar photo? You have mountains in the background, you see? You have lake in front, you have greenery. It's a calendar ashram of Bhakti Marga.
Calendar ashram of Bhakti Marga. Yeah.
You see how joyful he is. That balcony. He was. No, it's May. May 2025. So on that balcony itself, Guruji was standing and he was pointing the finger there down, and there is a swimming pool. Lake, and he was like, 25 years ago, exactly there, I was swimming. And like he was remembering these memories when he came to Switzerland when he was 19-ish, 20. So that's the place where he came, where he swam, where he was visiting people in private, where he was giving a speech in private. That's very near that place.
We normally ask for challenges, but actually I'm going to ask you about the beautiful things. Like, give us a couple beautiful things before we go to the next ashram, like that ashram contributed to in the sangha for all of you together, like all these gatherings of people building and putting the effort together towards the same goal.
The most beautiful thing about the ashram itself is that we bought it as a ruin. And that's the beauty itself in it. What do I mean by that? Because in Switzerland, I guess in many countries in Bhakti Marga, local sanghas are working very good by themselves. But to unite people and unite sanghas for the same goal in the country, it's challenging. To buy a ruin for an ashram, it's challenging. So what does it mean? People need to come together. People need to unite in a love, in the name of God, in the name of Guruji, to actually build something that Guruji said to us, we are building our home. Everybody who comes to ashram and does a seva is contributing a piece of themselves that stays there forever in ashram.
Thank you very much, Shraddhas. Inspiring. Yes, please. For the people who wants to visit the ashram in Switzerland, where is it located?
It is very much center of Switzerland. It's nearby Thun. It's half an hour from capital. And we will be very much happy to welcome everybody soon-ish. Because it's a lot of work to be done. It's under construction, basically. But this year will information will follow when we are ready.
Nice. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. And we wish you the best for the continuation of the project. Nice. Thank you. And now we move to another side of the world. We're going to India. And we have somebody on Zoom waiting for us. Jatil, are you there?
Jai Gurudev, I'm here.
Hey, Jatila, Jai Gurudev, how are you? Portugal.
How are you guys?
We thought you were in India.
I don't know why it says Portugal. I didn't shift to Portugal.
I don't know. You don't know DNA and you don't know. So you are in Pandharpur.
Pandharpur, yes, correct.
Yes. And Guruji was just there.
He was just here 4 weeks ago, and it was amazing. It was incredible.
Wow, but maybe tell us a little bit more about like the development of the ashram. I've seen multiple development in the past couple of years, I would say. I saw the first time your 3D project of how beautiful it's going to be. And now there is all the work towards that goal to be achieved. And so maybe share a little bit of what the status right now is and what Guruji was doing there and if he said something nice.
Okay, so basically what you saw in the 3D, many things changed after that, as you know how Guruji works with things. So we made new drawings, submitted them to the municipality, got those approved. At the moment, we don't really have any structure that's permanently built. We're going to be starting building the temple in January, by mid of January. So hopefully that will be completed within the next 2 years. What you see in the picture was on his birthday. We planted 108 trees on the property. And you can also see in the background the boundary wall that was built as well. This is also very exciting. So the deities of the main temple, it was Guruji's wish that Arun Yogiraj can make them. He's the guy who sculpted the deities in Ayodhya the Ram Lala. So that's also something amazing. It's going to be very unique. I wish I could share those pictures of the sketches, but that can wait till the opening. It's going to be incredible. Yeah, they're going to be very unique, not just to Bhakti Marga, but any Rukmini Vittala deities that you've seen.
Oh, and how is it there? You've been there for a long time now, no? You've been there for a couple of years. What's the sangha?
It's almost been 3 years now. The sangha is slowly growing. We have events that we celebrate together. We have regular Om chantings. There's some new devotees that met Guruji for the first time when he came this time. So slowly it's getting bigger. The family is growing, and it's nice. It's nice to see it happen from the beginning and see how Guruji works through many people and grows this family in different places.
Nice. And
is it easy to see the grace of Guruji manifesting in these kind of projects? Because it looks huge, it looks like a big weight on whoever is taking the responsibility in a project like this.
Well, for sure, it is a challenge sometimes to see that grace, but I think he makes the way also for you to see it at times, so that you can be grateful for that and continue to do what he has tasked you with. So it's been quite nice. And also, those of you that have been to Pandharpur know the feeling here, like also how you might have been to Vrindavan and seen how it feels there. Here, Vittala is very sweet, and like his form, he's just standing there and waiting for his devotee. So the feeling of just being in Pandharpur is very sweet. It's very calm, relaxed, and very sweet. So, yeah.
Nice. Jessica, do you need help? Should we make a
prayer?
A request? No, I mean, should we make a request? No, wait a minute. I didn't mean...
I have enough seva. No. He's trying to pull me into...
Let me qualify the type of help I'm talking about. I'm not saying psychological help to you as a person. I'm talking about, do you need any type of help in the ashram? Like, should we make a worldwide announcement to the devotees and the followers who would want to go there and join? Is this open or... No.
That's going to be amazing if that could happen, because Pandharpur is like in the middle of nowhere, and there's very few people that even know about Pandharpur or come here. So yes, we do have accommodation on site at the moment, temporary. We live in containers. This is one container as well. And yes, you're welcome to come and do seva. You can do many things, help us with many things, and yep, help is always welcome.
Cool. I would say, if you have the possibility,
it's an open invitation. I think it's a valid open invitation. Yeah. Whoever wants to spend some time there and give, do seva, I think it's an amazing opportunity.
Nice.
Yeah, and visit amazing places as well. There's many saints around, and it's a good opportunity.
You should sell it much better than this, Chatila. You have to train a little bit.
Namdev, all these saints that Guruji is singing about.
Good.
Abang everywhere.
A little bit better. A little bit better.
And what is actually amazing, Guruji, it's a historic event that this time when he was there in the Vittala temple, that an abhang was sung in the temple. It's the first time it's ever happened. It's quite amazing.
We have seen when he was there, it was a great moment. It was so beautiful, and he was so happy also.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, looking forward to see the Guruji inaugurating the ashram in Pandharpur.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hopefully.
Okay, Jatila, thank you.
Please just say Happy New Year in Hindi.
आप सबको नए साल की हार्दिक शुभकामनाएं.
Namaste.
Dhanyavad.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Okay, thank you for taking the time, Jatila.
And we move to Austria now.
Let's go to Austria.
Hey,
Hey, Gurudev, how are you doing?
Yeah, very fine, thank you.
Yeah. Nice, thank you for taking the time. We are very excited. We heard very beautiful things about the ashram in Austria. When Guruji came back, he was just talking about how beautiful it is and how big it is and how...
I was there. It's amazing.
You were there?
Yeah, it's wonderful. Oh. Yeah, it's a great place.
Maybe you even told me
I
about
hear a lot of things also about that place. Yeah, look, there you are.
Yes, look at this.
It's a beautiful lovely place with lovely people living inside.
So, Shabaridansi, how is it going there?
Yeah, it's amazing. It's beautiful and also challenging sometimes, like in every ashram. But we enjoy it very much, and we are so grateful to have this place. And Guruji gave us this place and these huge houses and objects, and yeah, it's just by His grace, and it's beautiful to be here.
Did you ever imagine that you will end up living in an ashram there? Well, not there, but like this kind of life, I mean.
Actually, it was some years ago, when I think it was 21 to 22, when I was listening first time to New Year's Eve, like we do it now. And I was thinking by myself, why Austria have no ashram? Yeah, and then I think also many devotees wanted to have an ashram already at this time. And it was also a good preparation. They also looked for objects to have ashram or grihastha ashram also. And then Swami Madhava became our country Swami, and yeah, it went very fast then.
What is the most inspiring story that you had, in short?
Very short.
The most inspiring story is how the sangha grow together here, and we are together also with the Slovenian sangha. And we had only 2 weeks to prepare everything, because Guruji was here on 22nd of November, and how it was possible to make all this happen in this short time. It was also only by His grace. And Rishi Aditya, when Guruji came to his house, there was still a paper on the glass of the shower, don't use before 8 o'clock p.m. So we worked really until the last second, and he made it happen that really everything went ready when he came.
Nice.
And we had about 300 people here, so it was a challenge for everything, for the kitchen, for the temple, for maintenance, for everything, and it worked. Somehow he made it possible, and to be together with the sangha. This was the most amazing thing, also to how he made it possible, everything through the sangha.
Thank you,
Shabari.
Thank you for sharing. And can you tell us where it is, so that the Austrians that are watching or the other people can come and visit?
It's in the south of Austria, and it's Carinthia. It's near Klagenfurt, the main city of Carinthia, and near the border to Slovenia and Italy.
Nice. Thank you. Thank you for taking the time. Thank you for coming. And we also want just to mention, of course, all these ashram and projects have the service of many people involved, many devotees, many followers, and even almost random people who decide to then dedicate their time for free, and they offer a lot of work in everywhere. We hear those stories. And regarding the ashram in Austria, we can maybe mention that we wanted to have also Swami Madhava, because as Shabaridasi was saying, it was a major contribution to make this a reality in Austria, since he became the Swami there. And he, let's say, helped me and Aditya specifically in the process of understanding this, trusting God and everything Guruji then told us specifically. But he really showed us this part. Other Swamis did also, and there are other many projects, but specifically right now, given they were talking about Austria, and we have seen how massive the property is and what a gigantic project it is. It's nice to mention also.
I take away, I just remember Guruji mentioning Sri Hari is dancing in Swami Madhava's heart. That's why these things happen, And after he told me, that's the difference between you and him. You stay on the way while he's just helping the projects to manifest. So a lot to learn in 2025. I have my list.
Now, and we couldn't manage to have somebody from Mauritius, but Guru did the Bhumi Puja there. He was in Mauritius right now, and so that project is also developing. I think this is beautiful to see how much happened in 2024 regarding the mission, regarding the sanghas, regarding the development of Bhakti Marga and Paramahamsa Vishwananda's mission in the world. That's a lot. Really a lot. But that's enough talking about 2024. Let's talk about 2025.
Welcome.
Rameshwaras, Jetaras, Jai Gurudev, Aditya,
Jai Gurudev.
and Anuprabha. She's online, Jai Gurudev, Anuprabha. We have a video. She's not online, Aditya, you tricked me. She's not online. We have a video of Anuprabha, but in the spirit, Jai Gurudev, Anuprabha, wherever you are. And Aditya has some questions for you.
Yeah, Rameshwaras.
So I'm first.
So you are in developments and ideas and projects, and we always speak about customer experience and or user experience and seamless processes. And what does it actually mean in your world? What does all of these concepts from big companies or organizations that we're trying to apply to serve better our devotees, what does it actually mean?
In terms of his mission?
Yeah, in terms of applying that into our normal seva, our daily life.
So first of all, it means that I'm supposed to speak on behalf of this big team, getting all of this stuff done. So I'm really happy to be on here. And what does it mean? It just means that we aim and strive to serve all of his devotees, friends and followers out there in the best possible way. And in terms of our main website, for example, it means that the user experience and how we present his content and his teachings and the path he's offering to the world is just user-friendly and easy to understand, especially for newcomers, since we really strive to get all of this done in a way that it's easy to understand for new people, getting to know him and getting to know and having an experience with him.
Yes, and maybe Aditya was just mentioning, maybe we let the people know who you three are, because otherwise it's just random people that we grab from the table. And Rameshwar, as you're taking care of the other side of Bhakti Marga International, more about media.
It's normally ladies first, right?
What?
Ladies first?
Yeah, okay. Ananda Kishoridazi, Jai Gurudev, you
Jai Gurudev.
are the VMCC of America. Yes. And you've been involved in all the project together with Swami Tulsidas, with the other Swamis there to develop the ashram. It doesn't work. It exploded. So we need a change of microphone. So maybe make the question first, Aditya, if you want to talk to her, and then give her the mic.
Okay, so Gurudev is coming to America in 2025. I think everyone heard the news. He will be coming in August and September. We're obviously really excited to host him. He will be arriving August 1st, and he will be doing 2 darshans in New York City. And this will be the first time actually he's given a darshan in the city. So that'll be really fun. And then he'll be spending the rest of his tour in Elmira. Krishna Janmashtami will be in America for the first time. And then Swami Akash was there last year when we inaugurated the temple, but we had the Maha Abhishek with all of the elements. And Gurudev will be doing another Maha Abhishekam for the temple anniversary, which we are very excited about. And if you didn't come, you should absolutely come and experience that in person, because it's truly extraordinary. And then the end of his tour, he will be giving the Soul Awakening program. So that is where he will be teaching Atma Kriya Yoga for the first time since 2007. And he will be giving Shaktipat. So this course is not just Kriya. He'll also be teaching the 9 forms of Bhakti, the Bhagavad Gita. And really this program is to encapsulate all of his teachings for new people and newcomers. So we're really, really excited about all of that.
So we'll repeat, Guruji will give Atma Kriya Yoga and Shaktipat in North America, in USA. We have the date confirmed. Can you repeat it?
So that will be
Yes, September 11th through the 14th. It's a 4-day program. There will be 500 maximum people in person, and then it will be offered online. And if you have already received Shaktipat and you're a Kriya yogi, you can still attend the course, of course. But we will be prioritizing newcomers who will be receiving Shaktipat from him in person.
Amazing. I think this is it's actually unique. Not since many years, it doesn't happen. I guess he will speak about Bhakti a lot. No. Okay, and
that's about seamless, right? So, and then our task is to get this also streamed to the European audience and all his other devotees around the world, which then makes this whole experience seamless, hopefully, so that it's not only for people in person attending this course, it's also for people watching online.
Yeah. And Ramesh Varas, I mean, you're one of the directors of Bhakti Marga. We didn't say it before. And you're in charge of all of these online developments. Can you summarize a little bit how was the presence of Bhakti Marga and Paramahamsa Vishwananda online in 2024? For those who don't know, like
how was the like we really always strive to get his teaching and his word out there, and of course giving the real-time development of the digital environment and the expectations of our customer base, let's say, on a corporate term. We have customers and they want to register, they want to get their payments done. We have inside compliance, we got outside compliance. We have a lot of things to take care of within Europe and without Europe. And since we are working in the backyard quite some time now, so let's under-promise and over-deliver for 2025. So there's a lot of nice stuff already queuing up. We are working on an Bhakti Marga app. We are working on maybe again an update of the main website, where we want then to honor the main 4-country strategy which we came up with, to really get the experience and his teachings more seamless and in a nice user experience and customer-friendly way out there, especially for newcomers catered.
And what you will say to the people that think that in this growth, Bhakti Marga can become too impersonalized, too corporative, and how do we do to not to lose the spirit, the essence of?
From our side, based on what Guruji already delivered over the last 20 years, the responsibility lies in how we're going to make all this. For example, we have more than 1 million video files, right? Which we currently organize, and we make it searchable, so that people then also from the comfort of the home, like we did it with the virtual pilgrimage, can travel and journey with Guruji whenever they got time to do so. And on the other side, it's the seamless approach, that we really are up to speed when Guruji gives some satsang or there's a live stream happening, that we ensure that people get access whenever they want. Mobile first, that's something which we also need to honor out there for 2025.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And now Jetas, he's the event coordinator for Shree Peetha Nilaya, and given the fact that 60% of the international events with Paramahamsa Vishwananda are currently happening in Shree Peetha Nilaya, can you share a little bit for the people how it will look like next year, 2025, of Guruji's agenda?
Yes. I think during these last years and even today, we talked so much about transformation. And 2025, I think it will be the year of transformation, because all the events that we prepared for 2025 are related with transform yourself alone, but also transform yourself with the sangha. We have the SPN pilgrimage retreat that we invite all the countries to come together, enjoy all the activities that we designed for you specially. And the goal is that actually you can take this to your country and make it grow. It's a wonderful experience, and this transformation cannot happen by yourself. It's much more easier when we can transform it together in the sangha. Then we have also the...
Sorry, it's connected, because otherwise we have the video, or just let us know when...
Yeah, please.
We have a nice video about this SPM pilgrimage that is happening 2025. We are expecting many groups from all over the countries to come for this.
SPN is such a perfect place to come for a pilgrimage, and people come from all over the world to do just that.
Shree Peetha Nilaya, as you hear in the name, is the abode of Shri, of Mahalakshmi.
Guruji had the vision of this place when he was a child in Mauritius, a vision of this valley actually here, what confirmed that this is the main ashram of his mission.
This is the place what Divine Mother chose to be her residence. So it's the place of Mahalakshmi, the mother of abundance, the mother of love, the one who is at the feet of the Lord. And therefore, obviously, this is not a normal place. When you enter here, your spiritual upliftment is at least tenfold just by being in this place.
This is a place for transformation. It, in a way, it nearly forces us to change, to transform. There's no other way. So for me, it's really the mother center where you can learn to grow. Painting, drawing, drama, music, singing. This is where our soul longs for.
All these people, monks, nuns, brahmacharis, brahmacharinis, who have a ton of experiences, just being in this place, which is so intense in and of itself, it's like a power station of transformation.
When you come to such an ashram, to such a place, you are recharged with spiritual energy. So Guruji always says, even though the divine is always inside of you, you should always go to pilgrimage. That's why Guruji supports a lot that people go to the holy places in India, for example, to the famous temples, because there's a special energy there that recharges us, that inspires us, there's a blessing that comes every time we have darshan. And this place is the same.
Shree Peetha Nilaya offers like an oasis of quiet, of peace, of contemplation, and of really going deeper within to really find what it is that is your relationship with God.
Amazing video. And I think that all of you already experienced how to is when you come here and you recharge yourself and you go back to the country. I remember that days when I was living in Portugal, that I needed to come here often to recharge myself and bring this to my country.
I remember the first time you came, I brought you to the potato field.
This was my first experience with this one.
Yes. It's nice. It's really nice. You laugh, but you can learn a lot in a potato field.
Special.
It's a lot of spirituality.
Special during darshan day. And with 35 degrees, it was amazing.
It was great. So nice. This is going to happen as we have seen the video. And what else? Maybe you want to tell us a couple more events.
Yes, I want to highlight a little bit because this you can do it in sangha and together. This idea of the SPN pilgrimage retreat. Then we will have also silent retreats, and this is when will happen also your personal transformation that you need to be with yourself, know a little bit, and we will have also during this year Atma Kriya Yoga retreat. It's amazing experience again that you can go within and find yourself, as Guruji is often telling us to find yourself, find me inside. It's super difficult, I know. And we will also have Shri Yantra course. We saw Swamini Dakshini. And this pilgrimage, because there's a lot of pilgrimage for 2025, and Guruji said so many times, is the journey from the mind to the heart. And I think there's no better place to go to the heart of Bhakti Marga, that is Shree Peetha Nilaya. And I invite all of you, if you have the chance, that come, participate, and transform, because we are always, every one of us, trying to transform every day to be a better person. Thank you.
Nice. Yes, thank you, Jesus. And maybe just another question, if you want to tell us the plan, because you mentioned the Marquee program, Guruji will be there teaching Kriya, and what is the development you see in 2025 in America?
Yeah, so when we were creating Gurudev's tour and the program, we really wanted to think about how we could take his mission to the next level and at the same time create a program that newcomers could come to. Because newcomers, they come and experience darshan, and then there's lots of various offerings that they could take. But this is the next step with Gurudev, and it's a really comprehensive understanding of his teachings and the path. And the intention is that this would get taught by Gurudev every year, so he's already said that he would, and then eventually eventually in other places in the world as well. So this will be really what his program is known for when new people come to meet him. And so, yeah, we're excited to kick it off and see how it goes.
Amazing. Ramesh Vardas.
Maybe I add some, and Guruji
Yes, please.
really asked us to do this in a seamless approach. That whatever happens in the US should down the road also happen in all the other countries and being offered to the sanghas and his devotees, which is super beautiful. And a challenge for us, I guess, to come.
So we heard that next year is two big events happening.
20 and 10, you mean?
Yes, 20 and 10. What does it mean?
So let me talk about the 10, right? Yeah, it's what Jetta has just pointed out. Like Shree Peetha Nilaya is the place to be. And Rishi Araka said it before, where we are supposed to celebrate ourselves within the home of the divine, around Guruji's main place. We call it Just Love Festival. As you might know, we are going into the 10th anniversary of Just Love Festival. And just yesterday, Guruji approved the concept. So we were really happy about it, that he took the time and gave us feedback. So yeah, I'm happy to announce that we're going to celebrate Just Love Festival. We have Guru Purnima in the middle, so it's going to be 7 days in total. I don't want to open the treasure chest too early. Let's say for a newcomer, it's always impressive to experience all of us dancing, singing the name of God, eating yummy food, having a nice holistic marketplace, having all his devotees from around the world supporting to make this a reality, which we also need to map out. Last year we had one of the biggest festivals, and I wish for all of us that next year, the 10th anniversary, is we're going to smash it, right? So we're going to have a big party all together and make Guruji happy, since Guruji is scheduled, but he's also not scheduled, which is also unique for the Just Love Festival, that we actually celebrate and Guruji is free to come and go, and there's not a fixed appointment throughout the days where he's supposed to give a satsang. Of course, we have Abhishekam in the morning, and as I said before, just come, sign up. There's going to be an announcement latest in February, and then let's go for it. I'm super excited, as you might feel.
If people want to sign up, how do they do?
They go on our website, click hopefully less buttons and whatnot, tick boxes we have to be for the outside compliance aware of. And then we have clamping, we have camping, we have our own accommodation within the center. So also Airbnbs around the property. And if we all work together and come together and to do some little promotion, would be nice if people really sign up more early so that we can really plan throughout the upcoming months to make it the best possible experience, especially for newcomers.
Thank you. And what does the 20 means? So this was the 10 years anniversary of Just Love Festival.
The 20 means 20 years of Bhakti Marga, I guess,
exactly.
Right?
Yeah. 20 years of Bhakti Marga. It's easy to have ideas and create projects, but to sustain Mahavishnu, that's the hardest task, no? And Guruji is sustaining this amazing project, Just Love Festival and Bhakti Marga, since 20 years now. And 2025 is the year that we celebrate, finally, 20 years of Bhakti Marga. So, thank you. It's a surprise. That's why we don't want to...
Yeah, I just don't want to go into the 20.
That's why we'll keep it for...
I just want to say, maybe for Just Love Festival next year, we can all commit to bring 5 people each so that we can be fully packed. No reactions? I'll say it in English. Next year, we commit to bring 5 people each. So we're going to be a lot of people. Yeah. Okay.
It works now. And we have Anuprabha in a video that she wants to say something else about this.
Jai Gurudev. Again, it's me, Anuprabha from External Events. And I wanted to give you an outlook on 2025 about where Guruji is going for darshans. First of all, he will go on an amazing tour through South America, starting with Lima, going to Buenos Aires, having a grand darshan in Brazil with thousands of people in Sao Paulo. And for the first time, he will also visit Suriname, this wonderful small country in South America. The next stations will be India for Holi. And also he's going to Finland, he's going to Poland, Czech Republic. There will be a darshan in Romania. And also, amazingly, again, another darshan in Bali. So actually, you have many opportunities to follow Guruji, to receive his deep darshan, to receive this, what can transform yourself inside. And I would like to tell you more, but I'm sorry, I have to go to work. See you soon. Bye-bye.
So Guruji is going to be in a lot of places next year, and wherever you are, wherever you're watching this, go and meet him. It's going to be a great experience. And we were very bad. We sent away all of them without saying goodbye to them, and so we called them back, the ones we could grab. And maybe you want to say the last thing before you go back to your place?
Yes. So the US tour and the Soul Awakening program will be open for registration in March, and there will be a new website launching then. So everything will be launched then. So stay tuned. Jai Gurudev.
Jai Gurudev.
Thank you for coming.
Jetadas, he was already out, so.
Sorry, Jetadas, if we sent you away.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Rameshwara, can you say Happy New Year in German, because we didn't got it?
Frohes Neues.
Wow, so much happiness.
Happy New Year.
I should say Happy New Year, guy.
In German.
Frohes Neues.
Oh, no. It's another personality.
Frohes Neues Jahr.
Okay, maybe that's.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you. Danke.
Dankeschön.
Tschüss. So now we have the final section before we go to the temple, and we will listen to a lot of kirtan, and we will be singing the name of God until midnight. That is...
And more.
And more, yeah. It's going to go on, but we have the famous Swamis wish video where different Swamis around the world send their videos for all of us, and they wish us a Happy New Year.
Ins neue Jahr und ein fröhliches, gesundes und gesegnetes Jahr 2025. Jai Gurudev.
Jai Gurudev, this is Swamini Pratibha from Calgary, Canada. Guruji has never physically been here in this lifetime, and yet he is working here round the clock. We have absolute strangers from all different faiths and cultures approaching our groups, asking what it's all about, and getting involved. And the people here who are practicing Om chanting and Atma Kriya yoga are experiencing Vaikuntha here now. So as Guruji said, don't wait to die and attain Vaikuntha. You can create it now where you are with your sadhana. So let's make this our prayer for 2025, to create Vaikuntha wherever we live. Jai Gurudev.
Jai Gurudev. I'm Swamini Ananda Krishnama. I'm Swamini Nitya Shri. We wish all the Bhakti Marga devotees a very happy new year and grow in his love. 新年快乐，恭喜发财。
Jai Gurudev, everyone. Happy New Year. My name is Swami Sridhar, and I'm in Southern California at the Nitya Mahima Pandaringa Temple. And I'm happy and excited to just have a moment to send my love and my wishes for an amazing new year for an amazing celebration if you're with Gurudev in Shree Peetha Nilaya or wherever you are. May the love of Gurudev and the love we all have inside keep us strong and keep us positive and keep us together as we move into the new year and grow in love. Just love. Happy New Year. Jai Gurudev, everyone.
Jai Gurudev, everybody. I wish you a very, very happy new year, full of love and positivity, and that we can serve better Guruji and we become more that love that he is. Jai Gurudev.
Jai Gurudev. Happy New Year and best wishes from Buddha-Dharini Mahalakshmi Temple in Astrakhan, Russia. As Divine Mother is a perfect servant of Srimad Narayana, let her pour grace upon us that we also become good servants of our Guru and his mission, Bhakti Marga. Jai Gurudev, Happy New Year.
Jai Gurudev, dear family, wishing you all a Happy New Year. May it be filled with love, with joy, and a lot of spiritual growth for us all, that we may be able to find His presence more and more inside of us and in others, that we are capable of finding the small joys in life, and that we may be able to see His grace in everything that happens and in everything around us. Sending much love from Portugal.
Jai Gurudev, Happy New Year from the Hemanga Vittala Rukmini Temple in Hungary. Boldog új évet!
Jai Gurudev, I'm Swamini Janani from the United States of America, Southern California, wishing you all a Happy New Year. It is only with the grace of our Guru that I may say these words. I wish you much love for life, much love for breath, much love for one another, compassionate toward one another, and grateful for the breath He has given us, and a big, big devotion to the Infinite One of love. Much love and Happy New Year 2025.
Happy New Year. So happy 2025. Wishing you all the best. And this is a very special year also for Bhakti Marga. We are celebrating 20 years of Bhakti Marga this year. And how Guruji said last night on Christmas Eve, everything started with 25 people internationally. And now look around how many people. So wish you all the best. Jai Gurudev.
Jai Gurudev, Happy New Year from Vittalakshetra Ashram, Italy. I wish you all, to every devotee, every sangha, every temple, every ashram in the world, that we all can bring this love and transformation to ourselves first, and then to all and everybody in this world. Jai Gurudev, much love.
Happy New Year, everyone. I am Swamini Dayamati from Nagasaki Temple in Japan. Here is my dearest Krishna. He is also Narayana and Guruji for me. Jai Gurudev. Bye bye.
So sweet. That was so sweet. Wow. Wow. Well, thank you, Swamis. We also, and Swaminis, we wish you a Happy New Year as well, wherever you are.
And to all Bhakti Marga devotees around the world.
Yes, to
and
everyone,
non-devotees, everybody, Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to everyone. This part of the program is finished. Now we will transition to the temple where we will be singing and dancing and going wild, singing the name of God. Wherever you are, there are no excuses. For the people here physically, if you fit in the temple, great. Otherwise, sing around. There are the speakers. There are no excuses not to end the year celebrating the name of God and this great gift that the Guru gave to all of us.
Happy New Year, everyone. Thank you very much. Jai Gurudev.
Jai Gurudev, everybody.
Bhaj Radhe Govinda, Bhaj Radhe Gopal, Bhaj Radhe Govinda, Bhaj Radhe Gopal, Bhaj Radhe Govinda, Bhaj Radhe Gopal.
राम नाम की लूट है, लूट सके तो लूट, अंत काल पछताएगा जब प्राण जाएगा चूर, जब प्राण जाएगा चूर, जब प्राण जाएगा चूर। तेरे मन मेरा मैं तन मेरा, रोम रोम में राम रे, राम सुमिर ले ध्यान लगा ले, छोड़ जगत के काम रे। बोलो राम, बोलो राम, बोलो राम राम राम, बोलो राम, बोलो राम, बोलो राम राम राम, बोलो राम, बोलो राम, बोलो राम राम राम, बोलो राम, बोलो राम, बोलो राम राम राम। माया में तू उलझा उलझा, दर दर धूल उड़ाए, राम में तू उलझा उलझा, दर दर धूल उड़ाए। अब क्यों करता मन भारी जब माया साथ चुराए, अब क्यों करता मन भरे जब माया साथ चुराए। दिन तो बीता धूप धूप में, दिन तो बीता धूप धूप में, ढल जाए ना शाम रे। बोलो राम, बोलो राम, बोलो राम राम राम, बोलो राम, बोलो राम, बोलो राम राम राम, बोलो राम, बोलो राम, जगत के काम रे बोलो राम बोलो राम 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 जय श्री राम
वृंदावन को वास सधीजो हरि भक्तन को साथ
वृंदावन को वास दीजो हरि भक्तन को साथ
वृंदावन को वास दीजो हरि भक्तन को साथ
वृंदावन को वास दीजो हरि भक्तन को साथ
ऐसी कृपा करो श्री राधे दीजो वृंदावन को वास
ऐसी कृपा करो श्री राधे दीजो वृंदावन को वास
ऐसी कृपा करो श्री राधे दीजो वृंदावन को वास
ऐसी कृपा करो श्री राधे दीजो वृंदावन को वास
वृंदावन को वास दीजो हरि भक्तन को साथ
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 ऐसी कृपा करो श्री राधे दीजो वृंदावन को वास
ऐसी कृपा करो श्री राधे दीजो वृंदावन को वास
ऐसी कृपा करो श्री राधे दीजो वृंदावन को वास
ऐसी कृपा करो श्री राधे दीजो वृंदावन को वास
भूख लगे भिक्षा कर लाओ
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 व्रजवासिन के तुकदा पाओ
ब्रजवासिन के दुखड़ा पाओ
व्रजवासिन के तुकदा पाओ
ब्रजवासिन के दुखड़ा पाओ
प्यास लगे यमुना जल पी के निधिवन करुणी
प्यास लगे यमुना जल पी के निधिवन करो निवास
प्यास लगे यमुना जल पी के निधिवन करुणी
प्यास लगे यमुना जल पी के निधिवन करो निवास
ऐसी कृपा करो श्री राधे दीजो वृंदावन को वास
ऐसी कृपा करो श्री राधे दीजो वृंदावन को वास
ऐसी कृपा करो श्री राधे दीजो वृंदावन को वास
ऐसी कृपा करो श्री राधे दीजो वृंदावन को वास
वृंदावन को वास दीजो हरि भक्तन को साथ
वृंदावन को वास दीजो हरि भक्तन को साथ
वृंदावन को वास कुठी और मान कुठी पे देखो रास कृपा करो श्री राधे दीजो वृंदावन को वास। ऐसी कृपा करो श्री राधे दीजो वृंदावन को वास। वृंदावन को वास दीजो हरि भक्तन को साथ। 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 ऐसी कृपा करो श्री राधे दीजो वृंदावन को वास। ऐसी कृपा करो श्री राधे दीजो वृंदावन को वास। ऐसी कृपा करो श्री राधे दीजो वृंदावन को वास। ऐसी कृपा करो श्री राधे दीजो वृंदावन को वास। नंद बाबा के द्वारा जाओ, नंद बाबा के द्वारा जाओ, नंद बाबा के द्वारा जाओ, नंद बाबा के द्वारा जाओ। दो भैया के दर्शन पाओ, दो भैया के दर्शन पाओ, दो भैया के दर्शन पाओ, दो भैया के दर्शन पाओ। पावन सरोवर
कृपा करो श्री राधे दीजो वृंदावन को वास। ऐसी कृपा करो श्री राधे दीजो वृंदावन को वास।
वृंदावन में डोलोगे तू राधे राधे बोलोगे, वृंदावन में डोलोगे तू राधे राधे बोलोगे, योगी ना पाओगे तू को तुकाना के तू तुलोगे, योगी ना पाओगे तू को तुकाना के तू तुलोगे। राधे 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 श्याम से मिला दे। राधे 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 श्याम से मिला दे। राधे 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 Semi Radhe, Shree Peetha Giridhari, Parabrahmane Namaha. 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 Radhe Radhe, Radhe Radhe, Radhe Radhe, Radhe Radhe, Ashram Semi Radhe, Radhe Radhe, Radhe Radhe, Radhe Radhe, Radhe Radhe, Ashram Semi Radhe, Radhe Radhe, Radhe Radhe, Radhe Radhe, Radhe Radhe, Ashram Semi Radhe, Radhe Radhe, Radhe Radhe, Radhe Radhe, Radhe Radhe, Ashram Semi Radhe, Radhe Radhe, Radhe Radhe, Radhe Radhe, Radhe Radhe, Rameshram Semi Radhe.
Govinda, 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 Gopala, Gopala, Gopala,
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 Nandalala Bala Gopala, Manamohana Murali Bala,
Nandalala Bala Gopala, Manamohana Murali Bala,
Oh Nandalala Bala Gopala, Manamohana Murali Bala,
Nandalala Bala Gopala, Manamohana Murali Bala,
Govinda Giridhari, oh Govinda Giridhari,
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 Govinda, 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 Gopala, Gopala, Gopala,
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 Nandalala Bala Gopala, Manamohana Murali Bala,
Nandalala Bala Gopala, Manamohana Murali Bala,
Govinda Giridhari, Arati Gaura Palaki, Govinda Govinda Govinda, Gopala Gopala Gopala, 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 Govinda Govinda Govinda, Gopala Gopala Gopala. O Ati Gaura Palaki, Jai Kanhaiya Lal Ki. 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 Gaura Palaki, Jai Kanhaiya Lal Ki. Govinda Govinda Govinda, Gopala Gopala Gopala, Govinda Govinda Govinda, Gopala Gopala Gopala, Govinda Govinda Govinda, Gopala Gopala Gopala, Govinda Govinda Govinda, Gopala Gopala Gopala. Jaya Krishna Hare Gopala Hare, 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 Krishna Hare Gopala Hare, Krishna Hare Gopala Hare, Krishna Hare Gopala Hare, Jaya Krishna Hare Gopala Hare, Govinda Govinda Govinda, Gopala Gopala Gopala.
रूप पाहता लोचने, रूप पाहता लोचने, रूप पाहता लोचने, रूप पाहता लोचने, सुख जाल वो सजने, सुख जाल वो सजने, सुख जाल वो सजने, सुख जाल वो सजने, तो विठ्ठल भरवा, तो माधव भरवा, सुख जाल वो सजनी, सुख जाल वो सजनी, रूप पाहता लोचनी, रूप पाहता लोचनी, सुख जाल वो सजनी, सुख जाल वो सजनी, बाहुतां सुप्रकान्ते ज्योति, होता सुकृतांची जोरी
मानोने विठ्ठले आवरे
मानोने विठ्ठले आवरे
मानोने विठ्ठले आवरे
रूपा पाहता लोचनी रूपा पाहता लोचनी सुख झाले वो साजनी सुख झाले वो साजनी रूपा पाहता लोचनी रूपा पाहता लोचनी सुख झाले वो साजनी सुख झाले वो साजनी
सर्व सुखाचे आगरो
सर्व सुखाचे आगरो
सर्व सुखाचे आगरो
सर्व सुखाचे आगरो
बापा रघुमाई देवी भरो
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 रूप पाहता लोचनी रूप पाहता लोचनी सुख झाले वो साजनी सुख झाले वो साजनी रूप पाहता लोचनी रूप पाहता लोचनी सुख झाले वो साजनी सुख झाले वो साजनी रूप पाहता लोचनी रूप पाहता लोचनी सुख झाले वो साजनी सुख झाले वो साजनी
विठ्ठल 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 जय हरी विठ्ठल
विठ्ठल विठ्ठल विठ्ठल विठ्ठल जय हरी विठ्ठल
विठ्ठल विठ्ठल विठ्ठल विठ्ठल जय हरी विठ्ठल
विठ्ठल विठ्ठल विठ्ठल विठ्ठल जय हरी
विठ्ठल विठ्ठल जय हरी विठ्ठल
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 विठ्ठल विठ्ठल विठ्ठल विठ्ठल जय हरी विठ्ठल
विठ्ठल विठ्ठल विठ्ठल विठ्ठल जय हरी विठ्ठल
विठ्ठल विठ्ठल जय हरी विठ्ठल
विठ्ठल विठ्ठल जय हरी विठ्ठल
विठ्ठल विठ्ठल विठ्ठल विठ्ठल जय हरी विठ्ठल 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 जय हरी विठ्ठल
विठ्ठल विठ्ठल जय हरी विठ्ठल
विठ्ठल विठ्ठल जय हरी विठ्ठल 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 जय हरी विठ्ठल 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 जय हरी विठ्ठल 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 जय हरी विठ्ठल राम कृष्ण हरि विठ्ठल विठ्ठल राम कृष्ण हरि विठ्ठल
राम कृष्ण हरि विठ्ठल विठ्ठल राम कृष्ण हरि विठ्ठल
राम कृष्ण हरि विठ्ठल विठ्ठल राम कृष्ण हरि विठ्ठल
राम कृष्ण हरि विठ्ठल विठ्ठल राम कृष्ण हरि विठ्ठल
राम कृष्ण हरि विठ्ठल विठ्ठल राम कृष्ण हरि विठ्ठल
राम कृष्ण हरि विठ्ठल विठ्ठल राम कृष्ण हरि विठ्ठल
राम कृष्ण हरि विठ्ठल विठ्ठल राम कृष्ण हरि विठ्ठल
राम कृष्ण हरि विठ्ठल विठ्ठल राम कृष्ण हरि विठ्ठल
राम कृष्ण हरि विठ्ठल विठ्ठल राम कृष्ण हरि विठ्ठल
राम कृष्ण हरि विठ्ठल विठ्ठल राम कृष्ण हरि विठ्ठल
Ram Krishna Hare Vittala Vittala Ram Krishna Hare Vittala
Ram Krishna Hare Vittala Vittala Ram Krishna Hare Vittala
Ram Krishna Hare Vittala Vittala Ram Krishna Hare Vittala
Ram Krishna Hare Vittala Vittala Ram Krishna Hare Vittala
Ram Krishna Hare Vittala Vittala Ram Krishna Hare Vittala
Ram Krishna Hare Vittala Vittala Ram Krishna Hare Vittala
Ram Krishna Hare Vittala Vittala Ram Krishna Hare Vittala
Ram Krishna Hare Vittala Vittala Ram Krishna Hare Vittala
गिरधर नागर कहते मेरा सुर को श्यामर भाया
सुर को श्यामर भाया
गिरधर नागर कहते मेरा सुर को श्यामर भाया
सुर को श्यामर भाया
तुकाराम और नामदेव ने तुकाराम और नामदेव ने विठ्ठल विठ्ठल गाया हो विठ्ठल विठ्ठल गाया हो विठ्ठल विठ्ठल गाया हो
विठ्ठल विठ्ठल गाया
श्री राधे गोविंदा मन भजरे हरि का प्यारा नाम है
श्री राधे गोविंदा मन भजरे हरि का प्यारा नाम है
गोपाला हरि का प्यारा नाम है
गोपाला हरि का प्यारा नाम है
नंद लाला गिरधारी
गिरधारी
विठ्ठल हरि का प्यारा नाम है
राम कृष्ण हरि विठ्ठल विठ्ठल राम कृष्ण हरि विठ्ठल राम कृष्ण हरि विठ्ठल विठ्ठल राम कृष्ण हरि विठ्ठल
राम कृष्ण हरि विठ्ठल विठ्ठल राम कृष्ण हरि विठ्ठल
राम कृष्ण हरि विठ्ठल विठ्ठल राम कृष्ण हरि विठ्ठल
राम कृष्ण हरि विठ्ठल विठ्ठल राम कृष्ण हरि विठ्ठल
राम कृष्ण हरि विठ्ठल विठ्ठल राम कृष्ण हरि विठ्ठल
राधा शक्ति बिना न कोई श्यामल दर्शन पाए
श्यामल दर्शन पाए
राधा शक्ति बिना न कोई श्यामल दर्शन पाए
श्यामल दर्शन पाए
आराधन कर राधे राधे आराधन कर राधे राधे काना भागे आए हो
काना भागे आए
हो काना भागे आए हो
काना भागे आए
श्री राधे गोविंदा मन भजरे हरि का प्यारा नाम है
श्री राधे गोविंदा मन भजरे हरि का प्यारा नाम है
गोपाला हरि का प्यारा नाम है
गोपाला हरि का प्यारा नाम है
नंद लाला गिरधारे विठ्ठल हरि का प्यारा नाम है
राम कृष्ण हरि विठ्ठल विठ्ठल राम कृष्ण हरि विठ्ठल
राम कृष्ण हरि विठ्ठल विठ्ठल राम कृष्ण हरि विठ्ठल राम कृष्ण हरि विठ्ठल विठ्ठल राम कृष्ण हरि विठ्ठल
राम कृष्ण हरि विठ्ठल विठ्ठल राम कृष्ण हरि विठ्ठल
राम कृष्ण हरि विठ्ठल विठ्ठल राम कृष्ण हरि विठ्ठल
राम कृष्ण हरि विठ्ठल विठ्ठल राम कृष्ण हरि विठ्ठल
नरसिंह ने कर दरबार के सावरिया गहराए
सागर तोड़ जाए
नरसिंह ने कर दरबार के सावरिया गहराए
सागर तोड़ जाए
शबरी ने अपने हाथों से शबरी ने अपने हाथों से प्रभु को बेर खिलाया हो
प्रभु को बेर खिलाया
हो प्रभु को बेर खिलाया हो
प्रभु को बेर खिलाया
श्री राधे गोविंदा मन भजरे हरि का प्यारा नाम है
श्री राधे गोविंदा मन भजरे हरि का प्यारा नाम है
गोपाला हरि का प्यारा नाम है नंद लाला गोपाला नंद लाला हरि का प्यारा नाम है
राम कृष्ण हरि विठ्ठल विठ्ठल राम कृष्ण हरि विठ्ठल राम कृष्ण हरि विठ्ठल विठ्ठल राम कृष्ण हरि विठ्ठल
राम कृष्ण हरि विठ्ठल विठ्ठल राम कृष्ण हरि विठ्ठल
राम कृष्ण हरि विठ्ठल विठ्ठल राम कृष्ण हरि विठ्ठल
राम कृष्ण हरि विठ्ठल विठ्ठल राम कृष्ण हरि विठ्ठल
राम कृष्ण हरि विठ्ठल विठ्ठल राम कृष्ण हरि विठ्ठल
सिमरन का रस जिसको आया वो ही जाने मन में, सिमरन का रस जिसको आया वो ही जाने मन में, निराकार साकार उतरे, निराकार साकार है उतरे भक्तों के आंगन में, हो भक्तों के आंगन में, हो भक्तों के आंगन में, हो भक्तों के आंगन में। श्री राधे गोविंदा हरि का प्यारा नाम है, श्री राधे गोविंदा मन बदले हरि का प्यारा नाम है, गोपाला हरि का प्यारा नाम है, गोपाला हरि का प्यारा नाम है, नंदलाला नंदलाला गिरधारी विठ्ठल हरि का प्यारा नाम है, राम कृष्ण हरि विठ्ठल विठ्ठल राम कृष्ण हरि विठ्ठल, राम कृष्ण हरि विठ्ठल विठ्ठल राम कृष्ण हरि विठ्ठल, राम कृष्ण हरि विठ्ठल विठ्ठल राम कृष्ण हरि विठ्ठल, राम कृष्ण हरि विठ्ठल विठ्ठल राम कृष्ण हरि विठ्ठल, राम कृष्ण हरि विठ्ठल विठ्ठल राम कृष्ण हरि विठ्ठल, राम कृष्ण हरि विठ्ठल विठ्ठल राम कृष्ण हरि विठ्ठल, राम कृष्ण हरि विठ्ठल विठ्ठल राम कृष्ण हरि विठ्ठल, राम कृष्ण हरि विठ्ठल विठ्ठल राम कृष्ण हरि विठ्ठल, राम कृष्ण हरि विठ्ठल विठ्ठल राम कृष्ण हरि विठ्ठल, राम कृष्ण हरि विठ्ठल विठ्ठल राम कृष्ण हरि विठ्ठल, श्याम सलोना कुंज विहारी नटवर लीलाधारी, नटवर लीलाधारी, अंतरवासी हरि अविनाशी, अंतरवासी हरि अविनाशी, आंखों से रंगाई ओ लागे शरण तिहारी, ओ लागे शरण तिहारी, ओ लागे शरण तिहारी, श्री राधे गोविंदा मन भजरे हरि का प्यारा नाम है, श्री राधे गोविंदा मन भजरे हरि का प्यारा नाम है, श्री राधे गोविंदा मन भजरे हरि का प्यारा नाम है, श्री राधे गोविंदा मन भजरे हरि का प्यारा नाम है, गोपाला हरि का प्यारा नाम है, गोपाला हरि का प्यारा नाम है, नंदलाला नंदलाला गोपाला गोपाला नंदलाला हरि का प्यारा नाम है, राम कृष्ण हरि विठ्ठल विठ्ठल राम कृष्ण हरि विठ्ठल, राम कृष्ण हरि विठ्ठल विठ्ठल राम कृष्ण हरि विठ्ठल, राम कृष्ण हरि विठ्ठल विठ्ठल राम कृष्ण हरि विठ्ठल, राम कृष्ण हरि विठ्ठल विठ्ठल राम कृष्ण हरि विठ्ठल, राम कृष्ण हरि विठ्ठल विठ्ठल राम कृष्ण हरि विठ्ठल, राम कृष्ण हरि विठ्ठल विठ्ठल राम कृष्ण हरि विठ्ठल, राम कृष्ण हरि विठ्ठल विठ्ठल राम कृष्ण हरि विठ्ठल, भले पधारे मेरो लंबजना, पधारे मेरे लंबजना, भले पधारे मेरे लंबजना, पधारे मेरे लंबजना, राम कृष्ण हरि विठ्ठल विठ्ठल राम कृष्ण हरि विठ्ठल, राम कृष्ण हरि विठ्ठल राम कृष्ण हरि विठ्ठल विठ्ठल राम कृष्ण हरि विठ्ठल, राम कृष्ण हरि विठ्ठल विठ्ठल राम कृष्ण हरि विठ्ठल, माधव विठ्ठल 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 राम कृष्ण हरि विठ्ठल विठ्ठल राम कृष्ण हरि विठ्ठल,
the one you were singing.
सुंदर शोभा लाल गोपाल दयाल की आपने अपारा राम। सुंदर शोभा लाल गोपाल दयाल की अपने अपारा राम। 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 सुंदर शोभा सुंदर शोभा लाल गोपाल दयाल के अपने अपारा राम। सुंदर शोभा लाल गोपाल दयाल के अपने अपारा राम। अपने अपारा राम। अपने अपारा राम। गोपाल दयाल गोविंद लाल नमिरो कंतनि मानिया। गोपाल दयाल गोविंद लाल नामिलो कंतनि मानिया। गोपाल दयाल गोविंद लाल मिलो कंतनि मानिया। गोपाल दयाल गोविंद लाल मिलो कंतनि मानिया। 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 सुंदर शोभा सुंदर शोभा लाल गोपाल दयाल की अपने अपारा राम। सुंदर शोभा लाल गोपाल दयाल की अपने अपारा राम। 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 गुरु बिन गुण अनादर गुरु बिन समझ न आवे। गुरु बिन सूरत नाथ न गुरु बिन मुक्त न पावे। गुरु बिन घोर अंधेर गुरु बिन समझ न आवे। गुरु बिन सुर न सिंध गुरु बिन मुक्त न पावे। गुरु बिन सूरत न सिंध गुरु बिन मुक्त न पावे। गुरु बिन सूरत न सिंध गुरु बिन मुक्त न पावे। सुंदर शोभा सुंदर शोभा लाल गोपाल दयाल के अपने अपारा राम। सुंदर शोभा लाल गोपाल दयाल के अपने अपारा राम, 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 अपने अपारा राम। दर्शन 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 परसन
दर्शन दर्श परसन
सुंदर शोभा, सुंदर शोभा लाल गोपाल दयाल की, अपने अपारा राम, सुंदर शोभा लाल गोपाल दयाल की, अपने अपारा राम, अपने अपारा राम, अपने अपारा राम, अपने अपारा राम, अपने अपारा राम। जन जन नाम गुंजन भय सगर सिंगारा, जन जन नाम गुंजन भय सगर सिंगारा, जन जन नाम गुंजन भय सगर सिंगारा, ज्ञान ज्ञान नाम बिना जन भजे सकल सिंगारा। नानक पे संत गण पे नीलकंठ हमारा, नानक पे संत गण पे नीलकंठ हमारा, नीलकंठ हमारा, नीलकंठ हमारा, नीलकंठ हमारा, नीलकंठ हमारा। सुंदर शोभा, सुंदर शोभा लाल गोपाल दयाल की, अपने अपारा राम, सुंदर शोभा लाल गोपाल दयाल की, अपने अपारा राम, अपने अपारा राम, अपने अपारा राम, अपने अपारा राम, अपने अपारा राम। भोले मगर जिन्हें बताया ऐसा गुरु बता के पाया, भोले मगर ऐसा बताया ऐसा गुरु बता के पाया, भोले मगर जिन्हें बताया ऐसा गुरु बता के पाया, भोले मगर जिन्हें बताया ऐसा गुरु भागी पाया, ऐसा गुरु भागी पाया, ऐसा गुरु भागी पाया, ऐसा गुरु भागी पाया, ऐसा गुरु भागी पाया। सुंदर शोभा, सुंदर शोभा लाल गोपाल दयाल की, अपने अपारा राम, सुंदर शोभा लाल गोपाल दयाल की, अपने अपारा राम, 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 अपने अपारा राम। सुंदर शोभा, सुंदर शोभा लाल गोपाल दयाल की,
अपने अपारा राम अपने अपारा गोपाल दयाल की अपने अपारा सुंदर सुबालाल गोपाल दयाल की अपने अपारा अपने अपारा
स्वागतं कृष्णा शरणागतं कृष्णा स्वागतं कृष्णा शरणागतं कृष्णा स्वागतं कृष्णा शरणागतं कृष्णा मथुरापुरे सदना मृदु वदना मधुसूदना मथुरापुरे सदना मृदु वदना मधुसूदना स्वागतं कृष्णा शरणागतं कृष्णा 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 स्वागतं कृष्णा शरणागतं कृष्णा मथुरापुरे सदना मृदु वदना मधुसूदना मथुरापुरे सदना मृदु वदना मधुसूदना स्वागतं कृष्णा शरणागतं कृष्णा 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 स्वागतं कृष्णा शरणागतं कृष्णा 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 स्वागतं कृष्णा शरणागतं कृष्णा स्वागतं कृष्णा शरणागतं कृष्णा भोगतं सुबसु सुपुष्पगन्धकलमा सुपुष्पगन्धकलमा कस्तूरितिलकमहिमा मम कन्दानन्द गोपकन्द कस्तूरितिलकमहिमा मम कन्दानन्द गोपकन्द स्वागतं कृष्णा शरणागतं कृष्णा 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 स्वागतं कृष्णा शरणागतं कृष्णा मथुरापुरे सदना मृदुवदना मधुसूदना मथुरापुरे सदना मृदुवदना मधुसूदना स्वागतं कृष्णा शरणागतं कृष्णा 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 स्वागतं कृष्णा शरणागतं कृष्णा मथुरापुरी सदना मृदुवदना मधुसूदना मथुरापुरी सदना मृदुवदना मधुसूदना मथुरापुरी सदना मृदुवदना मधुसूदना मथुरापुरी सदना मृदुवदना मधुसूदना स्वागतं कृष्णा शरणागतं कृष्णा 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 स्वागतं कृष्णा चूरणमाला माला विशारद कुलमय पीता वस्तुकासुर चनुरमाला माला विशारद कुलमय पीता मर्दन कार्य नर्दन गोकुल रक्षण सकल सुदर्शन देवा मर्दन कार्य नर्दन गोकुल रक्षण सकल सुदर्शन देवा शिष्ट जन पाला संकल्प कल्प कल्प सनोति शिष्ट जन पाला संकल्प कल्प कल्प सनोति विरमुनि जन मदन सुकुमार दैत्य संहार देवा वीरमुनि जन विहार मदन सुकुमार दैत्य संहार देवा मधुर मधुर रति साहस साधा हृदयुवति जन मानस पूजिता मधुर मधुर रति साहस साधा हृदयुवति जन मानस पूजिता दपा गरि पगरि सदपा
Ding takajunata sa dapa gare pagare sa sa ding takajunata tarike tatuko taside tagadin taride takuno tadinde tadakadin taride takuno tadinde
Agatam Krishna Sharanagatam Krishna 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 Swagatam Krishna Sharanagatam Krishna Madhura Puri Sadana Mridu Padana Madhusudana Madhura Puri Sadana Mridu Padana Madhusudana Swagatam Krishna Sharanagatam Krishna 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 Swagatam Krishna Sharanagatam 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 Krishna Kamalakanta Prabhu Kamalanayana Swami Gata Gata Vasi Antarayami Narayana Dina Dayal Jai Jagadish Hare Narayana Dina Dayal Jai Jagadish Hare Nija Bhaktan Ke Pratipal Jai Jagadish Hare Nija Bhaktan Ke Pratipal Jai Jagadish Hare Jai Jai Ram Raja Ram 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 Prabhu Anusharan Janakina नाथ परम पद तिन घर दीना राम जय जय राम राजा राम जय जय राम राम जय जय राम राजा राम जय जय राम राम जय जय राम राजा राम जय जय राम राम जय जय राम राजा राम जय जय राम राम जय जय राम राजा राम जय जय राम राम जय जय राम राजा राम जय जय राम भक्ति भाव की ऐसी धारा जो डूबे सो तेरे पारा कलयुग केवल नाम आधारा हरि सुमिरन हरि कीर्तन सारा राम जय जय राम राजा राम जय जय राम राम जय जय राम राजा राम जय जय राम राम जय जय राम राजा राम जय जय राम राम जय जय राम राजा राम जय जय राम राम जय जय राम राजा राम जय जय राम राम जय जय राम राजा राम जय जय राम नारायण 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 दीन दयाल जय जगदीश हरे 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 निज भक्तन के प्रतिपाल जय जगदीश हरे निज भक्तन के प्रतिपाल जय जगदीश हरे नारायण 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 जय जय नारायण 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 जय जय नारायण 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 जय जय नारायण 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 श्री हरि नारायण 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 हरि नारायण 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 हरि हरि नारायण 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 हरि नारायण 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 श्री 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 हरि नारायण 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 दीन दयाल जय जगदीश हरे 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 नारायण दीन दयाल जय जगदीश हरे
जय राधे 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 जय गिरिधर गोपाला
जय राधे 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 जय गिरिधर
जगद्गुरु बोलो कृष्ण कन्हैया लाल की सद्गुरु स्वामी विश्वानंद महाप्रभु की जय राधे 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 जय गिरिधर गोपाला 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 जय श्यामा 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 जय जय नंदलाला 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 जय राधे श्री राधे जय राधे 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 जय गिरिधर गोपाला 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 भजो राधे गोविंदा 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 जय राधे 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 जय गिरिधर गोपाला 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 जय राधे 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 जय गिरिधर गोपाला
श्री विठ्ठल गिरिधारी पर ब्रह्मणे नमः
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 श्री श्री विठ्ठल गिरिधारी परब्रह्मणे नमः
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 श्री विठ्ठल गिरिधारी परब्रह्मणे नमः विठ्ठल गिरिधारी परब्रह्मणे नमः श्री 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 विठ्ठल गिरिधारी परब्रह्मणे नमः
श्री विठ्ठल गिरिधारी परब्रह्मणे नमः
श्री विठ्ठल गिरिधारी परब्रह्मणे नमः
श्री विठ्ठल गिरिधारी परब्रह्मणे नमः
ओम जय जगदीश हरे
स्वामी जय जगदीश हरे
भक्त जनों के संकट दास जनों के संकट जन दूर करे ओम जय जगदीश हरे जो जागे फल पावे दुख बिन से मन का स्वामी दुख बिन से मन का सुख संपत्ति कर आवे सुख संपत्ति कर आवे कष्ट मिटे तन का ओम जय जगदीश हरे माता पिता तुम मेरे शरण गहु में किसकी स्वामी शरण गहु में किसकी तुम बिना और न दूजा तुम बिना और न दूजा आशा करूं मैं जिसकी ओम जय जगदीश हरे तुम पूर्ण परमात्मा तुम अंतर्यामी स्वामी तुम अंतर्यामी पार ब्रह्म परमेश्वर पार ब्रह्म परमेश्वर तुम सबके स्वामी ओम जय जगदीश हरे तुम करुणा के सागर तुम पालन करता स्वामी तुम पालन करता हे सेवक तुम स्वामी हे सेवक तुम स्वामी कृपा करो करता ओम जय जगदीश हरे तुम हो एक गोचर सबके प्राणपति स्वामी सबके प्राणपति किस विधि मिलो दयामय किस विधि मिलो कृपामय तुमको मैं तुमकी ओम जय जगदीश हरे दीन बंधु दुख हरता तुम रक्षक मेरे स्वामी तुम रक्षक मेरे करुणा हाथ बढ़ाओ करुणा हाथ बढ़ाओ शरण परा तेरे ओम जय जगदीश हरे विषय विकार मिटाओ पाप हरो देवा स्वामी पाप हरो देवा श्रद्धा भक्ति बढ़ाओ श्रद्धा प्रेम बढ़ाओ संतन की सेवा ओम जय जगदीश हरे तन मन धन सब है तेरा स्वामी सब कुछ है तेरा स्वामी सब कुछ है तेरा तेरा तुझको अर्पण तेरा तुझको अर्पण क्या लागे मेरा ओम जय जगदीश हरे ओम जय जगदीश हरे स्वामी जय जगदीश हरे भक्त जनों के संकट दास जनों के संकट लाला जागर राखो जी जागर राखो जागर राखो जागर राखो जी जागर राखो जागर राखो जागर राखो जी आने जागर राखो जी लाला जागर राखो जी श्याम बने जागर राखो जी लाला जागर राखो जी गोविंद बने जागर राखो जी लाला जागर राखो जी लाला जागर राखो जी लाला जागर राखो जी गिरधारी लाला जागर राखो जी त्वमेव भद्राच पिता त्वमेव त्वमेव बन्धुश्च सखा त्वमेव त्वमेव विद्या द्रविणं त्वमेव त्वमेव सर्वं मम देव देव त्वमेव सर्वं मम देव देव असतो मा साधमय तमसो मा ज्योतिर्गमय मृत्युमा अमृतांगमय ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः लोकाः समस्ताः सुखिनो भवन्तु लोकाः समस्ताः सुखिनो भवन्तु लोकाः समस्ताः सुखिनो भवन्तु शांति 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 श्री गुरुभ्यो नमः हरि ओम प्रेम से बोलो श्री लक्ष्मी नारायण भगवान की श्री भूत प्रदेशनाथ नरसिंह भगवान की बोलो राधा कृष्ण कन्हैया लाल की श्री माता कृष्ण जी की श्री रमनोजाचार्य की प्रेम से बोलो सद्गुरुदेव श्री स्वामी विश्वानंद कृष्णाय गोविंदाय गोपीचन्द्रमाय पराय परमपुरुषाय परकर्म मंत्र यंत्र तंत्र औषधास्त्र शस्त्राय समराय समराय मृत्योर्मोचाय मोचाय ओम नमो भगवते महासुदर्शनाय दीप्ति ज्वाला प्रकाय सरिक्षोणाय परस्मै परब्रह्मणे प्रज्योतिषे स्वाहा ओम पूर्णमदं पूर्णमिदं पूर्णात् पूर्णमुदच्यते पूर्णस्य पूर्णमादाय पूर्णमेवावशिष्यते ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः श्री गुरुभ्यो नमः हरि ओम जय जय श्री राधे जय जय श्री राधे जय जय श्री राधे जीवन स्मरणं गोविंद भक्तवत्सल गोविंद 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 कुंडलीक वरदे एकनाथ नंदे बोलो पंढरीनाथ महाराज की रुक्मिणी महारानी की समस्त भक्त मंडली की अलवा एक सर्वनाथ तिरुवनकले शरण
Jai Gurudev, everybody. Happy New Year to all of you. Blessing to you all. My wish is that you grow spiritually. You know, this is the only wish that I have. But your relationship to Bhagwan become stronger and stronger, and your devotion become single-pointed. I will not say that, like I said earlier, you have a lot of satsang you can listen, but it's up to you to practice. You see, how the year will be, it all depend upon each one of you. Your mental state is not about the changing of a number that will change the person. That willingness inside of you to change, if it is clear, that resolution, when it is clear, then only you can really achieve. And to attain to that ultimate love itself, that is your life. It is not the changing of a year or a date, because yesterday and today it is the same. Today you will be happy, happy, happy New Year, everybody will be saying, and tomorrow you'll be back to work. What change? Nothing, no? But if you really want to change something, change your attitude. Change your mindset, how you think, what you think about. And if love is the most important for you, then focus upon that. So this is my wish for you. But you understand truly what Bhagwan stands for, It's not just to worship him, it's to reflect also his divine quality. Otherwise, years and years will change, keep changing, but you will not change. There's a song that we have, What is this Hindi song? Dekh tere sansar ka ki, something like that. Kya ho gaya Bhagwan? Say, look at the world, it's changing, But nature is not changing. But the world is changing. It's not going in a positive way, it's going in a negative way. When you are determined for something great, your life itself have a greater purpose. Find that. And you are lucky to be on the spiritual path. You are lucky to have the grace of Sriman Narayana with you. So bring it to the world. Don't be lazy. Like I was saying a few days ago, this one thing that I don't like is laziness. Because when you're lazy, you will always find excuses. Then you will not progress in anything. So wake up and stop being in a dormant state. So, Jai Gurudev, we can go up now. There is fireworks, so you can have darshan quickly. Then, I think we go up, then you can come and have darshan of Bhagwan afterwards, okay? Gidhari Lal ki